very carefully.
Just because we're black, they say we are slaves. Speak of righteousness, they say we are praise. Just because we're black, they say we are slaves. Speak of righteousness, they say we are praise. Brought us from the motherland in bondage and chains. Bury our culture and change our names. They claim we're free, yet we are in pain. As long as there's life, there's a lot to gain. Just because we're black, they say we are slaves. Speak of righteousness, they say we are praise. Just because we're black, they say we are slaves. Speak of righteousness, they say we are praise. When God spoke his words, they said he was deranged. Marley sung his songs, they said the same. Malcolm X and Martin Luther fought relentlessly so we could be better. Just because we're black, they say we are slaves. Speak of righteousness, they say we are praise. Just because we're black, they say we are slaves. Speak of righteousness, they say we are praise. Brought us from the motherland in bondage and chains. Bury our culture and change our names. They claim we're free, yet we are in pain. As long as there's life, there's a lot to gain. Just because we're black, they say we are slaves. Speak of righteousness, they say we are praise. Just because we're black, they say we are slaves. Speak of righteousness, they say we are praise.
Very carefully.
It's all about life in the street. People are suffer, try survive in the heat. Bad mind them up to one, hygiene a tweet. That's why enough of them, yeah, rifle a beat. Everybody want big ups and want to drive in a Jeep. Every day I'm at the ball when she buy in a read. Not even 5 days, we can't find for the week. Me no see no changes, the same cycle repeat. Give thanks cause life it's a sweet. But keep an eye open every time you go sleep. Cause mankind jealous and them idle go live. Them never yet plant and not try figure it. Bigger heads where you fight for the sake. Now care about the future nor the child where you creep. Them a pray the fat Kyle with some meat. The system will slide where you fit.
In the streets so we born and grow. Only Jah know and nobody know.
When we talk about ghetto life, talk about ghetto life. Ghetto life.
Everybody a priest, say them want it though. That's why them a speed and they pan the go.
Cause this a real ghetto life. This a real ghetto life. Yeah. Everybody just a pre-success. When me looking at the street, how me see enough stress. Them all a fight for who reach up next. Everybody want floss and a beat up chest. Juvenile in a them teen love sex. Them a pre the fast money, them no need subjects. And if you're unfortunate, please don't vex. I saw the thing said, cause the streets don't rest.
In the streets so we born and grow. Only Jah know and nobody know.
When we talk about ghetto life, talk about ghetto life.
Everybody a priest, say them want it though. That's why them a speed and they pan the go.
Cause this a real ghetto life. This a real ghetto life. Yeah. It's all about life in the street. People are suffer, try survive in the heat. Bad mind them up to one, hygiene a tweet. That's why enough of them, yeah, rifle a beat. Everybody want the ghost, I want to drive in a Jeep. Every day I'm at the ball when she buy in a read. Not even 5 wheels, you can't find for the week. Me no see no changes, the same cycle repeat. Give thanks cause life it's a sweet. But keep an eye open every time you go sleep. Come mankind jealous and them idle go late. Them never yet plant and not try figure rape. Bigger heads where you fight for the seed. Now care about the future nor the child where you creep. Them a pray the fat Kyle we sonate. The system will slide where you fit.
In the streets where we born and grow. Only Jah know and nobody know.
When we talk about ghetto life, ghetto life. Talk about ghetto life, ghetto life.
Everybody a priest say them want the dough. That's why them a speed and they on the go.
Cause this a real ghetto life, ghetto life. This a real ghetto life, ghetto life. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Tell the youth them for be strong. You can't tell the youth them for preach wrongs. While you try it on these lands, just remember every man is equal. Yeah, each one teach one. And our Father God, him are the only done. So make we ease and reason. Smoke trees, span the ends, all the deep meds. Take a look at life and don't close your eyes. Sometimes things happen and it's no surprise. And I just, so it go, so it go, so it go, so it go. It's the government, no have no heart, them no care about poor people. Yeah, bigger heads no love people again. Them more than little of them. Me see friends now reason again. Vex through whistle a blame. What time it hurt me to see how the face. Deal with the eagle of them. Regular me see it a pain. Regular me see it a pain. Take a look at life and don't close your eyes. Sometimes things happen and it's no surprise. And I just, so it go, so it go, so it go, so it go. It's the government, no have no heart, them no care about poor people. Social commentary. Drop the one, your principle, you don't know. The global will come and do it. Some people life every day, it's stress. The high price from JPS, that topic is currently. Jah alone, him a go help you. We need food, and we no healthy. We are feel the pain, beg you protect we. In our life, we have no fenve. Take a look at life, and don't close your eyes. Sometimes things happen and it's no surprise. And I just, so it go, so it go, so it go, so it go. It's the government, no have no heart, them no care about poor people.
Hey, peace, Isaiah. How are you today, sir?
I'm fine. How you doing, sir?
I can't complain at all. I can't complain at all. Blessings to you. Thanks for coming in.
Yes, I'm very enlightened to be here and to share my conjecture on the situation, because I think a lot of people are just confused about FBA and you know what we are, who we are, and what our importance is to this country. And I just want to give my conjecture, if you don't mind.
Sure, please. Go ahead, do your thing.
Okay, so besides Tariq Nasheed, okay, he's the one that coined the phrase FBA. Okay, it stands for Foundational Black Americans. Okay, it's just another term for Black Americans. Okay, he just added the foundational to it, because all these years, all these hundreds of years, white man wants to call us what they want to call us. They want to call us Negro. They want to call us Afro-American. They want to call us niggas. They want to call us all kind of different names that a lot of people from the Caribbean island and other places don't know, because they weren't here to experience the type of trauma that our people experience here in this country, okay? For hundreds of years. People don't understand that. My people, okay, come from South Carolina. Both my mother and my father. They face trauma living in the South. They hate the South so much. God bless them. My father gone. But they faced so much trauma in the South that when they came up to the Bronx, to New York City, they didn't want to go back to the South, because that's how much pain they endured while they was in the South, okay? So what I'm saying to you is the post-traumatic stress that Black Americans go through, because we dealt with the slavery, we dealt with the discrimination, we dealt with the Jim Crow. All that is still relevant to today's society and how we feel, how we act, and how we carry ourselves. You understand? A lot of people that come from the Caribbean that come here, they don't understand that pain, because they was in the islands. They weren't here in the South going through what Black Americans went through, okay? So when Tariq Nasheed talks about foundational to this country, that is exactly right. Foundational to this country, nowhere else, to America. Because when we came here, we were slaves, we were chattel, we weren't even looked at as human beings. That wasn't, I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm sure they faced that same thing in Jamaica and in the islands too, because we all came on the slave ships, and we came here. Some were already here, but the majority came on the slave ships. Okay, so the ones that came on the slave ships, and the ones that were already here, band together to overcome the stuff that we went through, with slavery. Okay, but while we were here, because of, like he said, this ethnogenesis that we went through, we made our own culture here because of that hundreds of years of being here. We have so many different contributions that we have created because of that ethnogenesis in this country. You understand? So when he talks about, I don't know anything about the Phoenicians and all the type of stuff you talk about. That type of stuff don't have nothing to do with foundational Black Americans. Only thing we can talk about is what we laid down here. What we laid down here in this country, okay? So when he talks about foundational, he means foundational because it's our blood, sweat, and tears that we went through that built this country. It was cotton. It was picking those, going in the fields, picking the cotton, picking the tobacco, all that type of agriculture that us Black Americans, okay, that we did is the basis for the wealth of this country. And it's because of that the Civil War happened, and it's because of that they had to give us our rights eventually, because we were a big problem for them. They had to free us eventually. But with that freeing us, they still kept us enslaved because they had the black codes, they had the segregation, they had the black codes, they had all kind of different laws, legal laws against us that we didn't have rights. I mean, you didn't see that in any other country. You didn't see where, any other blacks, not even in Jamaica. Hold on. Not even in Jamaica.
Right. Let me just say something. Do you believe that in those other countries, even though there weren't black codes, there weren't Jim
segregation, there wasn't none of that stuff there. None of that.
Sure. Mm-hmm. Do you believe that the people in those other countries, after those countries were emancipated, do you believe that the slaves in those countries still had difficulties to deal with?
Sure, they had difficulties, but their difficulties.
They may not, and that's my whole point. They may not have been these legal terms of Jim Crow, but those slaves in those Caribbean countries were still going through a lot, which is why they were all trying to still, even to today, they're still trying to move here. So just because there aren't any legal terms for Jim Crow laws doesn't mean that those people that were there weren't being discriminated against big time, and it's still happening now. There are Black Jamaicans that think they're still being discriminated against now in Jamaica. So, I'm still trying to figure out why you feel that the Black experience in America after slavery, right? Why you feel like after slavery, Black Americans had it so much harder than slaves, than freed slaves in the Caribbean, because I don't think that's necessarily true at all. And the reason I don't think that's true is because there weren't any Black Americans post-slavery that were trying to move to the Caribbean. There were Caribbean people who were trying to move here. So I'm trying to figure out why y'all think you had so much better than everybody.
I'm gonna tell you why. Okay, so like I said, there was nowhere else did they have systematic, and I'm talking about systematic. Y'all had your little thing going on there. Yeah, y'all had discrimination, but y'all didn't have actual laws, okay, in the books in Jamaica or any of those islands that was systematically keeping y'all away from what y'all. Matter of fact, y'all even had like, the government, the government of Jamaica.
That's not even true. Like if you look into Rastafarian history, Rastafarians will tell you that there were laws against them specifically, right? And I'm sure there were laws against not just Rastafarians, but other groups of Blacks. There were laws against the what do you call those people that went up into the hills, the Maroons. Of course, there were laws against specifically set against groups of Black people because they were trying to get their freedom. So again, I'm not
pretty much ran their own government. But hold on, they pretty much ran their own government. What I'm trying to explain to you, in those islands, a lot of people that's of those islands, they ran their own governments, meaning they pretty much, for the most part, I'm not saying all the way, but for the most part.
When did Jamaica gain its independence to run its own government?
I'm talking about Black people. I'm talking about Black people. Black people of the islands were running their own government, whereas here,
until they gained independence, until those Caribbean countries gained independence, they were all ran by the British. They were still British colonies, and most of them got their independence in the early 20th century, 1960s maybe. Like, so why are you saying that they were running their own countries? And they weren't independent until very recent.
Okay, but hold on. You might be true, but for the most part, if you look at the history, y'all had it. I'm not saying this. I'm not saying that y'all had it so much better, but you know what I'm saying. You got to understand where we coming from, because when y'all come to this country,
Isaiah, if we had it so much better, why were people leaving the Caribbean to come here? And why is it even today? And why is it even today when they come here and face what y'all are facing, what Black Americans are facing?
Economics, because we were able to.
They still don't even understand what your complaints are.
That's why you think we saying that we the foundation to this country, man. Because we, is our blood, sweat, and tears that helped build that country to the point where it was the richest country in this world. The United States is the richest country in this world because of the backs of Black people. Okay, I'm not saying other people didn't do that.
As well, Isaiah, it's off of.
I'm not saying. I'm not saying other people didn't. I'm not saying other people didn't play a part in that. But it was the slaves. It was
foundation to America.
What was it?
Do you think immigrants are also foundational to America?
I believe they played a part in it, but before you got here, before immigrants got here, we was here already hundreds of years building this country. We was here hundreds of years building this country, or my brother. You don't. I mean, hold on. You don't accept that we was here since the 1600s. Nobody was here. Nobody was here but us and white people.
Hold on.
So that's why we're saying we're the foundational, because when this country was first built, we were here. Nobody else was here but blacks and whites. Blacks and whites.
The whites that were here, weren't the whites immigrants?
The whites were immigrants. No, brother. When they came on those ships, when they came on the ships in the 1600s, when they brought us, they came here and set shop up. And they
Isaiah,
started.
can we have a conversation? Isaiah, can we have a conversation?
Yes, we have the
whites
conversation.
came here on those ships. The whites that came on their ships, they were immigrants, correct?
No, because the country wasn't built yet, my brother. So how could they be immigrants to a country that wasn't built yet? That wasn't built yet.
So your slaves,
It wasn't even built yet. There was no United States yet in the 1600s.
Slaves are not foundational because America wasn't built yet.
Okay, but
America wasn't built until 1776. So all of this 1600 stuff you're talking about, America wasn't built yet. So you're not foundational.
We were here. But we were here. We were here already.
So was the white man.
But
you just
okay, but that's why we're saying we're foundational to this country, brother. But why is people from the Caribbean having a problem with that with us? When we telling you we are the foundation, you can ask any black American. You can ask any black American. You can ask any black American, my brother, and they're gonna tell you
white man foundational.
No, they're not foundational.
But he was here before you.
No, he wasn't. The white man was not here before us.
Here as a slave. Didn't he?
Brother, I just told you that there were black people here already. There were black people here in this country already.
How many? How many?
I don't know. I wasn't there around the time, but there was some here already.
Isaiah, let me ask you a question,
Yes,
Isaiah.
Yes. Go ahead, ask me a question.
By probability, who do you think is more likely that you are a descendant of? Do you think it's more likely that you're a descendant of the black people that were here before the white man? Or do you think it's more likely that you're a descendant of the black people that the white man brought here?
No, because I have a lot of features of African American Africans, and I have a lot of features of the Olmecs. I have a lot of features of Olmec people. I do.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Maybe okay, the average black American, not you, the average black American. Do you think the average black American is more likely going to trace his lineage to? Do you think the average black American is going to more likely trace his lineage back to the slaves that the white man brought here, or back to the blacks that were here way before the white man? Who do you think the average? That's not
quantifiable. That's not quantifiable.
Of course it is, because that's what you mean by being foundational.
It's not quantifiable. Only thing we can tell is if we do a trace. If we do a trace, a DNA trace, like a ethno trace, could we know that? I haven't done that yet. I've never done that, but I can tell you one thing: my people are foundational because all my family come from here. None of us are immigrants. We were in this country for centuries. I can tell you one thing: I have white in my family. I have white in my blood. Yes, I do. Because guess what? The white man was raping our women in slavery time. So we do have a lot of white blood in us too. Okay, we have Indian blood. We have African blood. The same way Jamaicans and people from the island have what you call a Taino, all that type of stuff they talk about, Taino blood, that Spaniard blood, and all the other mixtures. The same thing with American blacks. We have mixtures too, and because we have those mixtures, that was the ethno side that we are talking about. Because we have all those mixtures in us. We have Cherokee, we have Navajo, we have all kind of Indian blood in us, especially on my father's side. On my father and mother's side, we have Indian blood.
Are Indians foundational to America as well? They were here before you, and they were slaves.
Okay, well, they're not foundational. You know why they're not foundational? They're not foundational because they didn't help build it. They didn't help build it. They were just here. They didn't help build it.
Yes, they did, Isaiah. The white man had them as slaves before they enslaved the Africans.
Brother, no.
The white man, Isaiah, you got to know your history, Isaiah.
Anybody home? What happened?
That was strange.
My name is Reverend Green. It appears that this show is going through technical difficulties. Is this true?
Reverend Green, can you hear me?
I can hear you now, sir.
Right. Thanks for
Yeah,
stopping in.
I'm FBA, and I agree with none of that back and forth. You're speaking to someone who's either a tether or someone who's a pale fail pretending to be a tether. All that back and forth, there is no admixture in FBA. Maybe you and your lineage that you know of. There is nothing wrong with being American first. There's nothing being wrong with connecting to your ancestry here from America first. Not at all. I just want to be clear with that. His people or anybody in the Caribbean, they sold themselves out. They have a prime minister from long ago in the 60s and the 70s, Prime Minister Siega. He was a white man from fucking Boston, Massachusetts. He studied sociology, had a major from Harvard, and he went down there and he hoodwinked everybody by speaking a little native patois. Y'all believed him. He put Pizza Hut and McDonald's there and KFC to this very day.
Didn't exist then.
Pizza
Hut and McDonald's didn't even exist then.
I'm talking about in the 1970s. And you know McDonald's existed in my... What you mean? So at the end of the day, there's a lot of people who come up in here fronting. How you let this man go back and forth with you, challenge you like that?
Hold on, you're talking to me?
I'm confused.
Tussling with this punk.
Who are you talking to?
He's talking to you. I think that's kind of rude.
He chopped your head off and drunk your blood.
No, he didn't. No, he did not. He stated his opinion.
You kept on slipping up. Oh well, yeah, Japanese. I guess they foundational too. The Amish, they foundational too. Come on.
But how are you gonna sit and talk to black people to tell us how we are and who we are? Why did we?
Because that's exactly. You're giving out foundational to everybody. You're confusing, or either you're not foundational. Period. You're just very fond of it.
Who are you? But who are you though?
You sound like someone who's very fond.
Who are you from?
You're fond of it.
Where are you from?
I'm from a small place called Planet Earth. Have you heard of it?
Okay, have you? Are you sitting on Earth or are you sitting in hell?
I'm right here on Planet Earth.
I can tell you're right here, but it ain't doing no good because you don't know what you're talking about. I don't know how.
I definitely do. How far you want to go back about Planet Earth?
Tell us how to be as black people or where we're from.
No one's telling you how to be like black people.
You had your
no one's telling you that.
I'll wait till you get through talking because you're a man.
I like your earrings, sis.
Show your face so I can tell you what I like other than the white and the black circle. Because you're showing me the right two colors, white and black. So show me who you are, and then I can tell you what I like. For now, I like your white and black avatar.
It doesn't matter, sis.
It doesn't matter. But who am I talking to, you or the host? Are you the host? Because you didn't even speak if you got that many manners.
I just came up here. It was some...
Exactly. So what do you come up here to talk about? Because you're not black like me. I can tell you that for a fact.
I'm definitely black.
You are. Well, you black.
Definitely FBA.
You are black.
Both sides of the family.
What party you are black, sir?
I'm foundational Black American.
Why, oh, now you foundational, but we can't be. How are you foundational? How long have you been foundational? Since you can remember?
We're talking about lineage, correct?
We're talking, are you foundational? With or
Yes,
without
my
lineage?
lineage is foundational. Foundation to the United States of America.
How far back did you become foundational?
Since before America was America.
How the hell? I know good and goddamn well you ain't older than me, baby, and I'm 50. I know you're not older than me. I can tell by your immaturity. You're not older than me. So you ain't been here longer than Earth, and I'm a Capricorn. I'm an Earth sign.
Okay.
Hey, Queen, can you hear me?
And
Queen,
I'm an air sign.
I can hear you, American. How you doing?
And I'm an air sign.
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Bye-bye sign. I'm talking to American Dream right now. I'm talking to the dream of being in America. Go ahead, American Dream, and how are you doing?
Because I'm doing very well. Thank you so much for coming in. I can't hear Reverend Green for some reason. Reverend Green, can you say something? Let me see if I can hear you, because I'm not hearing what you're saying.
Hello, sir. How you doing?
All right, there you go. All right, nice. Yeah, so did you have a specific question in mind when you came up?
How is it that the host of the show had his head decapitated?
That's an ignorant person.
The host of the show, as in me?
Yeah.
It seemed like you were struggling with this person.
He wasn't struggling. He's doing what he's supposed to do when you're sitting on the stage conversating with people. I mean, that just because he's the host, that don't mean he have the be all say all and he's right. We have our own facts and we have our own opinions. So what does his head have to do with it? What was that man, because you know he was Black, he was supposed to shut everything down because the American Dream said one thing and he said something else? It don't work like that. It doesn't work like that.
So what do you think I messed up on?
Why do all of a sudden our white president, he start talking deportation, and we have to define whether or not we're foundational or not? Like, why didn't y'all discuss this before? Why all of a sudden we have to be here discussing who we are? I got a United States.
That's a great question. These are all great questions.
I have a United States birth certificate and a social security card. It don't come with no other attachments. And that go down the line of my daddy, mama, grandma, great-grandma, great-grandma. It goes down the line for me. So who are you to tell us whether or not we're foundational? Look like I got your goddamn head on the platter. And
That's a great question. That's a great question. And I voted for Donald Trump.
Because I don't know why you have Reverend in the front of your name and you don't show your face.
That's a great question as well. And I voted for Donald Trump, the greatest president.
Yes, you did, and that's why he's upholding the law. You voted for Donald Trump. He advised you of the wall the first time he had a term, and then you voted for his ass again. And guess what he did? He's saying bye-bye. He's saying bye-bye not because he wrote the law. He's saying bye-bye because he's enforcing the law. So why would we have so much anger right now?
I'm not angry, man.
It ain't just you, it's a whole bunch of yous. So if you're not angry, why are you here on here? Because we have a Black man on stage telling the host what
he was struggling, man. He was struggling, man. I voted for President Trump.
Tell me what I was struggling with. Reverend, tell me what I was struggling with.
That's a great question, sir. It just seems like you kept on backing up every time when he would say Italian. We're here first as well. You'd be like, well, yeah, I guess so. Them too.
Did he say Italians were here? When did he say Italians?
He talked about Italians, Irish, everybody. Like, so it just seems that the chronological order of things were in no particular order at all. So anyone could be foundational. By that conversation alone, that's what it seemed like. So if everybody can be foundational.
If anybody's foundational, why aren't we leaving?
Excuse me, ma'am, one more time.
You heard me.
I'm asking you one more time, madam.
You heard me.
Can you hear me? One more time.
You heard
no, I that's why I asked you, madam.
We're foundational. Why aren't we leaving?
Why aren't we? One more time.
No, not we. Us. Why aren't us leaving? We're foundational.
Oh, okay, I hear you. I heard you clearly.
You voted for Trump.
Mm-hmm.
But the Blacks of America aren't being deported. The Africans that say they're not Black Americans are being deported. So
I have no problem with that.
We got a hiccup here on who's foundational and who's not.
Yes, that's why I voted for this. And I have no problem.
You're deflecting. I can't talk to people like you. Typical. You're deflecting. You're not even answering the questions. You're asking questions. You're talking. You're not even listening because you just want to get your word out. But your word makes absolutely no sense to me because it sounds like you're a jigsaw puzzle. You sound like you're all over the place.
Queen, let me ask you, Queen, do you consider yourself FBA?
I'm a Black American.
Right, you don't have.
I don't put F and all that in front of me. I'm a Black American.
Right, you don't have any Caribbean or African ancestry,
I'm a Black American.
Okay, but you don't.
Before.
Sure. Do you think Black Americans are foundational?
If they're from the United States, to me, they are. If they're from the United States and they can trace back their mammy, grandmammy, great-grandmammy, great-great-grandmammy, where else would they be from?
Right. And so you think Indians, so you think the native Indians are also foundational? Do you think native Indians are also foundational?
I feel like they are. My dad's mom is an Indian. She's
right.
Indian and Black. And she's passed away now. If she was living right now, she would be about 90-something years old. And that's just the grandmother.
Right. And you believe that white folks are also foundational?
It's a fact.
And white folks are also foundational.
White people can be foundational as well. If they trace their grandmammy and great-great-grandmammy and great-great-grandmammies back to the United States, where else they gonna be from? See, y'all try to go so back. Y'all try to go so far back in history till y'all don't even know those histories. Y'all listen to what people say, but what we're going through right now, FBAs only got put on the board because Trump enforced the law that's been written. He didn't write the law as a white man. He enforced the law. So all of a sudden we got to determine who's foundational and who's not, like where that came from.
Okay. Reverend, do you hang on a second, Queen. Reverend, do you disagree with her that Black Americans, white folks, and Native Indians are foundational? Do you disagree with that, Reverend?
One at a time, I definitely do agree with that, sir.
Okay. You agree that all three are foundational?
What
do you mean one at a time?
If you would ask me one at a time, because you said them like three of them at a time, like so.
Right, Black folk, Black Americans, white Americans, and Native Americans. Do you think they're all foundational?
No, they're not. No, I'm not answering it like that. I'm Black Americans. You're gonna have to know your lineage to know if you're foundational or not. I know I'm foundational lineage.
I get that, but the Black Americans, no, the Black Americans that can trace their lineage.
Native American stuff is all made up.
So the Black Americans that can trace their lineage.
Anyone can be Native American, especially if they're not Black at all in this country.
Anybody in your family up for deportation?
No, ma'am, not at this time. How is your family though? Are everyone safe?
That's why I'm sitting here talking to you. You think
everyone's safe in your family, ma'am?
You think if my family wasn't safe, you think I'll have time for you, Reverend?
Thank you, ma'am. That sounds smart. Sounds I'm true.
Very smart. That's why you're responding.
That's why I'm talking to you.
Dummies don't respond, do they? Let me ask you a question. Do you think dummies respond? Be honest, it's yes or no. Do you think dummies respond?
Of course they can.
Okay, thank you. Do you think
do
you think dummies that can't talk respond?
Yeah, with handwriting, sign language.
So
yes, they can.
Dummies, you think all dummies that can't talk, they respond with handwriting? You really believe that?
Yeah, sometimes you can't. Sometimes it's not good to incriminate yourself or implicate others. It's not good to respond to things. You have to be a dummy to respond to everything.
Scratch the question. You driving in the car. Who you think put your ass in that car? A dummy. Did a dummy talk back to you? Think about that question and get back to me. You're not mindsy. You're not a mental person.
Yeah, a dummy never put me in a car. I'm not even in a car right now.
What's the net? You.
Yeah, let's kind of let's get back on topic. Let's,
madam,
hang on, guys. Hang on,
sir,
Reverend,
sir,
Reverend, hang on a second.
Sir.
hang on a second, Reverend.
Yeah.
Let's try and stay on a particular topic. Let's not go back and forth, kind of arguing with each other. So I'm still trying to figure out exactly what you came on to ask, Reverend.
I'm here, and I saw someone. It seemed like someone with the FBA, American Dream. It just seemed like a lot of stuff became all
okay. So do you think American Dream is an FBA? You think American Dream is an FBA?
It seemed like everybody was mixing up things, and I'm like, wow.
Who is everybody?
So I wanted to check on this channel. Like, what type of channel is this?
It was only 2 people up here. Was it the fact that he was talking to a black man that brought you aboard?
I'm not even sure who he was talking to, really.
No, I was speaking to. So let me just be clear, Reverend and Queen, just so y'all know a little bit about me. I'm not an FBA. I'm a Jamaican.
I know, I could tell.
So I was speaking with someone who was an FBA.
Right.
So I don't know if you were confused a little bit, Reverend, when you came on, because it sounds as if you thought I was the FBA.
No.
It sounds like there was problems altogether.
No, that's not.
And someone was giving pushback. Then it was probably you who was giving the pushback, sir.
That's not what you originally said, Reverend. Don't lie.
It sounds like you were giving the other person the pushback.
That's not what you originally said,
correct,
Reverend.
That's right. When you came on, you
Mr. American Dream.
Hold on, Reverend.
Mr. American Dream.
Go ahead. You have a question for me,
Mr. American Dream.
Yes.
The first thing is this. I'm composed, and I want to speak to the Queen right there. I think her name is Queen something. Don't let them bully you at home. Don't let them bully you at home. It's not me who's doing that.
You must be a troll.
I shouldn't touch your heart like that.
You got to be a troll.
I shouldn't be touching your heart like that, you know?
Who? American Dream?
No, I'm just saying, whatever's bringing out the sentiment of like I could touch you or I know you like that. Don't trip on me like that. Don't trip on me.
Whose heart are you referring to?
Don't trip on me like that. That's all I'm saying.
Whose heart are you referring to? See, I like to back the story up before we go forward. Whose heart are you talking about?
It seems like anything I might have said might have touched your heart.
My heart?
Don't trip. Yeah, don't trip.
Wait 1 second. You mean my heart?
Mm-hmm.
You would never
don't trip, sis.
You would never be able. Don't call me sis. I don't play like that. You would never be able to touch.
Don't trip, Queen.
You would. That's better. You would never be able to.
Don't trip, Queen.
What a queer. Keep talking. I'll let you finish.
Yeah, hang on a second. All right, Rev. Let me speak with Queen for a minute. Queen, do you consider yourself a Pan-Africanist more than a foundational Black American?
I'm a Black American. But listen, because I'm a Black American, Pan, African, Black, and America, all that will still go on one line for me. Because I've been here, I built this country, I put blood and sweat here. My mama, grandma, great-grandma, great-great-grandma, and her goddamn mama. So Pan comes from America. Whoever created Pan, they put the wrong definition on those people. Pan, because you came from somewhere else and you settled here a little while, that's not Pan to me. I'm Pan, my grandma Pan, my great-grandma Pan, and I'm American, and I'm Black, and I'm African. All of it come in a defined definition of a Black American. Period.
Okay, so how do you feel about what's going on with FBA and immigrants? Do you think like just that rift that's going on with them? Like, what is your position on it? Like, which side do you take on that rift?
I take a couple of sides on that. The first side that I take is that we built this country. And if you came over here on borrowed time, loan time, or needed time, you don't get to come over here and spew your trap at us like that. The Americans here, Black and white, didn't cause a war between no one in their other country. The war started when they snuck in here illegally and they know they weren't supposed to be here. Number one. The next war started when our Democrat parties and our Republicans too decided not to uphold that law. They smothered us as Americans, treating us as enslaved while bringing illegal immigrants and legal immigrants here and making sure that they got money every month when our homeless people didn't have money, when our scuffling and suffering people didn't have money. So we have no problem with any other nation, country, continent. We don't have a problem with you all. We didn't enforce the rule, which we should have. We have a white president that enforced the rule. So how did it become Black, Pan-African, African? How did all this come to play? Why isn't anyone going after the white man that enforced the laws of the United States, which is our country? Why did we get involved? This is a situation where Blacks, Black Americans, white Americans, we did nothing wrong. For the new topic through YouTube and Instagram and Facebook is about mostly Blacks. It's not even about the whites. When our white counterpart enforced our rules that were already written.
So you're saying things were perfectly fine
Well,
4 years ago? Things were perfectly fine 4 years ago.
Well, 4 years ago, did we have illegal immigrants?
It was perfectly fine then, right, for you?
4 years ago, that's what you're saying, because you're not asking me that question. Because
I'm asking you.
I summed that question up when I said what I said. We are enforcing a law that's already been here. If you want more on me, go on my channel and see how I get down.
Sounds like a great idea.
At Dee said it. It's 2 D's and said it. DeeSaidit.
I'll do the replay on this and I'll hear it again. Thank you.
Don't do the replay on this. You ain't gonna get much out of here. Go do the replay on all them videos I got over there.
I'll do the replay on this and I'll hear what you had said.
On the real video over there.
I'll do the replay on this.
If you're
I'll do the replay on this video and I may hear exactly what you just plugged out for your channel and I'll visit it.
I gotta say, I'm still a little bit at a loss in terms of, both of y'all and kind of, what your positions are. Like, it's still unclear to me what your positions are. So let me just ask you, Queen, like, did you come up to ask a particular question? Because the show is called Ask AD Anything, Ask American Dream Anything. So I'm presuming that y'all came in to ask a question. So was there a question that you came in to ask, Queen?
I didn't come in to ask a question. I came in to respond to y'all conversation.
Okay, so what exactly did you want to say?
I came in to respond to understand, like, why is it that we're going through this about who's foundational and who's not, and it's all geared towards Black? Because the rules are being enforced by our white president. Why are we on y'all main line is what I'm trying to understand. Why are we on the main line right now? We step back. Let the president do what he was supposed to do, and we're enforcing it, because if you're illegal, you can't be illegal in our country, and you're undercutting us on everything, because an illegal ain't paying taxes. They don't have a social security number to file. Illegal, not getting the same benefits that a legal immigrant would get or a legal United States citizen would get. So I'm trying to understand, why are we on the line right now for everybody? And if it was that good in every other country, why aren't everybody in their country sweeping around their own front doors?
Well, I think most immigrants are here because they are invited to come. I think,
so how could you be invited if you're illegal?
So you're only speaking about illegals. So you only have an issue with illegal immigrants, because most FBAs have a problem, not just with illegal immigration. They have a problem with immigration, period.
That's not true. But it didn't start there. Listen, if that was the case, why didn't we have all these videos before Trump enforced the law? Why didn't we talk about
No,
this?
we actually did. No, I think we did. I think the whole rift between FBA and immigrants started with reparations and the fight for reparations, and FBA don't want any Black immigrants to get reparations. According to them.
Show me a video of that. Play it back.
I mean, I think that's pretty. I think the main purpose of ADOS and FBA is their reparations claim, and the main reason that those groups even started was to secure their reparations, because they feel that this idea of giving reparations to people from the Caribbean or people from Africa who don't have slave lineage here, they're opposed to that. So they want reparations just for themselves, and they don't want.
How long ago
I don't. I'm not sure exactly how far back ADOS goes, but ADOS has an actual legal claim, and they're approaching reparations from a legal perspective, and they're trying to come up with a whole legal argument. And their main thing against immigrants is that they have a problem with immigrants that want reparations to go to any black person. If you're black, you get reparations just because you're black. But their thing is, no, the only people that should get reparations are what they call foundational black Americans. And they're referring to them as foundational because they've been here since slavery days. And so I don't think FBA has anything necessarily to do with Trump or the fight against illegal immigration. I think that is something they've taken up since Trump got into office, and they've allied themselves with that argument. But I think fundamentally their main thing is reparations and their reparations claim. And they don't want other black people to come to America and just make a reparations claim from America. That's my understanding of the FBA argument. Reverend Green, is that the same thing you find, or do you have a different position on what FBA is about?
That's a great question. I'd say, for the most part, what you said in summary was pretty accurate. However, it goes way before the algorithm kicked in this year or the year before the elections. The algorithm for the FBA really kicked in more during the Biden administration, what was going on. And when he positioned himself away and Vice President Kamala Harris was running as a president, so to speak. That's when it really made common sense. The argument, especially when President Donald Trump went on the Black Journalists News Association forum, and he said something that echoed what FBA were saying from day one, that Kamala is not black. She's not an FBA. She's not even black.
Oh, buddy.
All right, thanks.
And that's
hang
when
on
he
a second.
he asked the question. He's like, is she black? Because when I met her, she was Asian. And this was true. Originally, she was going by Asian.
Come on. You see this?
Originally, it's just like Roland Martin. Originally, he was a Republican at once. That's how he started off.
Now he's going into party styles. My goodness. My God, the beat.
It's just the way it is. It's just like Donald Trump. Donald Trump was originally a Democrat at once.
Hang on a second. We got another guest here. Ola. Hey, Ola. Peace to you. Can you unmute?
Oh yeah. How you doing, man?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Pretty good.
Can't hardly hear you.
Yeah. I've been listening to your guys and the camouflage. I'm from Africa. If you hear my accent, I'm from Nigeria. I've been listening to the what it called the so-called Diaspora war, and I've been hearing about ADOS, FBA, and all this is started when Ghana did what called Year of Return, and that's when this group will be created. And if you check the people that created this group, you can't really differentiate them from heavily Latino-looking light skin. They could have said Black Americans, right? They're very heavily light skinned, and I think they felt where they belong to. That's what I felt. But darkly, deeply, they have hatred against Africans. You see, this hatred against Africans, this start now. This hatred against Africans have already started from early 70s when the first Africans were coming there to study. You know,
Who are you
this
saying have hatred? Can you repeat that? Who did you say have hatred?
Black Americans have hatred against Africans right from early 70s. and what you see now, these are just the children and the grandchildren of those that hate the Africans right from the early 70s. It become more amplified, but without the continental Africans didn't know much about that. There will be hatred like that. You have to understand, Africans are coming back home, never talking much about Black Americans.
Damn lie. Stop that. Stop that. Stop that, sir. Stop that. You talking to them too that might not know any better? You stop that. First of all, let's keep it real. How many Africans over here stealing from our country? How many Americans
hold on. Let me put it through. Let me put it through. If you go to the American embassy, you don't see no Black American in the American embassy.
You see Black Americans over in your country? How many Black Americans go to your country?
Hold on. You talk about your country.
Put it on the line the right way. Y'all see, y'all like to start in the middle of the story.
Hold on.
Lies.
When you go to your government,
we're not talking about government. Let's go back to your country. How many Black Americans are in your country stealing and illegal? So if we're not wait a minute, if we're not in your country stealing, what makes you think we give a damn about y'all? We're not even in your country.
Nobody coming to your country to steal. You are very loud.
If I go to your country with you, if I go to your country, are you going to call yourself a foundation? Are you going to call yourself a Black foundational?
Hold on. Let me finish.
No,
the country you call your country belongs to the Italians Americans, to the Jewish Americans,
who does your country belong to?
The country does not belong to you. The country does not belong to you alone.
Who does your country belong to?
When you say your country, you have to measure how many people that owns that country. The white people own
your country belong to?
The owns that country. It's not by your aggressiveness.
Who does your country belong to?
The country does not belong to you alone.
Who does your country belong to?
If you go to that damn embassy,
okay, guys, hold on. Can we not talk over each other, please? It just sounds like noise when we talk. Hold on, let me finish, please. Let's not. I'm gonna let you finish, Ola. But let me just say this. I know I'm gonna let
listen very, very carefully.
Tell the youth them to be strong. You can't tell the youth them to preach wrongs. While you try it on these lands, just remember every man is equal. Yeah. Each one teach one, and our Father God, him are the only done. So make we ease and reason, smoke trees, span the ends, all the deep meds. Take a look at life, and don't close your eyes. Sometimes things happen, and it's no surprise. And I just, so it go, so it go, so it go, so it go.
Listen very, very carefully.
Tell the youth them to be strong. You can't tell the youth them to preach wrongs. While you try it on these lands, just remember every man is equal. Yeah. Each one teach one, and our Father God, him are the only done. So make we ease and reason, smoke trees, span the ends, all the deep meds. Take a look at life, and don't close your eyes. Sometimes things happen and it's no surprise. And I just, so it go, so it go, so it go, so it go. It's the government now have no heart, them no care about poor people. Yeah, bigger heads no love people again. Them more sad than little of them. We see friends now reason again. Vex through whistle a blame. More time it hurt me if you see how the face. Deal with the eagle of them. Regular me see it a pain. Regular me see it a pain. Take a look at life and don't close your eyes. Sometimes things happen and it's no surprise. And I just, so it go, so it go, so it go, so it go. It's the government now have no heart, them no care about poor people. Social commentary. Drop the one, your principle, you don't know. The global will come and do it. Some people life every day, it's stress. The high price from JPS, that topic is currently. Jah alone, him a go help you. We need food, and we no healthy. We are feel the pain, beg you protect we. In our life, we have no fenve. Take a look at life, and don't close your eyes. Sometimes things happen and it's no surprise. And I just, so it go, so it go, so it go, so it go. It's the government now have no heart, them no care about poor people. Tell the youth them to be strong. You can't tell the youth them to preach wrongs. While you try it on these lands, just remember every man is equal. Yeah. Each one teach one, and our Father God, him are the only done. So make we ease and reason, smoke trees, span the ends, all the deep meds. Take a look at life, and don't close your eyes. Sometimes things happen and it's no surprise. And I just, so it go, so it go, so it go, so it go. It's the government now have no heart, them no care about poor people. Yeah, bigger heads no love people again. Them more sad than little of them. We see friends now reason again. Vex through whistle a blame. More time it hurt me if you see how the face. Deal with the eagle of them. Regular me see it a pain. Regular me see it a pain. Take a look at life and don't close your eyes. Sometimes things happen and it's no surprise. And I just, so it go, so it go, so it go, so it go. It's the government now have no heart, them no care about poor people. Social commentary. Drop the one, your principle, you don't know. The global will come and do it. Some people life every day, it's stress. The high price from JPS, that topic is currently. Jah alone, him a go help you. We need food, but we no healthy. We are feel the pain, beg you protect we. In our life, we have no fanfare. Take a look at life and don't close your eyes. Sometimes things happen and it's no surprise. And I just, so it go, so it go, so it go, so it go. It's a government, no have no heart, them no care about poor people.
Very careful.
Tell the youth them to be strong. You can't tell the youth them to preach wrongs. While you try it on these lands, just remember every man is equal. Yeah, each one teach one. And our Father God, him are the only done. So make we ease and reason. Smoke trees, span the ends, all the deep meds. Take a look at life and don't close your eyes. Sometimes things happen and it's no surprise. And I just, so it go, so it go, so it go, so it go. It's the government, no have no heart, them no care about poor people. Yeah, bigger heads no love people again. Them more than little of them. Me see friends now reason again. Vex through whistle a blame. What time it hurt me to see how the face. Deal with the eagle of them. Regular me see it a pain. Regular me see it a pain. Take a look at life and don't close your eyes. Sometimes things happen and it's no surprise. And I just, so it go, so it go, so it go, so it go. It's the government, no have no heart, them no care about poor people. Social commentary. Drop the one, your principle, you don't know. The global will come and do it. Some people life every day, it's stress. The high price from JPS, that topic is currently. Jah alone, him a go help you. We need food, but we no healthy. We are feel the pain, beg you protect we. In our life, we have no fanfare. Take a look at life and don't close your eyes. Sometimes things happen and it's no surprise. And I just, so it go, so it go, so it go, so it go. It's the government, no have no heart, them no care about poor people.
Very careful.
Tell the youth them to be strong. You can't tell the youth them to preach wrongs. While you try it on these lands, just remember every man is equal. Yeah, each one teach one. And our Father God, him are the only done. So make we ease and reason. Smoke trees, span the ends, all the deep meds. Take a look at life and don't close your eyes. Sometimes things happen and it's no surprise. And I just, so it go, so it go, so it go, so it go. It's the government, no have no heart, them no care about poor people. Yeah, bigger heads no love people again. Them more than little of them. Me see friends now reason again. Vex through whistle a blame. What time it hurt me to see how the face. Deal with the eagle of them. Regular me see it a pain. Regular me see it a pain. Take a look at life and don't close your eyes. Sometimes things happen and it's no surprise. And I just so it go, so it go, so it go, so it go. It's a government no have no heart, them no care about poor people. Social commentary. Drop the one, your principle, you don't know. The global will come and do it. Some people life every day, it's stress. The high price from JPS, that topic is currently. Jah alone, him a go help you. We need food, but we no healthy. We are feel the pain, beg you protect we. In our life, we have no fenve. Take a look at life and don't close your eyes. Sometimes things happen and it's no surprise. And I just so it go, so it go, so it go, so it go. It's a government no have no heart, them no care about poor people.
Very careful.
Tell the youth them to be strong. You can't tell the youth them to preach wrongs. While you try it on these lands, just remember every man is equal. Yeah, each one teach one. And our Father God, him are the only done. So make we ease and reason. Smoke trees, span the ends, all the deep meds. Take a look at life and don't close your eyes. Sometimes things happen and it's no surprise. And I just so it go, so it go, so it go, so it go. It's a government no have no heart, them no care about poor people. Yeah, bigger heads no love people again. Them more than little of them. Me see friends now reason again. Vex through whistle a blame. More time it hurt me to see how the face. Deal with the eagle of them. Regular me see it a pain. Regular me see it a pain. Take a look at life and don't close your eyes. Sometimes things happen and it's no surprise. And I just so it go, so it go, so it go, so it go. It's a government no have no heart, them no care about poor people. Social commentary. Drop the one, your principle, you don't know. The global will come and do it. Some people life every day, it's stress. The high price from JPS, that topic is currently. Jah alone, him a go help you. We need food, but we no healthy. We are feel the pain, beg you protect we. In our life, we have no fenve. Take a look at life and don't close your eyes. Sometimes things happen and it's no surprise. And I just so it go, so it go, so it go, so it go. It's a government no have no heart, them no care about poor people.
Very careful.
Tell the youth them to be strong. You can't tell the youth them to preach wrongs. While you try it on these lands, just remember every man is equal. Yeah, each one teach one. And our Father God, him are the only done. So make we ease and reason. Smoke trees, span the ends, all the deep meds. Take a look at life and don't close your eyes. Sometimes things happen and it's no surprise. And I just so it go, so it go, so it go, so it go. It's a government no have no heart, them no care about poor people. Yeah, bigger heads no love people again. Them more than little of them. Me see friends now reason again. Vex through whistle a blame. What time it hurt me if you see how the face. Deal with the eagle at them. Regular me see it a pain. Regular me see it a pain. Take a look at life and don't close your eyes. Sometimes things happen and it's no surprise. And I just so it go, so it go, so it go, so it go. It's a government no have no heart, them no care about poor people. Social commentary. Drop the one, your principle, you don't know. The global will come and do it. Some people life every day, it's stress. The high price from JPS, that topic is currently. Jah alone, him a go help you. We need food, but we no healthy. We are feel the pain, beg you protect me. In our life, we have no fanfare. Take a look at life and don't close your eyes. Sometimes things happen and it's no surprise. And I just, so it go, so it go, so it go, so it go. It's a government no have no heart, them no care about poor people.
Very careful.
Tell the youth them to be strong. You can't tell the youth them to preach wrongs. While you try it on these lands, just remember every man is equal. Yeah, each one teach one. And our Father God, him are the only done. So make we ease and reason. Smoke trees, span the ends, all the deep meds. Take a look at life and don't close your eyes. Sometimes things happen and it's no surprise. And I just, so it go, so it go, so it go.
I want you to listen very carefully.
It's all about life in the street. People are suffer, try survive in the heat. Bad mind them up to one, hygiene a do it. That's why enough of them, yeah, rifle a beat. Everybody want big ups and want to drive in a Jeep. Every day I'm at the ball when she bike in a read. Not even 5 days, you can't find for the week. Me no see no changes, the same cycle repeat. Give thanks cause life it's a sweet. But keep an eye open every time you go sleep. Cause mankind jealous and them idle go late. Them never yet plant and not try figure it. Bigger heads where you fight for the state. Now care about the future nor the child where you creep. Them a pray the fat Kyle was a mate. The system will slide where you fit.
In the streets so we born and grow. Only Jah know and nobody know.
When we talk about ghetto life, talk about ghetto life.
Everybody a priest and them want it though. That's why them a speed and they pan the go.
Cause this a real ghetto life. This a real ghetto life. Yeah. Everybody just a pre-success. When me looking at the street, you me see enough stress. Them all a fight people who reach up next. Everybody want floss and a beat up chest. Juvenile in a them teen love sex. Them a breed the fast money, them no need subjects. And if you're unfortunate, please don't vex. Also the things said cause the streets don't rest.
In the streets so we born and grow. Only Jah know and nobody know.
When we talk about ghetto life, talk about ghetto life.
Everybody a priest and them want it though. That's why them a speed and they pan the go.
Cause this a real ghetto life. This a real ghetto life. Yeah. It's all about life in the street. People are suffer, try survive in the heat. Bad mind them up to one, hygiene a do it. That's why enough of them, yeah, rifle a beat. Everybody want big ups and want to drive in a Jeep. Every day I'm at the ball when she bike in a read. Not even 5 wheels, you can't find for the week. Me no see no changes, the same cycle repeat. Give thanks cause life it's a sweet. But keep an eye open every time you go sleep. Cause mankind jealous and them idle go late. Them never yet plant and not try figure it. Bigger heads where you fight for the state. Now care about the future nor the child where you creep. Them a pray the fat Kyle will sonate. The system will slide where you fit.
In the streets where we born and grow, only Jah know and nobody know.
When we talk about ghetto life, talk about ghetto life.
Everybody a priest and them want the dough. That's why them a speed and they pan the go.
Cause this a real ghetto life. This a real ghetto life. Yeah.
I want you to listen very, very carefully.
It's all about life in the street. People are suffer, try survive in the heat. Bad mind them up to one, hygiene a do it. That's why enough of them, rifle a beat. Everybody want big ups and want to drive in a Jeep. Every day I'm at the ball when she buy in a read. Not even 5 bills, you can't find for the week. Me no see no changes, the same cycle repeat. Give thanks cause life it's a sweet. But keep an eye open every time you go slave. Cause mankind jealous and them idle worry. Them never yet plant and not try figure rape. Bigger heads where you fight for the sake. Now care about the future nor the child where you creep. Them a pray the fat Kyle will submit. The system will slide where you fit.
In the streets where we born and grow, only Jah know and nobody know.
When we talk about ghetto life, talk about ghetto life.
Everybody a priest and them want the dough. That's why them a speed and they pan the go.
Cause this a real ghetto life. This a real ghetto life. Yeah. Everybody just a pre-success. When me looking at the street, you me see enough stress. Them all a fight people who reach up next. Everybody want floss and a beat up chest. Juvenile in a them teen love sex. Them a breed the fast money, them no need subjects. And if you're unfortunate, please don't vex. Also the things said cause the streets don't rest.
In the streets where we born and grow, only Jah know and nobody know.
When we talk about ghetto life, talk about ghetto life.
Everybody a priest and them want the dough. That's why them a speed and they pan the go.
Cause this a real ghetto life. This a real ghetto life. Yeah. It's all about life in the street. People are suffer, try survive in the heat. Bad mind them up to one, hygiene a do it. That's why enough of them, rifle a beat. Everybody want big ups and want to drive in a Jeep. Every day I'm at the ball when she buy in a read. Not even 5 bills, you can't find for the week. Me no see no changes, the same cycle repeat. Give thanks cause life it's a sweet. But keep an eye open every time you go slave. Cause mankind jealous and them idle worry. Them never yet plant and not try figure rape. Bigger heads where you fight for the sake. Now care about the future nor the child where you creep. Them a pray the fat Kyle will sonate. The system will slide where you fit.
In the streets where we born and grow, only Jah know and nobody know.
When we talk about ghetto life, talk about ghetto life.
Everybody a priest and them want the dough. That's why them a speed and they pan the go.
Cause this a real ghetto life. This a real ghetto life. Yeah.
I want you to listen very, very carefully.
It's all about life in the street. People are suffer, try survive in the heat. Bad mind them up to one, hygiene a do it. That's why enough of them, rifle a beat. Everybody want big ups and want to drive in a Jeep. Every day I'm at the ball when she buy in a read. Not even 5 bills, you can't find for the week. Me no see no changes, the same cycle repeat. Give thanks cause life it's a sweet. But keep an eye open every time you go slave. Cause mankind jealous and them idle worry. Them never yet plant and not try figure rape. Bigger heads where you fight for the sake. Now care about the future nor the child where you creep. Them a pray the fat Kyle was submit. The system will slide with your feet.
In the streets where we born and grow, only Jah know and nobody know.
When we talk about ghetto life, talk about ghetto life.
Everybody a priest, say them want the dough. That's why them a speed and they pan the go.
Cause this a real ghetto life. This a real ghetto life. Yeah. Everybody just a pre-success. When me looking at the street, you me see enough stress. Them all a fight people reach up next. Everybody want floss and a beat up chest. Juvenile in a them teen love sex. Them a pre the fast money, them no need subjects. And if you're unfortunate, please don't vex. I saw the thing said, cause the streets don't rest.
In the streets where we born and grow, only Jah know and nobody know.
When we talk about ghetto life, talk about ghetto life.
Everybody a priest, say them want the dough. That's why them a speed and they pan the go.
Cause this a real ghetto life. This a real ghetto life. Yeah. It's all about life in the street. People are suffer, try survive in the heat. Bad mind them up to one, hygiene a do it. That's why enough of them, yeah, rifle a beat. Everybody want the guns and want to drive in a Jeep. Every day I'm at the ball when she bike in a read. Not even 5 wheels, you can't find for the week. Me no see no changes, the same cycle repeat. Give thanks cause life it's a sweet. But keep an eye open every time you go sleep. Come mankind jealous and them idle go late. Them never yet plant and not try figure rape. Bigger heads where you fight for the seed. Now care about the future nor the child when you creep. Them a pray the fat Kyle was submit. The system will slide where you fit.
In the streets where we born and grow, only Jah know and nobody know.
When we talk about ghetto life, talk about ghetto life.
Everybody a priest, say them want the dough. That's why them a speed and they pan the go.
Cause this a real ghetto life. This a real ghetto life. Yeah.
I want you to listen very, very carefully.
It's all about life in the street. People are suffer, try survive in the heat. Bad mind them up to one, hygiene a do it. That's why enough of them, yeah, rifle a beat. Everybody want the guns and want to drive in a Jeep. Every day I'm at the ball when she bike in a read. Not even 5 days, you can't find for the week. Me no see no changes, the same cycle repeat. Give thanks cause life it's a sweet. But keep an eye open every time you go sleep. Come mankind jealous and them idle go late. Them never get plant and not try figure it. Bigger heads where you fight for the seed. Now think about the future nor the child when you creep. Them a pray the fat Kyle was submit.
How much money we lost in the United States from Africa stealing ass that want to be one of the richest countries in the world, but y'all had to run over to America to find y'all goddamn wealth.
Your heart like that.
You got to be a troll.
I shouldn't be touching your heart like that, you know?
Who? American Dream?
No, me? I'm just saying, whatever's bringing out the sentiment of like I could touch you or I know you like that.
Whose heart?
Don't trip on me like that. Don't trip on me.
Whose heart are you referring to?
Don't trip on me like that. That's all I'm saying.
Whose heart are you referring to? See, I like to back the story up before we go forward. Whose heart are you talking about?
It seems like anything I might have said might have touched your heart.
My heart?
Don't trip. Yeah, don't trip.
Wait 1 second. You mean my heart?
Mm-hmm.
You would never
don't trip, sis.
You would never be. Don't call me sis. I don't play like that. You would never be able to touch.
Don't trip, Queen.
You would. That's better. You would never be able to.
Don't trip, Queen.
What a queer. Keep talking. I'll let you finish.
Yeah, hang on a second. All right, Rev. Let me speak with Queen for a minute. Queen, do you consider yourself a Pan-Africanist more than a foundational Black American?
I'm a Black American. But listen, because I'm a Black American, Pan, African, Black, and America, all that will still go on one line for me. Because I've been here, I built this country, I put blood and sweat here. My mama, grandma, great-grandma, great-great-grandma, and her goddamn mama. So Pan, comes from America. Whoever created pan, they put the wrong definition on those people. Pan because you came from somewhere else and you settled here a little while, that's not pan to me. I'm pan, my grandma pan, my great grandma pan, and I'm American, and I'm black, and I'm African. All of it come in a defined definition of a black American. Period.
Okay, so how do you feel about what's going on with FBA and immigrants? Do you think like just that rift that's going on with them? Like, what is your position on it? Like, which side do you take on that rift?
I take a couple of sides on that. The first side that I take is that we built this country. And if you came over here on borrowed time, loan time, or needed time, you don't get to come over here and spew your trap at us like that. The Americans here, black and white, didn't cause a war between no one in their other country. The war started when they snuck in here illegally and they know they weren't supposed to be here. Number one. The next war started when our Democrat parties and our Republicans too decided not to uphold that law. They like smothered us as Americans, treating us as enslaved while bringing illegal immigrants and legal immigrants here and making sure that they got money every month when our homeless people didn't have money, when our scuffling and suffering people didn't have money. So we have no problem with any other nation, country, continent. We don't have a problem with you all. We didn't enforce the rule, which we should have. We have a white president that enforced the rule. So how did it become black, Pan-African, African? How did all this come to play? Why isn't anyone going after the white man that enforced the laws of the United States, which is our country? Why did we get involved? This is a situation where blacks, black Americans, white Americans, we did nothing wrong. For the new topic through YouTube and Instagram and Facebook is about mostly blacks. It's not even about the whites. When our white counterpart enforced our rules that were already written.
So you're saying things were perfectly fine
4
years ago? Things were perfectly fine 4 years ago.
Well, 4 years ago, did we have immigrants?
It was perfectly fine then, right, for you?
4 years ago, that's what you're saying, because you're not asking me that question. Because
I'm asking you.
I summed that question up when I said what I said. We are enforcing a law that's already been here. If you want more on me, go on my channel and see how I get down.
Sounds like a great idea.
At Dee said it. It's 2 D's in said it. DEE SAIDDIT.
I'll do the replay on this and I'll hear it again. Thank you.
Don't do the replay on this. You ain't gonna get much out of here. Go do the replay on all them videos I got over there.
I'll do the replay on this and I'll hear what you had said.
On the real video over there.
I'll do the replay on this.
If you're
I'll do the replay on this video and I may hear exactly what you just plugged out for your channel and I'll visit it.
I gotta say, I'm still a little bit at a loss in terms of, both of y'all and kind of, what your positions are. Like, it's still unclear to me what your positions are. So let me just ask you, Queen, like, did you come up to ask a particular question? Because the show is called Ask AD Anything, Ask American Dream Anything. So I'm presuming that y'all came in to ask a question. So was there a question that you came in to ask, Queen?
I didn't come in to ask a question. I came in to respond to y'all conversation.
Okay, so what exactly did you want to say?
I came in to respond to understand, like, why is it that we're going through this about who's foundational and who's not, and it's all geared towards black? Because the rules are being enforced by our white president. Why are we on y'all main line is what I'm trying to understand. Why are we on the main line right now? We step back. Let the president do what he was supposed to do, and we're enforcing it, because if you're illegal, you can't be illegal in our country, and you're undercutting us on everything, because the illegal ain't paying taxes. They don't have a social security number to file. Illegal not getting the same benefits that a legal immigrant would get or a legal United States citizen would get. So I'm trying to understand, why are we on the line right now for everybody? And if it was that good in every other country, why aren't everybody in their country sweeping around their own front doors?
Well, I think most immigrants are here because they are invited to come. I think
So how could you be invited if you're illegal?
So you're only speaking about illegals. So you only have an issue with illegal immigrant because most FBAs have a problem not just with illegal immigration. They have a problem with immigration. Period.
That's not true. But it didn't start. Listen, if that was the case, why didn't we have all these videos before Trump enforced the law? Why didn't we talk about
No,
this?
we actually did. No, I think we did. I think the whole rift between FBA and immigrants started with reparations and the fight for reparations, and FBA don't want any black immigrants to get reparations. They, according to them,
show me a video of that. Play it back.
I mean, I think that's pretty. I think the main purpose of ADOS and FBA is their reparations claim, and the main reason that those groups even started was to secure their reparations, because they feel that this idea of giving reparations to people from the Caribbean or people from Africa who don't have slave lineage here, they're opposed to that. So they want reparations just for themselves, and they don't want.
How long ago?
I'm not sure exactly how far back ADOS goes, but ADOS has an actual legal claim, and they're approaching reparations from a legal perspective, and they're trying to come up with a whole legal argument. And their main thing against immigrants is that they have a problem with immigrants that want reparations to go to any black person. If you're black, you get reparations just because you're black. But their thing is, no, the only people that should get reparations are what they call foundational black Americans. And they're referring to them as foundational because they've been here since slavery days. And so I don't think FBA has anything necessarily to do with Trump or the fight against illegal immigration. I think that is something they've taken up since Trump got into office, and they've allied themselves with that argument. But I think fundamentally their main thing is reparations and their reparations claim, and they don't want other black people to come to America and just make a reparations claim from America. That's my understanding of the FBA argument. Reverend Green, is that the same thing you find, or do you have a different position on what FBA is about?
That's a great question. I'd say, for the most part, what you said in summary was pretty accurate. However, it goes way before the algorithm kicked in this year or the year before the elections. The algorithm for the FBA really kicked in more during the Biden administration, what was going on, and when he positioned himself away, and Vice President Kamala Harris was running as a president, so to speak. That's when it really made common sense. The argument, especially when President Donald Trump went on the Black Journalists News Association forum, and he said something that echoed what FBA were saying from day one, that Kamala is not black. She's not an FBA. She's not even black.
Oh, buddy.
All right, thanks.
And that's
hang
when
on
he
a second.
He asked the question. He's like, is she black? Because when I met her, she was Asian. And this was true. Originally, she was going by Asian.
Come on. You see this?
Originally, it's just like Roland Martin. Originally, he was a Republican at once. That's how he started off.
Now he's going into party styles. My goodness, my God, the peace.
It's just
Hang
the
on a
way it is.
second,
It's just
guys.
like
Let me
Donald Trump. Donald Trump was originally a Democrat at once.
hang on a second. We got another guest here. Ola. Hey Ola, peace to you. Can you unmute?
Oh yeah, how you doing, man?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Pretty good.
Can't hardly
All
hear
right.
you.
Yeah, yeah. I've been listening to your guys and the camouflage. I'm from Africa. If you hear my accent, I'm from Nigeria.
Oh my
I've been
goodness.
listening to the what it called the so-called diaspora war, and I've been hearing about ADOS, FBA, and all this is started when Ghana did what called Year of Return, and that's when this group will be created. And if you check the people that created this group, you can't really differentiate them from heavily Latino-looking light skin. They could have said Black Americans, right? They're very heavily light skinned, and I think they fed where they belong to. That's what I felt. But darkly, deeply, they have hatred against Africans. You see, this hatred against Africans, they start now. This hatred against Africans have already started from early 70s when the first Africans were coming there to study. You know,
Who are you
this
saying have hatred? Can you repeat that? Who did you say have hatred?
Black Americans have hatred against Africans right from early 70s. and what you see now, these are just the children and the grandchildren of those that hate the Africans right from the early 70s. It become more amplified, but without the continental Africans didn't know much about that. There will be hatred like that. You have to understand, Africans are coming back home, never talking much about Black Americans.
Damn lie. Stop that. Stop that, sir. Stop that. You talking to them too that might not know any better? You stop that. First of all, let's keep it real. How many Africans over here stealing?
Peace, Scotty Loke. What's up?
Peace, 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 and love. Y'all can hear me?
Yes, sir. You are actually listening to a recording. It's just me up here.
Okay. Yeah, I apologize for my camera being off, man. My kids asleep. You know, wife, you gotta go to work. I gotta go to work myself. I just want to chime in.
No, you are good. If you notice, my camera is off as well. So, cameras are not required in this space.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm more interested in what you have to say than what you look like.
Oh yeah, no, I'm just more. I'm an FBA brother from Long Island, New York, man. I just want to give my little spill. That's all.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Make yourself at home and proceed with your spiel.
Okay.
Would you like me to mute out while you do your thing?
Nah, it's all to the good, man. Is everybody on the platform hearing me, or is it just me and you?
Well, yeah, like I said, right now it's just me and you. You were actually listening to a recording.
Okay. Oh, okay. Well, nah, bro. My stance on this, man. I agree with the sister as far as what she was saying, as far as immigrants coming over here legally should definitely be better and deported back to where they go. As far as Black Americans, I don't want to say versus Black immigrants, but however, we have to be mindful, man, that I'm 45 years old. I'm a 1980s baby. So the days of Malcolm X and Martin Luther King and Fred Hampton, rest in peace, these Black immigrants that they were fighting for to come over here, these aren't the same ones. And when they come over here, to me, it's not really so much of a disrespectful thing, but it's such a disconnect. And they have no desire to try to build or connect with us. It's just they're getting into their group and their tribal things, and that's really was causing a disturbance. and it's almost as if they're hijacking what we're doing and basically trying to replace us. Like if I were to go to Africa, any African place, or any place outside of America, I'm gonna humble myself, get familiar with the people, their culture, and I'm gonna just do my thing and bless up and go on about it. I'm not gonna come through somebody else's already established home and build myself up and basically part my language, start shitting on them. You know what I'm saying? So I think it's really more of a disconnect, man. It's just to the point where, as foundational Black Americans, I think enough has been said. We need to delineate and just do our own thing. It's no malice. It's no hate. Nobody wishes anybody harm. Just like the Chinese have Chinatown, the Italians have Little Italy. I think we need to do the same thing, and I don't see no harm in that.
Well, I think the Chinese that have Chinatown, I think those are pretty much immigrant groups that you're talking about.
Right.
So why would FBA want to have something like an immigrant town?
Well,
If
we're
y'all
in
if y'all are foundational to here.
Well, the thing is, we know who our enemy is, and specifically with the Black immigrants that come over here, they aren't aware of that, and whatever they're being exposed to by the time they come over here, I don't know if it's propaganda, but they have no desire to try to connect and build with us on any level. On any level. I mean, I tip my hat off to, the Latino individuals when they come over here, Mexicans, Cubans, Puerto Ricans, they kind of share the same common language, and they can kind of, stick together and band for one cause. When it comes specifically with, foundational Black Americans, man, we have no camaraderie or no allies with anybody. And we're just
Well,
being pushed. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
yeah, I'm just thinking, because the Black American holidays have been, Africans and Caribbean Blacks have always participated in those Black American holidays, to the point where now Black Americans are saying that they don't want us to be a part of their holidays anymore. There was a time when Black Americans would be dressed in their, when Black Americans were very Pan-Africanist, when they would
Right.
dress in their African gear. So I'm trying to figure out why you say there was no camaraderie, because I think there's kind of always been camaraderie between Black Americans who have been Pan-Africanists. And I think it's actually that camaraderie from Pan-Africanists that helped with that civil rights movement to get Black immigrants here. So,
Yes.
and it wasn't necessarily, and in my estimation, it wasn't an FBA effort. I think in those days when Pan-Africanism was happening, I think FBA and the FBA way of thinking in terms of delineating wasn't even in any Black Americans' mind. Black Americans at that time were a lot more Pan-Africanist. So I'm trying to
Yeah.
figure out why you think there's never been any camaraderie when Pan-Africanism was so big.
Okay, well, I'm Brooklyn born, Long Island, New York raised. And
Oh man, especially I'm sorry to cut you, but especially Brooklyn, bro, because I grew up in the Bronx, and when I was growing up, Brooklyn was like the center of Pan-Africanism, if you will, and
right.
and those Black American holidays, and it was just Brooklyn was kind of the place to be for that type of environment.
Right.
And I'm sure you're aware of that as well. So again, I'm still kind of at a loss as to why you think there's no camaraderie. I think there's no camaraderie. I think the lack of camaraderie came into existence with FBA and
Mm.
with the fight for reparations, because I think this push for reparations is a lot more out there today with FBA and ADOS, because I think they're really reparations movements, and I think that that's really where that rift is coming from, is from
Mm-hmm.
reparations and Black Americans feeling that Black immigrants in particular, want a stake in their reparations claim, and they're like, no, this is for us. And I think that, in my estimation, that's what ended the camaraderie, is Black Americans and their push for their very recent hard push for reparations.
Right. And to a degree, man, I mean, to a degree, I can definitely I can definitely see that and definitely bear witness to that. But however, being an 80s baby, I gotta confess, man, I've always seen the division. I've always, and I'm not trying to sound like, you know, some sucker for love dude, but even, you know, as a young Black American going to school talking to, you know, a Jamaican female, um, her brothers wouldn't let her intermingle with me. Haitians the same way. There was different conversations they was having in their household versus my household. You understand what I'm saying? So I've always seen that divide. Always. Individuals will speak certain things, but as a collective, it was always kind of segregated, and it was always kind of grouped up. I actually didn't
Yeah, but
really
when you say it's
find
grouped up,
love for my culture. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
but you don't think African Americans also grouped up and kind of, I don't think it was just a one-way street of just Africans grouping up. And I think African Americans also kind of, had their issues with Africans and certain Caribbeans as well.
Hmm.
There were pockets of each group, but for the most part, I think that the Pan-Africanism kind of overshadowed all of that. There were, I would agree that, everybody has their issues with everybody. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? But I think overall, at the bigger picture, I think Pan-Africanism was more respected. And like I said, with those holidays, African Americans were decked out in their African gear, and Africans were welcome to June to all of their holidays and celebrations. And what you would find when you go to those things, the only thing you would see really are African vendors selling
Right.
African gear. So but again, I just think people having issues. I think everybody did. Africans, Jamaicans, and African Americans also had issues with. Some African Americans had issues with Africans and everybody else as well. I think today, though, it's just so much more out there. And
Well, yeah,
again, I would.
it reached its tipping point. I didn't mean to cut your wisdom, man. My bad.
No, absolutely. No, 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 no. You can definitely cut in, because if you feel like you want to say something, you can absolutely cut in.
You know, it definitely reached its tipping point because, like, you know, what you said, like, it'd be specifically like an African American day, or even, you know, like a party or something like that, and you know, you have, you know, African or somebody else, you know, coming through and they're introducing and inducing, you know, their culture, but they're not really spending their money with us. We're spending our money with them. You know, there's soul food restaurants that my 45 years of living, I can tell you, good brother, I've never seen any African coming there to get some cornbread and collard greens. But I see us going to get beef patties. I see us going to get some jollof and things of that nature. You see what I'm saying? So it's like the tipping, it's like it's always been brewing, and individuals beyond I want to say before my generation, a lot of Africans, Jamaicans, and Haitians, they kind of understood what the common cause of the good fight was when they arrived here. But I don't know if it's the generation after them or the ones that are coming in after them. It's just a total disconnect, just a total disconnect. And that's the
Yeah,
harmful thing.
Is it all right if
yeah.
I chime in? Is it all right
Real
if I
quick,
chime in?
Sentinel. Yeah, absolutely. But
Yeah.
just actually, go ahead, Sentinel.
Yeah. Peace, brothers. I
Peace, peace,
appreciate
peace.
what I'm hearing from both of you. Me myself, I'm Haitian, right? And I'm listening to both of you, and I want to salute both of you first and foremost, because you are taking a mature route and you are really trying to speak from an objective level, trying to gain understanding and share wisdom.
No
So
doubt.
salute to both of you for that. Now I'm gonna say something to start off, and please understand where I'm coming from. Please be patient with me. I'm 47. I'm from New York City. You know, my parents migrated here in like the 1960s, you know, legally, nothing illegal about it. I was born here in the United States of America. In the 1980s, I dealt with something horrible. It was like all Black people were against Haitians. What was it about? I didn't find out until a few years later, because I'm a child then. We were blamed for AIDS. In like 1988, we had to have a march on the Brooklyn Bridge. It was like 3 million Haitians that descended on Brooklyn Bridge. It shook the bridge and was like, what's this all about? You know? And you had spoke Gotti Logic, you said something that is really key. I believe personally some of this is propaganda. You know, I believe propaganda had something to do with that, what was going on over there back then. And even right now, when you think about it, when a lot of like either Caribbean or African people get over here, they already have a preconceived notion of who or what Black Americans are like. Do we own any of these media platforms? Do we own any of these publications or anything like that? Like, why is it like let's take hip hop, for example, right? When you go back to like the 70s, early 80s and things like that, people were trying, the pioneers in hip hop, a lot of them came from gangs, and they were trying to draw people away from that culture and like, let's invest in something else. Let's build something else, right? Like Africa Bambaataa, Fat Boys, all of that stuff. It was about love, peace, and enjoying our time. And then we had the wave of like your Poor Righteous Teachers, X-Clan, Public Enemy. You know, they were raising up Black consciousness, rocking the medallions and all of that stuff. But who made the decision that said, you know what, this stuff does not sell. We're not going to promote this anymore. That was a positive movement that was just moved and just shifted out of the way. And it's like, you know what, guns everywhere and drugs. And I'm not knocking any of the artists who are saying this is what's going on in our neighborhood. But why did that have to become the de facto? And that's what people were seeing worldwide. So when they come over here, there's this preconceived notion. Now, we have a responsibility. I don't care who you are. If you're Haitian, Jamaican, Japanese, Chinese, or whatever the case may be, you have to make a conscious decision. And it's not easy, but you have to make a conscious decision and say, you know what? I have to hear these people's story for itself and not go with like this propaganda piece right here. Because when you have the opportunity to be up close with a person to actually hear their story, a lot of times it doesn't matter about your background or whatever the case may be. So long as you are a humble human being, you're going to find some commonality with someone, no matter where you are, even white people. You know, we could go certain places in the country and, you know, you'll see people, white people in like trailer parks, and it's like, wow, it's like, you know, they're really like destitute. You know, we understand we want to take care of our own. That's reasonable. Definitely. So the thing, I don't have hard, concrete evidence of any party or organization that's trying to fan the flames. But I can tell you right now, you touched upon something where you said perhaps it's propaganda, because how is it that somebody comes from overseas and they have a preconceived notion about a certain segment of the population over here? And mind you, it's the Black Americans. Where's the preconceived notion about the white or like the Indians that live out here or the Arabs that live out here? Why is it the Black Americans that have been targeted with this propaganda? You know what I'm saying?
I'm gonna just add on to what you're saying, good brother. Because me personally, man, like I was telling a good brother before, and I stand on this, man. I believe a lot of Haitians and Jamaican Caribbeans that was here around the time of, you know, Malcolm X doing the civil rights. Deep down, they get it. They understand. You know what I'm saying? You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I think the ones coming after that, they're the ones where it's just a total disconnect, man. Like you being 47 years old, being from Brooklyn, New York, you know the history of America. You know what Black Americans been through. If you went down to Mississippi today, say you was driving trucks or something, and you was driving through Mississippi, and your body, you'll feel it like, well, hold up, man. You know what? This Emmett Till got killed. There was a lot of history out here. You know what I'm saying? Where the average dude coming over here, probably in the 90s or something, probably from Africa or something like that, they won't get it. They don't understand that. You know what I'm saying? I specifically ran into some Jamaicans that I met in 2012 that been here 2007 that was telling me, well, you know, if the KKK ran into me, man, it wouldn't matter to me because I'm Jamaican. I would never have to deal with that.
Wow.
Nigga, you blacker than me. You blacker than me. You see what I'm saying? So it's a real total disconnect. And I think dialogue that we having is something that we really need to have. And I think people need to understand from an FBA standpoint, we're not talking about delineating from every ethnic group. If you a rider, if you ride for foundational Black American man, and we ride for you, that's what it is. But if you on that cooning, like how we handle our coons, y'all handle y'all coons, that coon is stuff that's got to go, man. That's got to go. And a coon is basically a tether is basically a foreign coon. You see what I'm saying? And I think that's where a lot of the division come from, good brother.
Yeah, you know, the interesting thing is that we had a reality check. I mean, already we know in the history of the United States of America, there's the legacy of lynching.
Right.
I have a book, 100 Years of Lynching. I forgot who's the author. You know, this is a very traumatizing experience and it's very heartbreaking. But I don't know if you remember in the late 90s, Amadou Diallo.
Oh yeah,
This was the African immigrant up in the Bronx, and you know, this was like the tail end of that stop and frisk era.
Right.
And it was like 4 white cops approached him, and he was trying to get into his apartment. They fired at him 49 times.
And he tried to display his wallet, and they tried to pass it off like it was a gun.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I remember that. And the city rolled for him. I didn't mean to cut you off, good brother, but every Black person in New York damn near rolled up and stood for that brother, man. We stood up for that brother. You know what I'm saying? And all we saying, good brother, we don't get none of that love back. That's all we saying. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying you. I'm not saying other brother I'm speaking to. I'm not talking individually, man. I'm just talking collectively as communities. A lot of them, they don't give us that love back. They don't give us that love back. And we just tired of being the moral punching bag. Our bodies is out on the street where everybody else just go get their money and be like, you know, well, yeah, thank you. I got to get my bag though. That's all good, brother. That's all.
You don't think that Caribbeans and Africans came out in support with the George Floyd incident, with all the cop shootings of Africa? You don't think Black Americans and Africans and Caribbean supported?
Me personally, good brother, man, with the George Floyd situation, I think that was all propagated. From what I seen, I was actually in Atlanta when that was going on, and I seen a bunch of white people out there tearing up stuff. You know what I'm saying? That wasn't organic. It wasn't from the grassroots. It seemed like it was some type of I don't want to say a political party. They was warring fractions, but I think George Floyd was kind of just used for people to get outside of the pandemic, man. I don't really think it was I don't think
whether that's true or not, whether it was organic or made up or whatever, I think it's true that Caribbean Blacks and Africans came out in support of that movement. You know, and whenever any African American was shot, I think in New York City, I think, you know, all of those Black immigrants came out and supported as well. So I'm still kind of like, you know, on the fence when you say it's a one-way street in terms of you guys supported Amadou Diallo, but no one came out in support of y'all. I don't think that's really reflecting the truth of what happened. I think you know, I think they've always, like I said, the way I see it is that, you know, ADOS and FBA are reparations movements. And I think that really, the idea of reparations is really what has caused the rift. And I think, you know, especially the reason they call people tethers, you know, I think the original definition of tethers is an immigrant that undermines FBA and specifically undermines FBA's reparations claim. You know what I'm saying? It's been all centered around reparations. And I think whether And I think that's really where the drama began. And I think that African Americans are claiming, just don't want anyone else to be a part of their reparations claim. And I agree with that. I'm a Jamaican, and I don't think Caribbean people, like, you should get reparations from America just because you're Black. I think that's ridiculous. And I think only Black Americans that have ancestry in America, that have slave ancestry here, they're the only ones that are entitled to reparations from here. And I think that could have been sorted out without creating this rift, because immigrants like myself, I can't prove that I was here for slavery, so I couldn't make a reparations claim. I would have to go the route of scamming to do that. And I think whether, and that's not something that I'm trying to do. You know what I'm saying? And I think whether FBA or AD, or whether those movements started or not, those reparations claim, like, immigrants couldn't make no reparations claim. So I don't know why this rift even came about. What was the point of it? I think that's why I'm like, what is really behind it? Why would y'all create this rift over reparations when it's unnecessary?
To be honest, to only go off of what I've seen, man, it's valid. It's valid as far as what you're saying, the reparations claim. And again, from what I've seen, a lot of Jamaicans and Haitians kind of understood that. And it was like, well, basically what you just said, they understood it. And I'm not trying to throw nobody on the bus. I'm not trying to be that guy, but I just got to be real. I seen a lot of Africans and I seen a lot of Hispanics attacking that. And that's where the rift came back, because they was under the impression that it was like, oh, you're being divisive, you're trying to cause division. It's like, nah, man, this was created, not even really created. We're just saying who we are. So when we pump for this reparations thing, we don't need anybody that's outside trying to cling on to this. Let us get to this, and then y'all do y'all thing. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah,
I didn't really see too much pushback from a lot of Haitian and Jamaicans, and I'm being honest. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So, when it comes to like a specific task or a specific job, right? You always want to get the right people to handle that job. Maybe when it comes to this particular thing within the black community, whether if you're Haitian, Jamaican, Black American, whatever the case may be, perhaps there needs to be like, what is like public relations almost. Because as we can see, there's something fanning the flames, and there's this divide, and there's this rift, and it's even elevated to the point where there's strife. Now, I agree with the other brother. He beat me to it. Not only do I believe it from a moral or ethical standpoint that reparations for the Black American descendants of slaves, they should receive that. But also remember, we still live in the same areas, in the same communities regardless. So when your condition in your state is finally addressed, this impacts everyone. You understand? Because there's an economic aspect of it. There is a psychological aspect of it. Like generation after generation, not just the disrespect in the word, but the mistreatment, tangible examples that can be given, right? The United States government conspired against Black Americans, putting drugs in the neighborhood. They let the drug dealers run amok until it's like, yo, time is up. Now they want to throw these guys in jail. What do you think the pipeline to prison is all about?
Right.
You understand? So there's an economic, there's a psychological impact of it. You understand? And just plain old justice. So when the condition of these people who are already here and they throw us all in the same pot together, that impacts everyone. Then we could have a break in the cycle of gang warfare and drug dealing and the schools being underfunded and not having the supplies and the resources that are needed to teach these children properly. right? Even things like the neighborhood, like the supermarkets. Go to a supermarket in a white neighborhood and versus a black neighborhood. It's two different experiences. The produce is different. The meat is different. There's different selections that you will not find in your neighborhood. All of these things, you know. I imagine, like you were talking about soul food earlier, that's a better option. Like allow them to have more opportunities to open these businesses and have these restaurants. Aren't we sick and tired of seeing like these Chinese food restaurants everywhere?
Yep.
And they stuff is poison.
Definitely.
You know what I'm saying? So for as far as the reparations goes, I'm a supporter of it. You know what I'm saying? Make it happen. I'm just also a supporter of get the right people in the right places to do the right things. Let's have a sit down, have the right representatives to speak and inform the people so that there could be more of an effective, productive dialogue as opposed to strife and angst. Because some of these podcasts and these things that I'm saying, it's just people getting on and it's like, you know what, I'm gonna roast you and I'm gonna check you and things like that. Yeah. That's childish. We're adults. Yeah. What are you doing?
Yeah. And then to add on too, man, and interject to the host I was speaking with, man, you know, too, as far as with the reparations, where a lot of the beef is really coming from, Barack Obama had appointed some Nigerian woman over our reparations. And people were, you know, a lot of Black Americans are like, man, like what's going on? And it sees also to the point where I don't know if she's got some type of Congress seat in Georgia, but she opened up the floodgates for a lot of Black immigrants to come into Atlanta as well. And you know as well as I know, Atlanta was almost like a hotbed, a mecca for, you know, foundational Black American excellence. So a lot of things are being pushed, and it comes off as it almost feels as if we're being undermined. But again, I stand on this. Like I said, I've having for the most part, from what I've seen, a lot of Haitians, Jamaicans, they get it and they understand. You know what I'm saying? I think we know who the nature of the beast is. We know who the beast is that we've been fighting. We've been fighting this dude for 400 years, man, and we're gonna continue to do it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like we know what it is, man. We know what it is.
Who is
like
the
you said,
enemy?
I think a lot of it's just propaganda and just hype. My bad, man.
Who would you say is the beast, as you put it, or the real enemy?
Man, you know, the European, man. That ain't gonna stop. The European, man.
How come y'all have never boycotted European stores? How come it's
we've
only
done it, man. We got a history of doing that, stemming all the way from, you know, when MLK was doing his thing, and even when Mike Brown got killed, rest in peace to the brother, we'd actually had organized, and I was in Long Island myself participating. It was October 2014. We tried to stage a nationwide blackout boycott, where you buy or you only shop and buy from Black vendors. So
you talking about
the beast,
you
man,
talking about Mike Brown?
Physical, yeah.
Mike Brown in Missouri?
Yeah.
Yeah, the little neighborhood terrorist. Mm-hmm.
I can't speak on that, good brother. All I know,
can,
man,
because I know people that live there.
At the end of the day, man, you know, I don't think the cops had to overdo them like that. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, I know, man.
The police was wrong. I mean, if you look at the autopsy pictures of how the wounds was coming in,
right?
It looks as if he tried to charge the officer to tackle him,
right?
Which the wounds line up with that. But dude was a little neighborhood terrorist. I mean, bottom line up front. So, I mean, a lot of people jumped on the bandwagon with that, just like Benjamin Crumpton jumped on this thing with a little dude in Florida that was trying to be a street attorney and got sucker punched by the police, which the sucker punch was wrong. That was wrong. But hold on, no. Peep this out. When them 6 doggone police officers in Memphis beat that brother to death when he was coming home from work, where were they at then, huh? What was Black Lives Matter?
I don't know. I don't rock with Black Lives Matter, bro.
I'm not saying, okay, bro. I'm just saying Black Lives Matter, but where was the black outrage when you had 6 black police officers beat a black man to death? Where was the outrage?
Man, I can't speak on that, bro.
I
I
can.
don't know. Me
I
personally, I was
can,
outraged.
because black folk like to doggone cherry pick and truck. And I'm not from like some outside the United States, okay? My family been here since way back, the back of the back. All right. So don't be like, oh, well, he must not be an FBA and this and that.
I
All
can
of
hear.
that.
I can hear from your accent. You clearly FBA, bro. I can hear that.
You know? Now I'm like this here. You get too many black people, they doggone on the victim Olympic team running that game, and I'm like, all right, all that's cute, but you focus on what's gonna get you a come up and bring you up. Because I'm a believer in this. If everybody black come up, then the whole race comes up as a group, as a collective. But as long as we got doggone folk got their hand out, you owe us this, you owe us that. We were slaves. Man, not the majority, all of the doggone blacks, these 99% could trip and fall into a cotton field and don't even know they're in a cotton field in Mississippi if they tripped in one. See? So they need to shake that off and all that blank. Well, they put guns and drugs in the neighborhood. Uh-huh. But was there instructions in there for you to use it and blast somebody that looked just like you, or sell that poison to somebody in your neighborhood that looks just like you? Okay? See, I know what it is. So I go back to doggone Chicago, Inglewood. They throwing pitchforks up. They call them racks now. They throwing up racks. And I'd be like, young man, I remember when the BDs and the GDs, they were all as one. Now you got the BDs and the GDs, y'all warring against each other. That don't make no damn sense. How y'all come from? That's what I'm saying. So it's a doggone.
It's a disconnect, man. It's a
It ain't a
disconnect.
disconnect. It's a lack of accountability. When you talking about black folk and you want them to be accountable for their action, that's like hanging a doggone fat gold chain like Eric B used to wear, on a paid in full doggone, to move the crowd, 12-inch single back in the day, that fat rope chain, that's like putting a fat rope chain of kryptonite around Superman's neck.
Right.
See? And I try to tell people, no, man, you a seller. I'm like, okay, whatever. You call me what you want to. But the brother is like super duper comfortable. Children are super duper comfortable too. And the grandchildren are too. Now, when is Black America going to wake up to the fact, stop asking for something that ain't going to never be? I would love for reparations to be paid. I would love it. Right? But
well, bro, I mean, my thing is this, man. When black people going collectively, I guess, realize that, man, I don't know. But my goal and desire is, man, for the present, for collectively, man, Black Americans to start loving each other and start building and communicate with each other. That's my desire, man. If reparations happen in my lifetime, that's a good thing.
That's not going to happen because there's too much animosity that goes all the way back.
But at the end of the day, it takes me as an individual, man, to start spreading peace and love, because I was part of that genocidal, man.
Yeah, you're not.
So I know about the LSD the whole way, you know what I mean? But I'm not putting that out there no more. That's not my energy.
Yeah, you're not the typical FBA person that I speak to, Gotti Loke. Normally FBA, as you can see in the chat, normally they're very rude. You know what I'm saying? And they're very unwelcoming. Even when they come on the chat, they just want to curse at me. So, I want to commend you on just how humble you've been and how kind you've been with your conversation. But let me ask you, based on what Leonard just said, given that reparations is something that Black Americans may never get, because we had a black president. We had a black president that didn't even think about reparations when Kamala Harris was running.
I know.
When Kamala was running, she didn't think about reparations. She wouldn't even answer a question about it. And you'd be hard pressed today, even what's her name? Jasmine Crockett.
Oh my God.
Speaks against reparations. So, you know, in my estimation, this whole rift with FBA and Black immigrants is over reparations, which is something that Black Americans may never get. And to sacrifice the relationship with Black immigrants over something that you may never get, like I don't get it. Like I don't understand why we would make the decision to go that route again over something which may never come to fruition.
To put my thing to that, man, being in New York, you got to realize, man, it's a huge population of immigrants, bro. Outside of the Northeast and a lot of major cities, man, it's just really foundational Black America is really like they just deep. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of them,
that's a New York thing, bro.
They wouldn't understand what it is that you're talking about. You know what I'm saying? I get it because of where I'm born and raised. You know what I'm saying? And even with this reparations thing, if it never happens, my whole joy is that Black Americans, from what I'm seeing, what I'm praying for, we're starting to wake up out of our slumber. People are starting to cast out that ignorant stuff and starting to build and have dialogue, man, connect, and just want to, you know, get back to some unity, man. That's my whole desire, you know what I'm saying?
But bro, check this out, man.
Bro.
I understand all that, and that's like a New York thing. I'm from Chicago. All right. Now Chicago is different, and American Dream, he will co-sign it. I've said this on his show before. Only in New York, from what I've seen, you got all these people of these different persuasions that are parlaying together and hanging and kicking it like, yeah, we all boys. Right. It don't go down like that in Chicago. Chicago is completely racially divided. Chicago is so racially divided that if you go on the south side of Chicago, more than likely, the people you run into are from Louisiana. And if you're on the west side of Chicago, more than likely, they people from Mississippi. That's how divided it is. Don't nobody cross lines, okay? Right. You got to look for Dominicans in Chicago. You got to look for Cubans in Chicago.
Right.
Okay? You got the Puerto Ricans. They live in their little area. You got Little Village, which is a 2-lane street, 26th Street, the opposite side of it. Humboldt Park is the Puerto Ricans. Little Village is the Mexicans. Nobody crossing the lines, and everything works out doggone grandiose. So all of this doggone, oh, tomorrow, love each other. Hell no. Hell no. The only thing desegregation got Black America is all the money out the Black neighborhood.
Yeah, but you know, they did a number on Chicago when they got rid of Fred Hampton, man. Rest in peace
they didn't do a number on Chicago when they got rid of Fred Hampton. No, they ain't had nothing to do. Fred Hampton ain't had nothing to do with this here.
Y'all saying out there, man, collectively, man. Y'all had points.
Bruh, don't tell me about where I'm from now. Come on now. Let's not go there. I'm too old of a man to know from visual experience, right? Yeah. Fred was from the west side. You dig? Now that's something that went down. I don't know if people are readily available to know about this stuff, but you had this dude, his name is Jeff Ford, okay?
Yeah, yep, Chief Malik.
And the FBI left stuff and tried to get Jeff Ford into a doggone war with the Black Panthers.
Right.
And they had a sit down in Woodlawn, and it was like they determined it was bull. So that's the only thing that prevented that war. So then Jeff messed around and got with Gaddafi, trying to do terrorist missions in the States, starting in Chicago. That's the reason he ain't gonna never see daylight no more. So, bruh, trust me, Chicago, I was born and raised there. I got the hell out of there first chance I got because I know I deserve better out of life. But it wasn't all that unity you think. You see what I'm saying? Because Fred was from the west side. He's a west sider.
Right.
Okay. You had the south siders. Southsiders don't mess with Westsiders. Westsiders don't mess with Southsiders. That's just how it is. Okay, I go over on the West Side trying to hook up with some little female, or whatever. Man, I been got jumped. You know what I mean?
Right.
So
I don't know about in New York. If you from the Bronx in New York, right, and you go to Brooklyn, I don't know if you all could tell who from the Bronx and who from Brooklyn just from they.
Not really.
Not really? Okay.
Not really. Hood is hood out here.
Okay, well, in Chicago, somebody could go on the West Side and they know you from the South Side or vice versa. And they be like, oh, man, you from the South Side. Nah, you going to get dealt with. But,
hey, Leonard,
you know,
it sounds like Leonard, it sounds like FBA have been delineating from themselves before they were delineating from immigrants.
This FBA thing, this is my take. Now, this is just me. I'm giving my opinion only on where all this came from. Okay, once Trump got in office and started enforcing all of the stuff as the immigration rules, right? And you had the 20% of Black Americans that voted for Trump because they knew the Democrats was full of it and wasn't doing nothing for Black America but giving them lip service. The rest of Black America kind of started listening slowly, and then it started speeding up. And now you got the foundational Black Americans looking at all these other non-foundational Black Americans as you need to get deported too. And Fat Joe, he didn't help the situation as a hip hop, and Busta Rhymes definitely didn't help the situation, right? We created hip hop. It's like, no, but that sounds cute.
I think Sentinel wanted to say something.
Yeah, so Brother Leonard pointed out something very interesting. How, by the way, American Dream, where are you from? You said the Bronx. I think you said that earlier, right?
Yeah,
I'm from Jamaica.
I lived in the Bronx. I left Jamaica and moved to the Bronx, but I'm Jamaican. I was born in Jamaica, raised in the Bronx.
Oh, you're in the BX. Oh,
yeah. See, so we all have this thing in common, where I grew up primarily in Queens and Brooklyn, right? And you're the Bronx, Gotti, Brooklyn, and then he moved out to Long Island. We all share this northeast New York City or New York area commonality. Like everybody just came up together. A lot of times you will see a Black person, you might think he was Black American until you meet his parents,
right,
or his grandmother. You know what I mean? And it's like, oh, like she's speaking patois to you. It's like, oh, I thought you was like, yeah, I'm Trini or Jamaican, whatever the case may be,
Mm-hmm. Facts.
But the rest of America is not like that.
That's what I said before, good brother. That's what I said before,
Chicago people are, you trust to believe that.
With the exception of Chicago and Miami. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because Miami is a trip.
lot of other places, man, they not that diverse. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly.
So a lot of these FBAs that people are encountering, you got to understand, they not from these diverse places.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying?
Now check this out. As a Miami, right? Do you know you got 1% of the Cubans, which are the Afro-Cubans, they're in Chicago, and they're living kind of amongst the brothers because they look like the brothers. They not the Ricky Ricardo, Lucy. They not them, right? And you can go to Little Havana. Because, I won this thing called the Maestro Award. I DJ'd the Winter Music Conference in 2013. So I go to Little Havana, right? Because I'm one of them people, I like to start shit. So I go there specifically to look for doggone Cubans, my complexion or darker. And I'm looking, and all I'm seeing is Livica Lega Loca. I'm like, where the brothers at? Where the brothers at? They couldn't get hired. They couldn't get hired. That's why you got Al Pacino. He is an Italian, but he could play Antonio Montana because that's what they look like. They want to be European. And the more European they look, you know, it's mind blowing. That's like I told somebody that said Lupita Nyong'o. It's like, yeah, I said, if she get deported, where would they send her? Oh, back to Africa? No, Mexico.
Hang on a second, Leonard. We got a visitor, FBA Business. How are you today? FBA Business, you there?
Yeah, I'm good.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
All right. Blessings to you, sir. What's on your mind, FBA? What's on your mind?
Oh, I'm listening right now to until y'all talk about the right thing and I can chime in.
So tell us what the right thing is.
Thank you.
Oh, the FBA now, the FBA movement, the delineation movement. I'm in full support of it. I'm in full support of the boycotting the African shops and stores, but I would take it even further though. Like a lot of people say, I would take it further as far as all immigrant businesses and establishments.
Okay, but how about Louisiana Creoles? How about Louisiana Creoles that are free people of color, as they're called today, right?
Mm-hmm.
What just happened to my doggone phone? What about Louisiana Creoles that are considered free people of color today that weren't slaves? Do they meet the FBA requirement?
I would think they do. I think they would, because you saying they would.
Oh yeah, we definitely do. We do, because our family goes all the way back to the Yadid.
Lineage based, man. You gotta be, your roots gotta be straight from here. Like my mom's side is from Alabama. My pop's side, he's Shinnecock Indian from Long Island, native. You know what I'm saying? It's American soil based, Turtle Island based.
Right. See, and that's what I say. But when I be talking to people, they be like, I'm Louisiana Creole. Oh, so you ain't black. I'm like, I didn't say that. You said that. I didn't say that. You said that. But then let Beyonce say she's Creole. Oh, because her mama's Louisiana Creole, just like my mama, and my mama before my mama before my mama.
Right.
So it's like, really though? But black folk need to stop playing the skin game. You know what I'm saying? And get to the end game. Because all money is green. Focus on your paper.
Where you from, homie?
Who that? Me?
Nah, the other FBA brother that chimed in.
I think he left. I think he dropped.
Oh, well. Oh,
yeah. Gotti. Looks like Gotti fell out. No, he's still here. Gotti's still here.
Gotti's still here. That was FBA Business who popped in.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
he just
FBA Business fell out. Okay.
Yeah, it took him a long time to come in. I was about to say, but you using one of them Obama phones?
No, he's back. Yeah, he's back.
So here's something I wanted to touch upon, because I want to put this out there, and it's all good. Peace, brother. Here's something I really want to touch on, and I think some of you know this, so forgive me if I'm retreading for familiar territory, but I'm just stating it just for the facts. ADOS, American Descendants of Slavery, that's where the person who coined the phrase FBA, Foundational Black Americans, that's where he originated. He branched off from that. Now, I believe American Dream was stating earlier how ADOS, American Descendants of Slavery, are actually moving forward with a legal agenda. Because when it comes to reparations, you have to sue for reparations. FBA, on the other hand, what is the real agenda? They said delineate. First of all, the word is being used incorrectly. That's not what delineate means. They're using the word to express segregate or depart from.
Mm-hmm.
or withdraw. That's not the definition of the word.
See there?
Who's speaking? Who's that speaking?
That's me, Sentinel.
Sentinel. Okay, go ahead.
That's not the definition of the word. Now, if you want to withdraw from other Black communities and build up your own, I think that's admirable. Everybody naturally has an instinct to do that. The area where I am concerned is where all these stray shots are being fired at. Because if it's okay, we are against these immigrants. If the immigrants have been speaking ignorantly, the proper response when a person greets you with ignorance is to provide them with knowledge. That's what we're grown men. We don't have time for that teenage agenda. So I'm very concerned with the language, the mannerisms, and the brother said, delineate. I thought I was under the impression that this was about reparations. And if it really is about reparations, then why is there like these offshoots? Don't you think that there is more strength and better opportunity to pool your resources?
Well, ADOS, American Descendants of Slavery, that was created by Yvette Carnell and I forgot the other dude's name, but they're more or less leaning to become some type of political party. FBA is just pure lineage. Yes, I mean reparations is a wonderful thing, but FBA is just pure lineage. It's about who you are, where you from.
Now, question. Has anyone ever been in a situation whereas someone has passed on and they left whatever they left behind, they had a child or two that had passed on that did reproduce what the child should have got if they were still alive? It got divided amongst their doggone offspring, their children, right? Okay, now check it out. There were 4,000 slaves that were designated for the reparations to happen, right? So, if the government digs back and determines who, or somebody bring their paperwork and say who's who. This is the original one that's supposed to have got X amount of money. That's your starting pot of money. All the other relatives in the family, after that, it gets split up amongst all of them. If they do it the legal way, which they will do it legally, it gets all split up. So all of these people under the impression, we're going to get $350,000 a piece for reparations. No, you are not. Whatever the original amount was, which has been tabulated to be, is $350,000 or $375,000 for 40 acres and a mule per person for the 4,000 slaves. If they put that money on the table, bam, then they find out who's direct ancestors of those people, bam. That money gets split up generation. It gets all split up. So I don't know why people got under the impression that each and every doggone Black person in the United States of America will end up getting $375,000 for reparations for slavery. Because I'm like, I know I am guaranteed to be one that will not, because I am not a descendant of slavery.
I think Leonard, I think
FBA business. What's good, bro? Where you from?
I'm from Alabama. I stay in Houston now. I've been in Houston about 20 years.
Oh, that's what's up, man. Peace and love, man. I'm FBA from Long Island, bro.
Oh yeah.
Hang on a second, Leonard. I think that's why, because the reparations isn't just about slavery. It's also about Jim Crow, redlining, and these are things that happened years after slavery. So I think that's why they've come up with a new dollar amount. That's why it's not just about 40 acres and a mule, because that was just based on slavery. So now when they bring in Jim Crow and everything else that happened after slavery, I think that's why they're saying it's going to be more than just the 40 acres and a mule and that money being split up. So I think that's where they come up with a larger amount. But let me ask the FBAs that are
okay.
hang on, Leonard.
What? Let me hit you with one comment. I'll be real brief.
Sure.
The redlining, Jim Crow, segregation, and all of that don't have anything to do with reparations. Well, see, we could have if we got this, if we got that, if we got that's some if and. That's not what the way it was written initially. It only covered the freed slaves. It's a one and done. It covered the 4,000 free slaves. Anything extra added to it, that is not going to get honored.
Can I say something?
Sure. Yes. Go ahead.
To make it less complicated, let's think outside of the reparation, because that's a far shot. Let's just keep it simple. We don't need people outside of our lineage representing us when it comes to this black caucus, when it comes to these mayors. A lot of people are getting these positions. They like to rail off the CEO. We got a lot of black people went out there and supported him because they looking at him like he's black when he's really Nigerian. None of his dollars are going to touch our community. His dollars are going to go to Nigerian people and keeping them good and more immigrants. We need people representing us. When you become a mayor, city council, I want to know where your lineage is from.
Facts.
You got to be coming as a Democrat. The Democrats haven't done jack for black people.
I know that,
anyway.
But guess what? We call them out now. We need a lot of people. We don't know how to we're not differentiating these immigrants who we just looking at. So we got an enemy in front of our face. Not all of them, but we got enemies that's cosplaying as us, and we just looking at them as a black person, not looking at them as a different type of person with a different type of agenda. They don't have. They don't want to invest nothing into your community. It's not only about just reparations, it's about spending with each other. It's about your lineage, helping our lineage the same way they come over here and say that we got too much stuff on our mind. We don't want to join your fight. We just got to get money. Okay, that's cool. Let us do the same thing. We just want to help each other and get money and not worry about y'all issues. That's how we want to do, just like y'all. That's all we want to do.
That's the Congressional Black Caucus. That's one of the biggest enemies of Black America, bar none. Because when Joe Biden wrote that crime bill that Clinton signed and passed into law, who co-signed it 100%? The Congressional Black Caucus, all black, all Democrat, pinky finger up, holding their nose up, thinking that they are like the Blue Vein Society, which they are not.
90% immigrants, immigrant
No,
background.
not the Congressional Black Caucus wasn't 90% immigrants.
A lot of them.
No, they weren't. Read the list off of the people that were in the Congressional Black Caucus and see who was immigrant. Was Shirley Chisholm an immigrant?
Understandable.
Yes, she was.
She was from where? From where? From where? Explain.
I don't know. I think she's.
No. I just asked you. You said she was. I asked you to tell me from where. Now you can't tell me.
Whoa. No. I don't have. I'm outside, my G. I don't have like access. I'm freestyling right now, but she's definitely immigrant.
Okay, I don't.
She ain't Black American, homie. You can Google that yourself.
Bruh. I don't freestyle. Okay, I state because it's up in here. Like Barack Obama. Okay, people be talking all this stuff about Michelle Obama's a man. They say Michelle Obama's a man. She's not. I do because we went to the same high school, Whitney Young High School in Chicago.
That's cool.
So,
man, I don't know nothing about that.
Wait, did y'all go to high school at the same time? Leonard, did you go to high school with her at the same time?
Yes. You
went to high school with Michelle Obama?
Yes, I did. And I flunked out, so I had to go to summer school. Duh.
So you knew Michelle Obama personally?
I know I didn't know her personally. Hell no. Wasn't nobody jocking for her. You just call her Shelly Bean. I was in carpentry shop. We used to say she's a lumberjack's dream or a carpenter's dream. Flat as a board, need to get nailed. We had all the jokes about her.
I don't understand. I don't understand what's the problem. I don't understand the problem that people have with FBI. I just don't understand it.
Yeah,
It's very simple.
I
let me
don't
ask you
see
a
anybody
question,
that has a
FBA
problem
business.
with FBA. What I'm saying is this. A lot of people are under the wrong impressions when it comes to this reparations thing. They're not looking at the legal ramifications of it all, because reparations is what? Isn't that inheritance to something that the ancestors were supposed to get paid? They didn't. So it's an inheritance that goes and goes and goes down the road, right? Isn't it?
No, I don't think so. I think because they bring in, if they bring in, like I said, Jim Crow,
But
redlining,
they can't
and
bring that in.
but they do. FBA,
They
like
do.
for example,
Okay,
hold
understand.
on, Leonard.
We
Hold
right
on,
here,
Leonard.
American Dream. They
Hold
do
on,
bring it
Leonard.
in, but they can't
But hold on.
legally.
FBA business and Gotti Loke, because y'all are both FBAs. Do y'all believe that Jim Crow, redlining, do you think that those things are also a part of your reparations argument?
I think a good lawyer is supposed to be able to sell it, because you kept me from opportunities that disadvantaged my whole family. You know what I mean? From the patents that was stolen and everything, you know what I mean? Black families should have had wealth that was passed on that just didn't even get an opportunity. If you don't have a good lawyer if he can't bring that case to the judge.
No, but I'm sorry. I don't know whether you answered the question or not. Do you think Jim Crow, redlining, is that a part of the reparations argument?
I do think it should be drawn in as well.
Okay, so if
You still
if
didn't
it
get a
should
direct
be, if it
answer.
is, hang on, Leonard, if it is a part of the reparations argument, wouldn't
Wait, millions to
certain
the lady from
wouldn't
school, they
certain
ain't no way they stop being.
hang on, let me ask this question. If a part of the reparations argument is redlining and Jim Crow, wouldn't certain immigrants who can show that they were redlined or who lived through Jim Crow, wouldn't those immigrants be entitled to some form of reparations as well?
Woo-hoo! Good one.
I actually thought about that, but would it been a lineage thing? That would be something they need to argue for themselves.
Boy, I love not getting a yes or no answer. Boy, I love it.
They wouldn't be able to ride. They wouldn't be able to ride with us, because I mean that's their own separate situation.
Yeah, you gonna have to get your own lawyer. You get to make your own stuff, because we're going off our lineage. Now you can give it. It's a whole bunch of people might be owed something from the American government, but they're gonna have to make that case themselves.
Okay.
Right, but you wouldn't be opposed to them. But you wouldn't be. Hang on, Leonard. Hang on, Leonard. Hang on, Leonard.
Why would I be opposed
But you wouldn't
to them
be opposed
if
to
they
them
deserve
making
something?
that argument.
Yeah,
if they deserve something, but I'm not going to make the argument for them.
But you just don't want them to be a part of your reparations claim, because it would be, because from my estimation, right? Let's say if you had let's say a class action suit, right?
Mm-hmm.
And instead of just FBA going in there for reparations, if you had a larger class action suit which included immigrants, and granted, the immigrants are only asking for their share of whatever they're owed for Jim Crow and redlining. So they're not asking to get the same amount that y'all are getting. Like, if it would make, because I can imagine that it would make your case stronger. Like, why wouldn't you want them to be a part of your case?
Because the history that we had in this country, and the immigrant thing was the last straw. It's in our spirit. We got FBA that don't even talk to each other, but we talking on the same type of. We on the same time. We ain't even physically talking to each other. It's just the spirit that we've been crossed too many times. We don't even want to do that. We don't want to align with nobody no more. We just want to do business. We want to help each other. We want to get our community back in shape, and we want to do business. Even with the immigrant thing, if America would have treated us right, the immigrant thing wouldn't be a problem. If we would have been in all of us is not going to be rich, of course. But if it was how it's supposed to be, it'll be more black people in the middle class. So if it was fair and how it should be, like I say, it wouldn't be a problem with the immigration. But when you bringing people in to work slave, try to want us to compete with these people for slave wages, I have a real problem with that.
All right, so FBA business, you just touched on something, right? So you came a little bit later. We were all like introducing ourselves, right? Me personally, I'm not black American. I'm Haitian, right? I was having a conversation with my cousin like a week or two ago, and there was something that we had touched upon that kind of goes along with what you were saying. I feel that it's a real insidious, a dishonorable, really shady move what was done, where like you could have the Black Americans that are here, and then the United States of America looks at a different set of Black people and say, you know what, we like those Black people, and prop them up, prop us up, and we're like, yeah, these Negroes are better than those Negroes. They you know, like that black on black crime, they pitting Black people against each other. It's manipulative, and it's not something that I go for. No, it's not something that I go for. You know why? Because when they tired of me, they're gonna bring the next person. Now it's the Mexican. Now it's the Indian.
Whites are not pinning Blacks against each other, whatever. Look,
I didn't hold on. I didn't say all whites. I didn't say all
I didn't
whites
even say all white. Look, the bottom line up front, every time somebody say they meaning white people, put drugs and guns in the neighborhood, so we will eliminate ourselves. Black people never take accountability on the fact of, did somebody pull a gun on you and force you to use or sell that poison? No, they did not. You made a conscious decision to do what you did. So accept your fate.
Hold on, wait a minute. That's not entirely fair, and I'm going to tell you why.
Well, how's that not fair?
Because the criminal who decides to go out and sell the drugs, once he found it in his neighborhood, he's held accountable. He's prosecuted. He's imprisoned. Right? But what about the one who put it there in the first place? This person just goes scot-free? Aren't both parties accountable? But why is it only the Black person who we see now he's in the handcuffs and now he's serving time? What about
why did you have
look? Cocaine does not grow in Chicago.
Yeah, well, why in Chicago you got a library in every hood, but that's the safest place for any of these Black youths to be because ain't nobody up in there. Nobody reads. Explain that.
I get what you're saying. What I'm saying is
okay. Well, then if you get what I'm saying, you should understand that. Well, just because if they get arrested for it, you got to blame the person that put it there. No, I was born with two hands, right? If I slap the taste out my wife's mouth and I go to jail for domestic battery, what I'm gonna blame God because I was born with two functional hands? Is it God's fault that I was born with big hands that I can slap the taste out of a woman's mouth with? I can pimp slap her? Black.
Okay.
Come on now, let's just be real.
Wait a minute. Okay, so let me use another analogy and you tell me. Let's say a person, right, accidentally, for whatever the case may be, he goes to visit his friend and he dropped his pack in the house. It was like whatever, like some coke or whatever the case may be. And some of the kids in the house start sniffing it, smoking it. You're gonna get upset at the kids, like, what are you doing? Why are you doing this drug? You should have left it. Right? And the parents, rightfully so, will punish these children and say, you're not supposed to be touching this substance. I don't care if you found it inside the house. But what about the individual who dropped it in the house? You're not going to hold that person accountable for their reckless behavior?
Bruh, that's a bad analogy when it comes to death.
I don't think it helps your case to equate.
Hang on, Leonard.
I don't think it helps your case to equate African. Hang on. I don't think it helps your case to equate African Americans with children, right? To say that they're just children that don't know what's best for them.
It's children. I'm just using the example in which somebody creates conditions.
Okay, bro, I understand.
Let him speak, Leonard. Let him finish.
Okay, I'm letting him finish, and I got one form that's news. You can Google it, and it's in the news right now.
Sure thing, but let him finish.
I'm talking about where someone intentionally goes out of their way. They spend money. They deliberately create these types of conditions. Look, you're absolutely right. No person was forced to pick this stuff up and go and do what they did in their neighborhood. They should be held accountable and prosecuted. But there was a precursor that actually led to these conditions, that led to the opportunity for them to even do this thing that was negative in the first place. Like I said, cocaine does not grow in Chicago. It doesn't grow in New York. Where's this stuff coming from?
Yeah, but partner body, man. Leonard knows this, man. Leonard knows this, bro. Leonard ain't stupid, man. He knows
Yeah, we
exactly what
keep
you're
getting off of the
talking about, bro.
FBA, and we
Leonard
keep
on here just wrecking right now, man. This is recreation for Leonard right now, man.
It may be.
No, that's nothing of the sort. That's just like, no, that's nothing of the sort. Like I said, it's a lot of doggone. It's a lot of excuses that are being doggone given just because all it ain't no poppy fields. Come on
Let's
now,
not talk
ain't
over
no
each
poppy
other,
fields
gentlemen.
in Chicago. Ain't no cocoa,
gentlemen.
ain't no
Leonard,
cocoa plants in Chicago.
hang on,
That
y'all.
same
Hang
old
on,
lame
y'all.
argument.
Hang on. Let's not talk over each other. When we talk over each other, it's really just noise.
Yeah.
So
I'm sorry.
let's let people speak, finish their thought, and then say what we have to say.
I want to
Go
give
ahead.
us
Was that Sentinel or Gotti speaking?
I was speaking. I'm gonna land my plane, man. Like FBA strictly about lineage. What comes with that comes with that. We just telling people, man, we doing our own thing. We standing up for us. Basically, if you're Nigerian, African, Haitian, Jamaican, you commit a crime, don't label it, oh, it's a black youth that out here did this. Nah, stand on that. It's a Jamaican or a Haitian dude that did this. Just like when Nigerians and Africans, they get rewarded when they the first pilots, or they the first person that graduated this and such with these accolades, or they make sure that they express, oh, you know, they African this, or this is the first Nigerian for that. Yeah, keep that same energy. That's all we on, bro. It ain't no beef. It ain't no smoke. We doing our own thing, man. We doing our own thing. It's all love. We doing our own thing. But on this soil, y'all gonna respect us, man. That's all. Because we wouldn't go to your home. We wouldn't go to any other place and run for certain places in government and involve ourselves and other people politics or none of that. We're gonna play our position and do what we do. That's all we asking for, man. That's all.
Go ahead, Leonard.
Oh, okay. Like I said, I'm not with the excuse making. You know, that just because it's here, that's what you do with it if it's something negative. Okay. The flip side of that would be like, okay, somebody that has the actual resources to send their child to private educational institutions their whole entire life, all the way through to them getting their college degree, then they end up having a seat on Congress and got a long weave and all these eyelashes like this here and talking like they from the hood, like they some ghetto chick, knowing that they grew up privileged. Jasmine Crockett, name one public school that Jasmine Crockett went to.
I mean, what we talking about Jasmine Crockett for, though?
What we're talking about her for is
because I don't support her. I'm definitely not.
Let me get to the point. Saying that there's no cocaine grown in Chicago, but it's there. That's equally as sane an argument as me saying, oh, well, Jasmine Crockett, she was privileged her whole life, but now look at her, she being like Shanae Shaniqua from the block.
I mean, she trying to make money. I don't really get the.
It don't make no sense. It's like this. Stuff is what exactly it is. Okay. She is cosplaying on what is the stereotypical loud, banshee black woman when she knows that's not her background. That would be like me throwing up pitchforks or throwing down pitchforks, talking about I'm like a BDGD or I'm Blackstone or I'm Vice Lord or I'm something just because I'm from Chicago. And that is not remotely the case. Even though I grew up a block away from Larry Hoover, and there's people, well, you did that. I said, you want me to give you his address from when he was there when I was a kid? I could do that because I know where he lived, a block away from me.
That was you, but a lot of them guys that's going out there taking the bait, them guys coming from a bloodline of continuous fucked up families. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying
I'm like this here.
I'm not
It's
gonna
a
make an excuse
family
for
fault.
them. I'm not gonna make no excuse for them because I want to hold them accountable too. But you still can't erase the fact of where this all came from. It need the same way the same way the
Hang on,
government.
Leonard, let him finish.
The same way the government can send $1 billion here, $2 billion here. This same government that we pay taxes for need to put some money into fixing the problem that it most definitely help cause.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You got this thing called the Blue Vein Society. You need to go and look those groups up. Look at them. How they separated themselves from more melanated blacks in the United States. That happened right after the Civil War ended when Reconstruction started. But do black people talk about the Blue Vein Society? Oh no, we're not going to talk about that.
We don't even know the Blue Vein. We just get on the lineage thing. That's why people trying to talk bad about it. This is new. Of course, we ain't going to build Rome in a day. It's new. It's a new thought. We're becoming conscious.
Well, this is something that I would figure Blue Vein Society, the Jack and Jills, cotillions. You would figure that someone told someone about that, seeing as those were the pinky finger up Black Americans that were looking down their nose at the other Black Americans. See, there are things you can go into like A. Philip Randolph. If you all don't know about him, if you ever saw that movie, 10,000 Men Named George, and he organized the Pullman Porters, the other people along with that organization, they established themselves as something that built this thing called the Talented 10th. And the Talented 10th was supposed to be the 10% of Black Americans that was supposed to so-called bring the rest of Black America to the promised land via education. It's always been some separation between Black
Booker T.
folk.
Washington had something to do with that, right? Or was that
Say
W.
again?
Du Bois? Booker T. Washington had something to do with that, right?
He and what's my man's name? Because they didn't like each other at all.
W.E.B. Du Bois?
Yeah.
Because they didn't like Marcus Garvey.
No, it wasn't Marcus Garvey.
No, I'm saying it was W.E. Du Bois and Booker
I know
T.
they didn't like him, but it was W.E. Du Bois. There was not George Washington Carver.
Booker T.
Who's
Washington.
that other brother?
Booker T. Washington.
Booker T. Washington. Thank you. It slipped my mind. Yeah, they didn't like each other at all. Because see, Booker T. Washington was let's just go ahead and try to ease our way in. But W.B. Du Bois was like, we're going to kick in the door and do all your dig and get it. You see what I'm saying? That's like the same difference between Martin Luther King and Malcolm X. Now, Martin Luther King was like, love your enemy and forgive. Malcolm X was like, slap me if you want to. Okay? You gonna F around and find out, as we say today. Bust that move if you want to, see? And, it's always been two sides to the, then stuff started getting one-sided. You had Jesse Jackson, and he doggone got on to whatever. Then Al Sharpton came into the fold. And the only reason that you have Black Americans calling themselves African Americans today is because of Jesse Jackson, old doggone bought and sold self. Huh? Because look at all the pictures. Everybody he's in pictures with sitting right next to him real close. Kind of funny. They all got smoked, didn't they?
Yeah, messy Jesse.
It's kind of funny if you look at all the pictures. All the influential Black folk that was trying to bring Black folk together, for some reason, they got smoked and he didn't.
Yeah, I have a question for the FBA guys on the panel. With the immigration thing and the deportations, and the last time I did a show, there were a couple of FBA people who actually want to start the process of not just getting rid of illegal immigrants, but they want a moratorium on immigration, and then even a path to get rid of legal immigrants as well. And so my question is, like, and it now appears that the only people that FBA want to share America with are the same white folks that enslaved them. And I'm wondering, do you guys see any type of like contradiction in that? Like, not, I don't even know if contradiction is the right word, but anything weird in that the only people that you're showing respect for nowadays, and the only people you want to share the country with, are the people that enslaved you? Like, how does that make sense to you? How do you reconcile that?
One, we know them. Like, we have so many of these new people coming over here, and we don't know their behavior. So it's like having a new enemy. We know them like they know us. We've been dealing with these people for a long time.
Right, but there's nothing worse than being put into slavery. And no immigrant, I'm sure you don't feel threatened by any immigrant that they're going to put you in slavery, right? And I'm like, why do you feel so comfortable now around white people? Because there are white people now who are delineating from y'all. There's this new place in Arkansas where they're creating their own white space, and they're delineating from y'all. So why do y'all feel so comfortable with them that they're the only people you want to share the country with, and you want to get rid of everyone else? What makes you so comfortable around these white folks where you think if you get rid of all immigrants, that's going to get rid of all your troubles?
It's not even a get rid of all immigrants thing. It's not even on that level. Okay? Bottom line up front, it is not. The thing is this: all whites were not slave owners, and the end of slavery broke a lot of white people. I know a number of white people, and they wish they were in my financial situation. A number of them. Okay? That's just like, and I'm going to make this brief and end it. Whenever something comes on the news, mainstream media about welfare, all of the cameras go straight to New York, Chicago, Jersey, Philly, Baltimore, LA, you name it. That's where they go with the cameras, to give the illusion that blacks are the welfare problem.
You keep
Black
changing
people.
it up. You
No,
changing
I'm not changing nothing up. I'm getting to a point.
You do this every time, though. I thought you was asking the FBA guys.
Yeah, I did want to hear.
So now I'm not FBA. Is that what you're trying to say?
No, I thought you said you wasn't. I thought you said you wasn't, like you didn't support it, or like so.
Oh my goodness! See, why are you trying to be argumentative? I'm trying to make a point, and you want to argue.
I'm not trying to
part
argue.
of the problem of the reason black people can't come together.
Is every time you answer a question, we get to talk. We talking about Bill Clinton. We supposed to be talking about FBA. We got to talk about Bill Clinton.
You are part of the problem, because I'm not talking about what you want to hear. You don't want to hear what I want to say. You are part of the problem why black folk can't get along today. You, sir.
I got to tell you though, Leonard, when I asked the question, I did have FBA business and Gotti Loke in mind in terms of getting their response.
FBA?
No, you did. You may be FBA,
okay,
but I don't think
so
you may. Hang on, Leonard. Leonard, hang on. You may be FBA, but you don't think the way FBA people think. Like you're. And I'm not trying to insult you. I'm just saying, like,
I know you're not trying to insult me, but I'm like, that's when people tell somebody they're talking white. Like
no, that's not what I'm saying at all. No, that's not what I'm saying at all.
What you're saying, but this one here, he would not let me finish the point I was trying to make. Okay, which
for the third time you drifted off. Like
I didn't drift off anything. That's your assessment of what I was trying to verbalize.
And control the room.
Let's remember what the question is, though, Leonard. So Leonard, I'll give you a chance. Hang on.
You
Hang on a second,
control
gentlemen.
Statement.
Okay.
Hang on a second. The question was, why do FBA feel comfortable with just sharing America only with the white folks that enslaved them? That's the question.
Okay.
And I do want to hear what FBA Business and Gotti Loke have to say about that.
Okay, you want them to go first?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Even
FBA?
we haven't shared it enough. Like it's like 100 million immigrants here. Like who in their right mind would invite so many people with so many different cultures, knowing that is going to crash? Like you see what's going on in Minnesota. These people are some drastic people. Like they extreme people. Like what they
But
trying to usher in.
Not to cut you off though, but in one breath you say y'all are the ones that are responsible for bringing these immigrants here, and then in another breath you're asking who in their right mind brought these people here. Y'all are the ones that said that it was y'all that made it possible for immigrants like myself to come here and other Africans. So what do you mean when you say who in their right mind brought us here?
Because
you did.
Because time changes. Again.
See, Leonard, your reaction right now, Leonard, is why we say you don't think like an FBA. But go ahead, FBA.
No, you made complete sense.
Sure thing. Gotti Loke or FBA, Gotti, you wanna take a shot at it? Why do you feel so comfortable just being around the white folks that enslaved you? Why is it that you think that America belongs to only the people that were enslaved and the people that enslaved them? Why do you feel so comfortable around these people? The same people that you're asking for reparations from.
Me personally, I don't feel comfortable around no European. I'm pro-black. I'm pro-FBA. I'm more for the separation, my man. As far as the immigrant situation, my thing is, if you're over here legally and you came through the right way, I'm with all that. That illegalness, the divisiveness, the coming over here thinking that you better, and you know that you have certain opportunities that I'm not available to have. Those are issues I have problems with. You know what I'm saying? I mean, like I said, for me, FBA is a lineage, man. Me personally, I'm just speaking for myself. I'm not too much really concerned with reparations. It's just about my lineage. Like I said, my goal of what I want to see, just like in every major city, there's a little Chinatown, a little Italy. Even in Miami, they got a little Haiti. In Brooklyn, they got like a little Caribbean, spot like a Flatbush, Rutland Road, and all that. I just want to see, FBAs have their own enclave and their own community and doing what they got to do. That's my desire.
Well, and you mentioned separation at the beginning. Did you say you would prefer that you be blacks and whites be separated?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Okay.
Definitely.
Yeah, well, I mean, and just me speaking, they are separated. Okay, where the white folks that's living in Compton, California? What about Inglewood, south side of Chicago? Don't see none. What about Austin, west side of Chicago? Ain't no white folk living there. The thing is, people need to focus on economics. Focus on economics opposed to skin color. Because as I said before, when segregation was illegal, was made illegal, black folk ran straight to doggone white folk stores talking about the white man's ice cubes in his freezer are colder than the black man's ice cubes. And that's what did it all, destroyed black America, because black America lost economic value because our dollars circulated all the way outside of the community and didn't stay in. Prove me wrong.
Yeah. So real quick, before we go any further, people in the chat, can y'all do me a huge favor and hit that thumbs up button, please? That would be greatly appreciated. If y'all could just take a second And just hit that like button if you don't mind. That helps the channel to grow. And I know if you're here, you want the channel to grow. So if y'all could just take a second, hit that like button, that would be greatly appreciated. And we got a couple of, we got Ola in the house, Ola Kidola. Where I deal with Ola. What's on your mind?
Oh, thank you, brother. I live in Nigeria, bro. I've been
He
around
has to speak up because I know it's not that I'm old.
He
He has
lives
to
in
speak up.
Nigeria, though. He's calling in from a
I know
long ways. He's
but
calling
that
in
has
from a long way, so
okay.
that's
That
probably
has
why we
nothing to
can't
do with
hear
the
him so
volume
good.
on the internet. Is the internet. It has nothing to do with the volume on your phone.
I know, man. I'm just messing
Yeah, I
around.
know.
Yeah,
I
Ola,
like his name though. His name rhymes. I like that. Ola
yeah, we're
Kadola.
struggling. We're struggling to hear you, Ola. If you could either speak up or something.
Okay, bro. I hope you hear me.
Yes.
There you go.
That's good, bro. Man, you're not old, bro. You're just still young. You're a young man. You know, you have
No,
my accent, you know.
nah. I'm over
You see,
60. It's over with. The milk's gone
got
bad.
I got you, man. So what I mean is you see, let me give you a little short history of these guys that say pro-black, pro-this. I come across, let me tell you, I have different type of people in my family. My uncle married to, you can call
Pardon the
it
body, man.
Creole.
Who you addressing me, good brother?
Hold on.
You
My
addressing
uncle
me?
is married to, no, I'm not dressing you. Listen, hold on, bro.
You said pro-black, pro this. Put a
Yeah,
name
hold
on it.
on. Hold on. You see how this one could call it B1, B2, this fake B1, B2 that never really exist. They want to group all people together. Man, if you somewhere in Europe, in some of these soldiers, you'll be seeing them running after white women, you know, jumping to white women. When their contract of being the soldier gets expired, they don't want to leave, you know, because some of these white women, European white women, bought them from cars, Mercedes Benz, they're driving around and everything. I was surprised that they came here. Oh, I'm pro-black, pro-one, pro-this. You ain't pro no shit. You know, you people are not the same. All your cars say FBA. So Black America don't want to ever associate with you. You call yourself FBA. That's just the truth. Your FBA is a kind of a con by being established by a con man who registered the name and call himself FBA and throw it to these guys who smoke weed, who smoke all kind of shit, illiterates, people that have no life, throw them out.
But you come
Let them
from a
see their
land of
video.
freers, bro. You
Hold
come
on,
from a
come
land of
on.
freers, bro. How dare you speak on that? You come from a land of freers. You niggas run. You run from your country, bro. You run from your country, bro. You ain't in Nigeria right now. Stop the cap, bro.
Motherfucker,
Don't you dare
I
talk
told
on FBA, bro.
motherfucker, I just told
Don't
you
you
to shoot
dare, bro.
something down.
Ola, no cursing on the panel, please. Hang on a second, guys. Hang on, guys.
Y'all run.
Hang on, guys. Hang on. We've been having a good conversation. Ola, no cursing on the panel. Otherwise, I'm going to remove you.
Okay, Negro, you got a job? I'm asking that, Negro. Do you got a job? What's your standard of education, Negro? I want to know that.
Who you talking to, bro?
Where's this federal what?
I'm talking to you, Negro. I'm asking you.
Do I know you? What did you call me? Negro? What'd you call me, bro? I don't understand what you're talking about, man.
He called you a Negro.
He called me a
Negro. You have a job. Do you have a job, Negro? I'm asking you that. Do you have a job? I want you to
man,
start
who
off
are you?
education.
Who are you?
I'm asking you that.
Who are you?
He trolling. Don't waste no energy. Don't waste no energy on him. He trolling, man. Don't waste no energy.
No.
Answer that, man. You come from a land of friends, bro. Y'all running, bro. You ain't in Nigeria right now. Go make Nigeria great, homie.
Just let him talk, man. He got 30 minutes of power
over here
left.
leeching off us.
He got 30 minutes of power left.
Stop
Let him
coming over
talk.
here leeching off us, man. Go back home and make Nigeria great, bro. Till you do that, sucker, then that's when you allowed to speak to me, man. Miss me, man.
Your
They let you tell me nothing, bro. Let you tell me nothing, man. Go home. Go home, bro. Give me your Uber. Eat your bush meat, bro. Go home. Go home, bro. Go home.
You don't have real. You
Go
don't
home,
have real
bro.
estate.
Go home.
You don't create companies. You
Go
don't
home,
create
bro.
jobs.
Go home, bro.
You don't have your grocery shops.
Are you home right now? Are you home right now? You ain't in Nigeria right now, homie.
What you got here?
You not in Nigeria right now. You sleeping on a bed of straw.
We got
You
stream
sleeping on a bed of straw, homie.
Motherfucker, you don't see my
What you talking about, bro?
you see my logo over there, motherfucker.
What you talking
You
about,
come
man?
here, you shot the FBA.
You
You
come
know
where?
damn.
I'm here. I'm home, bro. I'm on my soil. I'm home, bro. Where you at? You ain't in Nigeria, man.
If they check your lineage, you all come from the Caribbeans, and the same Caribbeans that you put hit. If they take the Caribbeans out of your society, your pop become like 0.1%. It's the Caribbeans that make you put boost over the population over there. Stop lying.
Man, go back home, Kuntu.
The Jamaicans and the Caribbean you put hit, they're the one they ever make you pumpy. Otherwise, if those Caribbeans, they have to go down deep, far way back. Is the people that came from Jamaica and Barbados, everything. They're the one that make you pumpy. You all say over there, start smoking weeds and everything. You put
man, go get on the camel, bro. Get them Arabs and Chinese up out of your spot, man. Stop worrying about what we got going on over here.
Tell me text in the chat. Can't nobody hear you. Just text me, brother.
Quit worrying about what we got going over here, bro. Fix your homeland, man.
Go get a job.
Come from the land of players, bro.
You see what his purpose is? His purpose was to come here and get up on the subject, get on top of the FBA talk.
Talking about getting a job. You think you came up because you're driving a taxi. Stop.
Come in, cause confusion instead of getting clarity, like he was getting out. Like the guy who asking the questions, the Jamaican guy, Haitian one on talking calm and that no food. We going back and forth. We seeing where people coming from. We coming in with that. That's all part of the plan. They don't want this conversation happening right here. Again, another thing with the immigration thing, a lot of these immigrants that got these major seats and stuff, they finna lose their own little power because you're not gonna be able to gather enough votes. When this spreads like wildfire, and when these people start telling their aunties, granny, he was born over there. Don't vote for him. Don't just say he's a Democrat. No, you know them tellers, they be trying to stop our reparations, granny. All your little seats gonna be over because you damn sure ain't gonna get no votes from other people. Delineating takes away a lot of y'all power because y'all just don't have the footwork in this country like that.
I stepped away for like 1 minute and I came back into chaos. Man, that devolved.
Yeah, I wanted to ask Ola real quick. Ola, because I was watching on the internet, it sounds as if Ghanaians in Ghana, they're really trying to delineate from Nigerians in Ghana as well. What's going on with that, Ola? Can you why are Ghanaians so angry with Nigerians? Because it actually what's going on in Ghana right now kind of reminded me of what's happening with FBA, because the same way Ghanaians want Nigerians out of Ghana, it's the same way kind of FBA wants immigrants out. And you know, if you look at and all over the world, there's just this thing where people just want to get rid of their immigrants. In Europe, there's a big push right now to get rid of their immigrants. So I wanted to ask Ola, are you familiar with what's going on in Ghana, and why is it that Ghanaians are so adamant about getting Nigerians out of their country?
Okay, let me explain to you in a very clear sense. You see, in Ghana, you have to understand the population of Nigeria is about almost about 250 million. So Ghana is about less than 30 million, let's say like that. But it's an economical problem. Ghana economy is smaller compared, very, very small. And Ghana is like a state in Nigeria. I can understand. I will not blame them. If you have a population, it's like Canada and United States, right? Only that these people are the same type of skin color, they speak general type of language or English. So for them to able to understand each other, but we don't speak similar type of languages. So it seems like the Ghanaians are saying in Nigeria, taking over their business, that the Nigerians are the one importing things toward them, right? Or it is the same Nigerians are the one in the retail, right? And they're selling on the cheaper price compared to the Ghanaians who sell on a very expensive price. But people like to buy from the Nigerians, I think so. You understand me? If people don't like it, that some Ghanaians are going to buy from the Nigerians, where the Nigerians are the one importing these goods to them, right? And they're supposed to buy from the Nigerians, and they will be the retail. So it's a kind of like that kind of like rivalry, economical hate, and everything. And that says there's some criminals from Nigeria that in their country has committed crime. You understand? So that will flop. That will flop the whole thing. And the way back, they both.
You seem to not be as you seem to not have as much venom against
No.
Ghanaians. Let me just
Yeah,
ask the
because
question. Let me ask the
you
question
know
though.
why? You
You
know,
seem
hold on. You
hang
know
on a
why?
second, Ola. Hold on, Ola. You seem to not have as much venom and anger towards Ghanaians that you do towards FBA. Can you explain why that is? Why you have so much anger against FBA who are telling you they don't want you in their country? Then you have with Ghanaians who are telling you the exact same thing. Why do you reserve so much anger for FBA? And does your anger kind of validate what FBA say you feel about them?
Yeah, because
Good
because
question.
hold on. Because the Ghanaians that are saying these things, the other Ghanaians are countering them. If Nigeria lock their border, Ghana will collapse. You feel me? Ghana will collapse. And we tell them, if you're criminal in Ghana, we want the Ghanaians. Look, do you see me come here to say, oh, Ghana is bad, Ghana is this, Ghana? No, I don't do that. If you're a criminal, you're a criminal. You have to take responsibility of your action. You understand me? Take responsibility of your character, whatever is going on around you. If you're a criminal, if you're Nigeria, you're a criminal in Ghana, they will catch you, they will prosecute you, go to jail there. You understand me? That's what the Nigerians are saying. Deal with them according to your law. If they commit some bad crimes and they need to maybe face the death sentence, let them do it. So we don't have no pity for those criminals. You understand? So we don't just come here to be bashing people, or because we're far more populated than Ghana, have to be bashing Ghana. No. Some of them have their point, it's business or something. What the FBA is doing is not business. This is just pure hate on all kind of group of people, pure hate on the Caribbeans, Africans, mixed race. They just hate everybody. This people, look, I told you this. My uncle married to a lady from Texas. You can call her FBA, you can call her Creole, but she was one time board member of Wells Fargo. She never talked about any other things or something like that. I'm hearing from this so-called guy that calls himself FBA, that's coming, who called himself Pan-African before. When that money is not coming, he switch. But switch to FBA now to start saying, oh, we were there before. We were already in the United. No, I don't got a problem. But if you want to create your job, right? United States white man know where everybody's coming from. You feel me? They know who you are. If you want to separate yourself, why don't you separate it quietly and establish a business company so you can reach more people? You hate the ones that you hate. Not no, let's be honest.
Man,
If you
shut up and go on,
Okay.
man.
Hang on a
If
second.
now,
Hang on a second,
if,
guys. Real quick, guys. Gotti Loke or FBA business. What would you say to Ola to show him that what you're dealing with is not just hate? Because he seems to think that Ghanaians are more justified in their anger against Nigerians, and he feels like y'all are just he feels Ghanaians are standing on business. FBA is just about hate. What would you say to him to show him that this is not just about hate?
I don't meet this Gotti, man. I don't need to show him anything. I don't want to know him. No and no interest in knowing him. Just go home, bro. Just go home.
What about
Just
you?
go home. Stop talking to me. Stop
Is
telling me what you think I need to be doing. You know what I'm saying? Just go home, man.
what about you? FBA business. Would you say anything to him to convince him that it's not just hate? FBA business
Okay,
seems
my bad. I hit the wrong.
Is he there?
Go
My bad.
ahead.
I hit the wrong button. What was the question again? About the every? He said everybody hate.
Yeah, he said Ghanaians want Nigerians out of their country for justifiable reasons, and that FBA wants immigrants out of their country just out of hate. What
It's
would
not
you
out of
say
hate.
to him to show him that it's not just out of hate?
It's not out of hate because when I used to explain when I used to have to explain this stuff to my kinfolk because like I said, a lot of black people be stuck in this liberal stuff. So me going on the kind of conservative side shocked a lot of people. I would have to explain this stuff, and I would explain about these jobs. And the example I would always give is if you go to another, let 100 of you go into another country, you come over there just taking jobs from the villagers. They gonna find your head on a stake. You're gonna die. They're not gonna let you come in there and just take their job. This mass immigration is taking black people jobs. Literally, when I was doing construction work when I was 16 years old. That's a job you can get as a black man, especially if you didn't do right in school or if you just got a high school education. You can go out there and make you $200 a day. You telling me these jobs ain't important? That's cap. Now in my city where I'm from, Alabama, my state where I'm from now, luckily Trump came in time, but they was just starting to throw the Mexicans up in now. And it was them, and I had been warning people 8 years ago. They thought I was crazy when I was talking about the Trump shit. I was like, man, I don't care about what you like about him, but what he's gonna do is gonna affect us in a positive way. I don't care about what he's saying, what he's liking, all that. What he gonna do is gonna affect us in a very positive way.
Hey, peace to you, Black America. Thanks for coming in. What's on your mind?
Let me say this, bro. So first off, I hear you, brother. I'm also so-called FBA. I don't really subscribe to the ideology, but the lineage part I do subscribe to. When you say that Trump is replacing, I guess, because he's using immigrants and getting rid of immigrants, somehow they were somehow taking the jobs away from us. You know that Trump just laid off almost 300,000 black women from the public sector.
Yes, I
We
do.
lost 300,000.
Federal jobs.
On top.
Federal jobs.
Right, hold on. And then the emphasis, this is the problem for me. The emphasis is on, for the most.
Those were the same jobs that they gave black women them contracts for.
Afghans. Hold on. He's bringing in European immigrants. He's already said that he has no problem importing not only South Africans. He said he has no problem in bringing white European and Indian immigrants in for higher tech jobs, and those that would also finance the brain drain from other so-called countries he finds favorable. He's going to import other people that are basically either white or white aligned. He doesn't mind importing those people in here, but he doesn't have a problem getting rid of mostly black and brown.
Y'all always to say is that brown is on the border. These folks have input 50 million people in 30, 40 years. That is a problem.
Wait, hold on. Because you didn't address what I said. I said that everybody seems to be hyper focused on him deporting people. You said that they were coming to take our jobs. He's allowing white immigrants, and the U.S. policies always allow white people to come import into the U.S., and nobody said a word about it. These white folks have been coming in and been imported in here to take pretty much everybody's job that you said the black immigrants are here to take. Nobody has said anything about. He's been mass importing white people, and it's been crickets. Everybody's been hyper focused on black immigrants who are probably like 5%. I agree with the Hispanics, but when the talking points mirror white supremacist talking points, you don't think that's problematic. I do agree that illegal immigration is problematic.
That I said.
Huh? You said that they were coming. No, I said that Well, because mainly Europeans are trying to, obviously they're worried about, because I do believe that immigration can negatively and
Saying,
adversely
what was
affect
the
us.
white supremacy point that I said?
I was talking about FBA in general.
I'm talking
But
about me.
let me speak one. Immigration. The only people for the most part who is trying to whiten
You
America
can't get
is
nowhere when
and
you're
who
talking like
despite
this,
who
dude.
wants who's
You're
anti-immigration,
not even talking to
usually
me.
hold on. The people that usually are anti-immigration for the most part, the people who are worried about their birth rates going in the toilet are usually European Americans for the most part. Now, you might have conservative Latinos who are white aligned or white adjacent who vote for immigration policies. They are negative and they do, some could tend to harm Black America. But I said those policies, those conservative policies you're speaking about, they tend to align with European conservative think tanks.
So
Tell,
think tank or not, I don't care
hold
if
on.
a white
But
if a white
hold on.
supremacist say chicken is good,
I
do I
just
supposed to say chicken is not
I just
good? Is it white
I just said
supremacy?
I said that Trump is importing Europeans here by the
And this is what I want you to do.
thousands.
Go pull up the numbers then and show me that how in contrast of the Europe is way more Europeans than it is the Hispanic. Go pull up and show me then.
Man, America since the immigration policies, bro, has been importing white people since the 1940s, bro. Like in masses. America's 350 million people. Guess how many of them are European, bro?
Yes, sir.
What are you talking
70.
about, bro?
We're talking about 72%. Now, what you're talking about, I'm like, okay. The initial thing was for Ola and what he was talking about. Now it's derailed and went someplace
Well, he
else.
just said that they're actually replacing. You said they're coming to
Okay, I want to answer phone. I want to
immigrants
answer for
here.
that.
They're Indian, they're South African, they're Afghans, they're Ukrainians.
Hold on,
I
bro,
don't
bro, bro.
hear
Hold, hold,
anybody
hold,
speaking
hold on,
about
hold
it.
on, hold. Now, let me speak about the 300,000
Okay.
black women that y'all talking about.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
call that karma because they was running
What?
around flaunting
Y'all,
they
Karma.
stop. They were running around flaunting their degrees around blue collar black men, talking about what black
Oh my
men weren't
God.
and how we weren't good enough for them. So karma, baby,
Oh, so now
karma.
we're doing
I
the
love
ethnic,
it.
and so that's what I'm saying. These FBA characters, bro, they're anti-self, anti-black
What you mean
woman.
anti-self, bruh?
A lot of these dudes are like red pillars, bro.
Look,
That's why I
bruh,
be
you know what?
crazy.
Check it
So
out,
you're
bruh. You
happy
know
because
what?
black men, it's gonna affect
Bruh.
black
Let me break
families,
something
bro.
down to you.
It's black families.
It don't matter where you live in the United States. Do you know if you're not earning $95,000 a year before taxes, you do not earn what my pension pays me for sitting on my ass every
What does
damn
that
day waking
mean? What
up.
does that mean? We're talking about the
What does that
general welfare
mean?
of black people.
Only broke ass black people talk the way you talk.
all
Bro,
right,
you
now
sound
let's talk
retarded,
back to
bro.
the
You
white
sound
supremacy
retarded. You
talking
talking
point.
about how you
I
gonna
want to
call
address
yourself an
that.
Yeah,
FBA? We
I
talking
said
about the
exactly
group.
what I said.
Nothing that
Hang
you
on a
said
second.
makes
Hang on a
sense,
second,
bro.
gentlemen. Hang on. I agree.
Bro, we talking about
Somebody
the
just
group.
said, hang on. Let's go back to the question that was asked about white supremacy.
Bruh.
Can we address that? And
Yeah,
whoever asked the
I
question, can
want him
you
to call
repeat
out
the
my white
Talking about
supremacy talking point
immigrants.
about immigration, about
Yeah.
protecting the
I
resources
just
of my
told you.
family and the jobs that my kids are going to need. So, but you got 15,
What do you
16-year-old kids,
mean?
now teenagers, they can't even get hired at McDonald's because there's a 40 or 70-year-old man, a Mexican enough, who don't plan on quitting. That
Bro, you can
affects
go
you
start
and
your
your
Well,
own business.
children.
Ain't nobody starting you. Look,
that's y'all
I'm not
fault for
even
living in
pro that.
urban America. You
Bro,
should have
I'm not even
doggone
pro
did what
that.
you supposed to did
No,
and got out of urban America and
I
did
got
right
something
for
better
your
because
kids.
everybody ain't gonna have no
Bruh,
$100,000 a
somebody
year pension,
replacing
buddy.
your
We living in the real world. Well, some of us
Yeah,
do
I'm
live in
living in the
urban
real
America,
world too.
and how
I'm
we
living in the
can
real
stop it
world too.
is
why is
by
your
paying
name
attention to the
FBA
politicians.
business
Say we
when
don't
you
want no more over here.
Bruh,
anti-FBA,
That's
I'm
how
bro?
we
living in the
control
real
it.
world too.
Come
I
on,
got
so not
two
talking like
children.
that,
And you
man. You
know
don't do,
what?
man.
Both
Nah,
of
come
them
on, not
are
talking like
making
that,
way
dude.
more than me after
Come on,
taxes.
cuz.
You
You
hear this,
Man, come
dig?
on,
Los?
In
cuz.
the
Why is
You
your
real
name
intelligent for
world.
nothing,
FBA?
man.
This is
Get
an
out the mic.
undercover
You
white man.
intelligent for
Bruh,
nothing.
no. It's your fault that you a failure. It's your parents' fault that they failed you.
Man, that's why
I
I don't
stand on
subscribe
that.
to the FBA nonsense. You hear this
You
clown?
ain't
What
new
is
to
this
me.
Exactly.
FBA
Yeah.
You
business?
ain't new to me. I watch
Why
this
is your
channel,
name
so I listen to
FBA
this man talk
business?
before
You're
all
not
the
about the
time.
business of FBA, bro. Get out of here. Talking about my pension. The white man got more
Yeah,
money than
my
you.
pension,
Why is your
my
name
high
FBA
800
business?
point plus
Man, we don't know. You could
FICO
be a
score and
broke.
all that that
Man,
I
You could be a
showed
broke
man,
on
door
here.
dasher. You
Y'all
could
can
be
do
a
the
broke
same
door
damn thing.
dasher.
I don't have any college. Y'all
You could
just
be a
some
broke
lazy
door dasher,
motherfuckers.
bro.
You
You
don't
don't
want to
know
do
who you
shit but
are.
blame white people for your downfall. Get off
Ain't
your
nobody
ass
blaming
and go
white
do
folks,
something.
bro.
This
What
dude
you
here
talking about?
generalizing. Ain't nobody talking about
We
nothing like
never
that on
said
this
nothing
in this
about that.
whole
Exactly.
conversation. He
Just
just bringing up.
broke ass
He just bringing
motherfuckers.
up
Get
stuff
off
that
your
he can
ass
argue
and
with
get some
other black
paper.
dudes. Like, dude, you
Right.
just
He
an
always just
agent,
Get
that
man.
off
You
your
an
ass
agent
and
or
get
you
some
agent,
slightly
paper.
bro. What
retarded.
is
What they
this?
say? I get it from the mud. I get
Bro.
mine from the
Look at
shelf.
this man.
Get
This
off
man
your
all
ass
over the
and get
place,
some
man.
paper.
Put the bud ice
Get
down. Put
right.
the
Put that
bud ice
weed down,
down.
bruh. This
All
boy
right,
Oh,
slipping on some
you know what?
gentlemen,
slipping
I'm
on
not
that.
gonna drive the Benz or
Leonard,
the other two cars that's parked in front of my
This boy, we
crib,
don't know,
Leonard,
my
bro.
$500,000 house.
Bro,
I'm not
put
gonna
that
do that
white
while
girl
I'm
down,
drinking.
bro. Put the white girl down, buddy.
Yo,
Little
hang on,
buddy.
gentlemen. I don't want to
hold
Put
put
the
on,
money
anybody.
up.
Adrian.
Put
Hang
your
on a
money up.
second, please.
Broke
Hang
ass
on,
niggas. Broke
This is
Leonard,
a
ass niggas.
this is
Leonard,
your FBA right here, bro. That's why I don't
Leonard.
subscribe to
You're
that bullshit, bro.
Leonard. Hang on, gentlemen. Come
Yeah,
on, we
I'm
were having
hanging.
a good conversation.
I
Let's
know.
let's let's. What
Will
I'm
Hey,
somebody
saying.
answer Olga's question?
who is that? Was that Leonard speaking or FBA business? The one talking about business and stuff.
Hold
That
on.
was
Damn,
me, the one with
you'll
the
never
high
hear nothing
ass
like that
credit
coming out my
score
mouth.
and the
That's
good
that
pension
agent.
and the
Hold
That's
two
that.
Hang on a
on,
second. So
successful
let me
I had
try.
a
Hang on.
question.
Hang
black
on, please. Hold
I
on.
don't
children.
know who's
Yeah.
talking.
Hold
Who
on.
are
Hold
you,
on. Hold
bro?
on,
What's up?
please, gentlemen. Hold on. Let me try and get us back on track. The question, somebody said that FBA spews a lot of white supremacy talking points. And I
Yes, they
want that
do.
person to give me an example of one of those talking points.
I've been
Thank
begging
you.
for it.
I say I'll give you, man. I'll give you a list of talking points, man. The FBA spits that crosses the line. First of all, most
Let's
of them
hear
speak.
them.
Okay, so one of them is let's start with it. Um, well, let's talk about immigration, right? Immigration. He just spouted out one. Oh, this whole notion that they're coming to take our jobs. That as if black Americans in this country who have been here for millennials, like we can't go out and create and carve lanes for ourselves to create our own jobs. I get this whole replacement theory. Man, America has so many opportunities, not only just for anybody. I feel like we could be able to carve out a lane for ourselves. Let me give you a stat. In 1938 in Chicago, right? 1938, where we were forced to live with each other. There was no segregation. This is
Go
before
talking about
integration.
everything but the
Hold
damn.
on. Hold on. 1938, where most of the cities were integrated. I mean, were segregated. We had an opportunity where half the businesses in Chicago were black owned. Same thing in Missouri, all black owned. You know, we only
Racist?
hold
Well,
on.
what did
Let
I
me
say that was
hold
racist,
on.
dude?
Hold
Oh
on. Let me
man,
Hang
just
can
on.
the
Let him
let me
brother
finish,
finish?
please. Let him
let me
finish.
finish. Did you know that we only spent only $1 out of $10 was only spent in our community? That means out of all the half the businesses were black owned. We had a chance to support our own businesses. Instead, we chose to spend our business and our dollars outside of our community. That's when we were
Mm-hmm.
actually forced to live with each other. I'm saying it's a mindset. Yes,
See?
we have obstacles. We have an
Okay,
opportunity
okay.
right here to carve out our own lane.
And back
I'm
to
not
the
for.
okay.
I'm
What are
against
we
illegal. Hold
saying?
on. I'm
White
against
supremacy
See,
talking
illegal.
see,
for?
Hold
see,
on. Hold on.
see
Hold
how
on.
the
Hold on.
man
Let me
making
finish.
sense, but they don't want to
I'm
let him
against.
finish.
I'm against illegal immigration, but regular immigration, when you come here legally, instead of saying they're trying to take our jobs, I disagree with that, bro. Especially to go out on a limb and say, I've heard FBAs, man, disparage Africans and Caribbeans in the most anti-black ways you could ever imagine. The same way Europeans talk to us and white people talk to us, I seen them disparage FBAs disparage them in the same fashion, in a disgusting, derogatory. I'm talking about. I mean, it's
Man,
such a
still ain't
vile
dressed yet.
way.
Come on, man.
That's what I mean
Who's
Man,
by
just
speaking?
yapping,
that's
Is
what
that
yapping.
I
Black
mean
America
by
speaking?
that's
Who's
Black
speaking?
American. I'm Black
FBA
American.
business.
I've
All
seen
right, Black
that
America.
1,000 times. That's my point.
So, all right. So let's have one of the FBA guys respond to your first claim of how they're spewing white supremacy. So you're saying they're claiming, because I remember, the whole, there was a whole march with the white folks marching, chanting "You will not replace us," and I think that's what you're referring to. So
No,
let's
Yeah,
have
Yvette
someone
Carnell with
respond to that.
AUS.
he said
Same
no. He
thing.
said he can call out a million things. The white supremacists
I
didn't
got a
say
million.
nothing.
I got a
No, he
million. I
did
was
Just
give
one
start
of
one.
them.
babbling.
I
You
said
just start
No,
babbling.
he did
the
give one.
replacement theory is a white supremacist talking point. In fact, AD West, Yvette Carnell was a part of that replacement theory project. She was on a panel with a white supremacist group before she came out publicly and had to apologize and walk that back and say she was not a part of that so immigration project group. You respond to that. If that's not a white supremacist talking point when she got it from a white supremacist
Why
organization
would
that
I
she was
support
aligned with.
something that so many
All
high
right, so let's
numbers?
have them respond. Let's have them respond. Go ahead, either FBA business or Gotti or anyone who's affiliated with FBA. If y'all can respond to what he said.
And I think this is what he said, but like I'm just saying, why would I support something about bringing in millions of immigrants? If I'm a black man in America, and I know this is it's a lot of unsaid rules, and if I know I got a problem getting hired with a white dude in front of me, got a problem getting hired with a Mexican dude in front of me, and they gonna have a problem with the immigrants in front of me because the whole name of the game is to keep us at the bottom. That's how the system works.
Bro, you
Why
can
am I
hire
going to invite
yourself.
people?
What do you mean hire? Why are you trying to get hired when you can hire yourself?
Dude, stop
We have
talking like the
40
top
million
five.
people.
Stop talking like the top 5 and 10% of people. 90% of the rest of the people, regular people, who gonna go work for other people, dude?
Okay,
Come
so
on, now
you
stop
think that
talking like in la la land. We
so
talking
what
about
other
right
groups
now. What's
what
going? Most
other
people gonna
groups
go
own
get a job.
what other groups own mass corporations like that? Most Mexicans and Hispanics own small businesses, bro. Give me an example where they own Targets and Walmarts and Fortune 500 companies that are locking you out strategically in that same way that Europeans are. Give me some
Thank
examples,
you.
or Asians. I ain't talking about beauty supply stores. I ain't talking about
Did
mom and
you
pop local stores that are
did you
not hiring
did
you.
you
You
not
said
hear me say
construction
earlier today when I did
contracts.
construction when I was
Okay,
15, 16 years old?
bro. You could do all those major construction companies in Siceboro are owned by white people, dog.
And your point? What's your point?
My point is you can go those things you can go get a job yourself. There's not the Hispanics locking you out, bro, or black people locking you
Tell,
out.
tell me you don't know nothing about math without telling me you don't know nothing about math. When them Mexicans come on the job and he said he can do it for 45 cents cheaper per yard and all that, guess who's gonna get the
Bro,
job? And wait, let me finish.
who's
Let
talking
me
about
finish.
illegal
Let me finish.
immigration, bro?
Let me finish.
A Mexican American citizen is not doing it for 45 cents. Bro, I'm talking about legal
Let
immigrants.
me finish, my guy. It's
Well,
simple
hang
math.
on a second. In fairness, Black America, when white supremacists talk about replacement theory, I don't think they're just talking about immigrants, are they?
For the most part, yeah, they're talking about being replaced by immigrants and the people that are
Okay.
here.
Okay, go ahead, FBA business. You can respond.
Yeah, as I'm saying, it's simple math. When these guys come out here, they can do a job cheaper. The company is going to hire them because they can save money, and they're going to have a more of a docile person who ain't going to speak up. When you're a Black American, they know you're going to say something out of place. You know what I'm saying? So am I wrong for taking somebody that's irrespecting me, but they want that docile immigrant who barely
Is
got their
it
paper right?
illegal immigration, or are we talking about legal immigration?
Both.
Because legal citizens typically, when Hispanics after their first generation, or even a Black immigrant after their first generation, their kids are likely to ask the same thing that you're asking for.
The first generation to put my people out of damn work.
Man, and mass. Come on.
I'm sorry, dude. But just like y'all, the people, when y'all get to throwing your shots, what y'all say, y'all at the bottom anyway. Bam, let
I
me
don't
claim
say that.
it.
I don't say that.
Okay,
I feel like
most of your
I
people
feel like
do.
we
Let
should
me
be more
finish. Most of your
entrepreneurial.
people do. You know when they get online, they get to talk about us. They want to say we slaves and at the bottom. Okay, let's go by the numbers. Then we at the bottom. So we need those jobs, my boy. Until we jump into the
I'm
middle
not
class
saying
and
that.
higher numbers, we gonna
I'm
need
not.
them labor jobs, my guy. We gonna need it, and we gonna need to get paid for them. We ain't trying to do $9.75 an hour. You're gonna have to pay us for the
I'm all for
2025
getting paid.
fair
I'm saying
wages.
for us, our mindset is to be about creating jobs in our own self. We have
And,
enough to
yeah,
be
we need to
forced
do
and
that.
brilliant
But
and intellect to create our own
until
jobs,
then, we're
bro.
gonna have to live in reality.
That is
Until
reality.
then, which is part of the FBA when guys coming together, talking more, saying this. Cause
So
ain't nothing wrong with FBA, because this is FBA one of the most powerful things that they having in us, and that's why everybody's so mad, because it got all these guys who
I believe
probably
Black American, we are.
know how
We
much
do
they have
possess that
coming. Now
power.
we coming together. That's
So we have
dangerous.
that power. If we have that power, why is everything about exclusion instead of building? That's all I'm saying. We should be focused on building. We have that power, but none of the rhetoric the FBA is talking about is about building or empowering anything. It's about online telling everybody we're gonna delineate at the same time. F you, boycott instead of building. Who is talking about building? A museum? I ain't talking about a museum. I'm talking about a grocery store, institution, a bank. How many of these dudes is talking about building something?
None.
That's my only that's all I'm saying. It sounds good. I mean, we could all just say, "Hey, yeah, we delineate. Let's get online and talk shit about the Caribbeans and the Africans and stuff." That feel good to your soul, I guess. When you leave here, though, why are we boycotting somebody when we should have been building? We didn't have to go shopping with them in the first place, right? They should be
Yeah,
shopping with us. We should have institutions for them to come and shop with.
Hey, bruh, when 5 years ago, if you remember, just 5 short years ago, bond with my African brother. Ain't that how it was?
I don't believe it ever was like that. I wish it was, but it hasn't been like
Well,
that.
it was like that verbally. It was like that verbally.
I
Folk
don't
wearing
think so.
kajente or whatever that cloth is called, and all this other stuff. Even when them doggone white folks in the Capitol gonna wear the cloth and take a knee and all that old foolishness that they was doing. Yeah. So I'm like,
Man,
man, look, this America. You better doggone get what you can get for you and take care of yours and keep it pushing. That's America. This is a republic, not
Until
a
FBA
democracy.
tried, then it's a problem. Then we divisive when the FBA try to start practicing it.
no, we
Practice
want to.
what?
I'm with
What is
that. I
the
want us to
FBA
practice.
practicing?
I want us to practice group economics. I'm with that. It just turned into more slander than anything positive or productive, bro. That's all it is. If we were just saying we going to delineate, I'm with that. Let's delineate in terms of economics, economics, political power. But it's more about slandering people that look just like us than anything. It's devolved into that, bro.
Get what we gonna do? We gonna fire that ass up right back. That's what we do.
I mean, we talking about online.
Fire what up with who and
online fight.
fire who up with what?
But
Y'all jumping into the wrong battle. If y'all gonna make 40 million people who good at janking and making fun of people and stuff like that and setting trends, y'all gonna want to anger them people.
No, I get it, but it's a roast fest now. I just
Pulling
thought
the body,
I
man.
got it.
Pulling the body.
You still dealing with regular people. You still dealing with regular people. I bet you ain't got on one Pan African site or one site with some Nigerians and came with that same ass.
Bro, listen, bro, I've been to Nigeria at least 7 times, bro. I've been all over the Caribbean. I've been all over Nigeria, bro. I've been in the actual country. I've come off the plane getting nothing but love, bro. I've been in spaces where it's been hate. I've been in most of the places where it's been nothing but love.
You don't listen, dude. I just said I think you don't go to the Nigerians trying to check them like you trying to check them.
Man, I checked the fuck out of a Nigerian, bro. Listen, bro, I'm an equal opportunist, bro. If somebody disrespect us, bro, I go to the
I'm saying
go to
that's the
max,
whole point.
bro.
I know we ain't FBA. I'm just saying that you coming on here trying to check us for having.
What do you mean I'm not FBA? What you mean? What does that mean?
I don't think you FBA, bro. Where you
what
from,
does that
man?
mean? What does that mean?
Where
I'm
you
from Los
from?
Angeles,
Black
California,
America?
born and raised. If we trying to do it like
Where
a
your
pissing
people's from,
contest,
man?
Mississippi,
Where your
bro.
people from?
Mississippi, Texas, and Louisiana,
Whoa,
bro. Clarksdale, Mississippi, bro.
hold on. Let the brother answer where his
Bro, my
ancestors are
entire
from.
family
Tell
is
him.
from the lineage FBA. I ain't got no Caribbean, no African. They all from here, bro. Clarksdale, Mississippi, bro. Loud,
Clarksdale.
Mississippi. Yep, bro. Louisiana, Freeport, Louisiana. Freeport,
Freeport.
Louisiana, bro. Yep.
You somebody talk like you and they ain't a tether. It's only one other thing they can be. A Democrat. I mean a super
Bro,
Democrat.
come on, man. Look, bro.
A super
All of that,
Democrat.
So now it's gonna switch up.
them games ain't gonna work with me, bro.
Hey, bro, hold on. You done just broke down.
I ain't even
You
speak,
done
son.
just broke down where your
I ain't
people
speak, bro.
from.
I ain't speak, bro. Let me speak.
Now
Let me
it
speak. I ain't
changes to
speak, bro.
Democrat.
I ain't speak, bro. Let me speak, bro. First off,
Go ahead,
man,
Gotti.
you can't confuse what people talking about online. You can't confuse that with what's going on offline. Like me, for myself, I drive trucks and I got a cleaning business, and I'm in contact with FBAs around my little situation in my city where I'm from. So online, man, a lot of brothers just wrecking, bro.
Yeah.
This is online. It's the internet, man. It's entertainment.
I believe that.
So good brother from California, the FBA brother from California, salute to you, man. But you got to keep in mind, bro, online, this is entertainment, my G.
100%, I believe it, and I'm doing the same thing, bro.
Connect.
Yeah, 100%. I love my lineage, bro. I'm proud as fuck to be Black American, bro, to the max. I'm just saying, it just the range of what an FBA is. It's some good brothers in the middle, but it oscillates too much between some people who are very much even anti-black, women and anti-black, and it ranges to people who are good brothers and people who want to be in closest proximity to white people. I've seen the range go so far, I can't attach myself to that. I am with defending our lineage, bro. I am, but it
Can
has
I ask you a
devolved
question?
into a lot of foolishness. You cannot
Can I,
lie,
can,
bro.
can I ask you a question?
Yes,
Can,
sir.
did you vote for Kamala Harris?
No, I did not. I'm not a Trump. I didn't vote for Trump though. I'm anti-Trump. I'm anti-Kamala. I don't like neither one of them. I'm
Did you?
involved in a political process, but I voted independent. I'm an independent dude.
Okay, well, if you didn't vote for Kamala and you
I
didn't
voted
vote for Trump,
independent. I'm
how
always
you
Green Party.
stop,
I'm Green Party.
bruh, hear me out real quick. There was only two candidates running, so if you didn't
Bro,
vote for Kamala
what are you,
or Trump, who did you vote for?
bro, think about this, bro. What are you talking about is only two? What are you
It was
talking about
only
that is
two candidates running for president.
no, it's
That's
not,
not
bro.
true. That's not true.
Cornell West ran as well, bro, and Joe Stein, bro. What are you talking about, bro?
Jill Stein,
Yes,
the
yes,
whatever
third party
party,
Green
ba
Party,
ba ba
yes,
ba ba ba
independent
ba
Green
ba.
Party, yes,
Okay,
yes,
Cornel
sir.
West.
Yes, brother.
What party does he represent?
Green Party independent. I just told you, my
Oh,
brother.
what the party does Cornel West represent?
I just told you, Green Party. Why are you
What
asking me?
party does Cornel West represent?
Oh my God, brother. Come on, man. What are you talking about?
Yo, Leonard been
This
on it
dude,
all night, man.
this dude right here, brother. I'm telling you, though, I'm not gonna flex on here like I don't like the and that's another wave y'all are. Y'all are like Trump voters now, this new black conservative face. I'm not with that either, bro, at all. Come on, man. A black MAGA, stop it. How is that progressive for FBA to vote for be a black conservative? That's like an oxymoron. How on one end y'all take from Claude Anderson, Dr. Claude Anderson, he also said black conservative is the oxymoron. He's like, what black people have in this country, what do we have to conserve? Why the hell would a black man be a conservative?
Okay,
You
I'll
tell
tell you what
me.
a black conservative is.
You tell me. What do we have to
A
conserve?
black conservative is a man or
Uh-huh.
woman that in the least of your life accomplishments is you got married before you became a parent for the first time.
That's socially conservatism. I'm talking about
That
what
ain't
this
no.
that's
See, now you
social
trying to deflect.
conservatism.
Now you trying to deflect.
That's not deflecting, brother. Conservative.
Again,
That
So
is
it's more than just
deflecting.
it is more than just aligning yourself with either Christian politics or social conservative
No,
policies.
mine is not Christian. I
Policies.
don't believe in any of that
Okay,
crap.
let's talk about
if you really
policies.
want the
Why does a
conversation, you should
black
have asked
man,
me why
let's
I
talk about
asked
policy
for the man
wise.
should have
Why
been
should
Baptist.
black people align
Okay, I
themselves with
can't
a
hear the both
conservative
of you
movement?
all. Go ahead,
Why
bruh.
why should black people, as far as policy is concerned, align themselves with a conservative movement, a right-wing conservative, typically neo-Nazi, far right-leaning movement? Tell us why. Why should we?
I will tell you why.
Okay.
Name what else the so-called names you use for that party. What have they done to black people?
What has they've created a climate and have created legislation and laws that have harmed black people for generations.
What, the three strikes law?
Yes, that's one.
Yeah,
That was the Democrat. Sorry.
I mean, hold
The
on. Don't
1994
sweep
crime
that.
bill.
Don't sweep that under. Don't sweep this under the rug, man. Come
I'm
on,
not
man.
sweeping shit. I'm
Hey,
giving you
Come on,
facts.
man. With this right here,
I ain't one
this
of them.
is the
Now,
same people.
I ain't one of them
The clean
conservatives.
crime
These are the
bill.
same people that's gonna
I ain't
tell
one of them
you. They're
conservatives
gonna
that
tell you
say
on
that.
one end.
Yes or no answers. The
No,
clean
no, these are
crime
the same
bill.
people that are going to tell you on one end about this 94 crime bill, but then the next end they're going to tell you those black people were thugs and criminals. They deserve to be locked up.
You know what?
Y'all do that,
I wish, you
bro.
know what?
That'd
I
be
wish
so
I could be
funny
a
how the
mind reader.
conservatives use
I
that,
wish I
bro.
could be a
Stop it,
mind
bro.
reader because I win the
Yeah, I
lotto.
know how that is, bro.
So
So
I
who
while
know
you
y'all
on
what
here
so
you're
bullshitting, check it out.
so go ahead.
Do
Go
you
ahead.
know
I'll let
why
you
black?
I'll
Do
let
you
you
know
go.
why Black History Month is a whole month? Do tell.
Oh my gosh. I'm gonna let you go up for this.
No.
This
Go tell, Mister. You know something? Go tell. Tell the panel why black.
So we're gonna sweep under the rug
No,
of
we're
all
not
the
gonna sweep
policies that
nothing. You can't back up what
for
you say
Black
with
History
facts.
Month.
What was
Okay.
Black History Month before it was Black History Month? Do tell.
You sound like Trump when he said,
Do tell. What was it? Do tell.
brother, I don't
I'm
even know,
asking
bro.
you
You
black
tell me.
stuff.
You
I'm
tell
not
me.
asking you Trump
You
stuff.
tell me.
Black
You
stuff.
tell
Go
me.
ahead. Do
You tell
tell.
me, brother. You tell me.
No, you
What was
supposed to know this
I don't
because
know.
you black.
I don't know. Educate me on Black History Month.
Okay,
Who
well, you know
created it,
what? If
man?
you don't know, your parents failed you because my children know.
Okay, great. So educate us, brother. My divine
And that
brother.
you can look it up
Why
on
Black
Google
History
yourself.
Month? Why black people should vote and be conservatives? Because Republicans created, or no, conservatives created Black History Month. Tell us, educate us on
The
how that
conservatives didn't
impacted us.
create Black History Month. See, that
Okay,
shows how
I'm
dense
asking.
and uneducated that you are.
Absolutely. So educate us. So I'm asking you, educate us,
No,
dear
it's not
brother.
my job. I'm not a teacher. I teach my
Wait a minute. You
children.
said
It's y'all parents'
I'm waiting
job
for
to
you
teach
to
y'all.
educate us
Nah.
on
All
what.
right. Yo, could I interject just for a minute?
Okay,
I want
let me
no,
break
no,
it
no,
down
no.
right
Hold
here.
on. No. Don't do that because he just asked you to clarify on a point that you
Okay, well,
made
I'm going to
and you did not
clarify
want.
that.
You
It's
didn't want.
excuse me, please. Number one, Black History Month started out as Negro Week. Okay, then it was celebrated for a whole month, started in 1970 with college students, and that's post Kwanzaa, which Kwanzaa started in 1966, and then in 1976, it was designated as a month long celebration of Black American accomplishments. But then you get morons that say, see what the United States government does? They give us the shortest month of the year to celebrate. When it was Negro Week and it was established to commemorate the birthday of Frederick Douglass. Okay?
Okay.
Okay, and the person that did it is from Chicago, and it's a library in their name, and it says that on the whole explanation of the library on 9500 South Halsted.
Show me how. Now, again, how does Republican and neo-Nazi conservative policies positively impact the Black community? We know about voter
The
suppression. We know
neo-Nazis
about
were
the policies to turn it
Democrats.
back. Huh? Oh my gosh,
The
man.
neo-Nazis were Democrats.
Man, I'm talking about today, right now, not.
And that's what I'm talking about.
So they're
Today,
Democrats.
right now, and have
Neo-Nazis are
always
Democrats.
been.
So neo-Nazis are Democrats right now.
The neo-Nazis have always been Democrats.
Let's change the subject then.
All
Okay,
that
you
have been
got it.
trying to kill black people
Got
in the
it.
South and trying to the South to rise again and coming north with that rhetoric have been the doggone Democrats that
These dudes,
lost out
I'm
and all
telling
their
you.
economic
I'm
power
telling you.
once
So
slavery ended.
that's why the biggest part of the base of the Republican Party, particularly the conservative Republican Party, are pretty much white supremacists,
No, they're not
neo-Nazis,
white supremacists.
skinheads,
The biggest part of the doggone
anarchists.
Democrat Party as a blacks is who? 92% of black American women.
Oh, this dude right here. Let's just change the subject because I
Ain't no
can't with
change the
this dude
subject. You
right
just
here.
can't handle
Let's talk
facts,
about,
and you
brother.
don't want to
Now
research
you
the facts
said,
to look them up.
bro,
Because
Yeah, let me
everything
say
you
this.
said upside down.
Let me just say
Everything
Kennedy
this,
you said
please.
administration,
upside down, brother.
prior to the Kennedy administration,
I know these type of
blacks
dudes.
were Republicans. Okay,
Yeah, hang on a second, Leonard.
was the first black senator?
Let's move
Was the
along. Let's
first
just
black
move on.
senator a
I know these type
Republican
of
or a
dudes.
Democrat? Do tell.
I know these type of dudes. I'm not even.
Hang
No,
on,
no,
hang
ain't no
on a
type of
second. Hang
dude.
on a second. Hang
We
on,
got
Was
Leonard.
the first? Who was
Leonard,
first?
hang on. Leonard, hang
Okay.
on a second.
Women are men
I
and men
just
are
wanted to
women.
say to I think it was Black American that Leonard is correct. The Democratic Party does more historically. The KKK was a part of the Democratic
Yeah,
Party,
historically,
and and
before
and the
before the
Republican
flip, before
Party.
the flip.
And
That
let
was
me just
before the
finish.
flip.
Let me just finish. The Republican
Bro, you
Party
let
was
somebody else
started.
speak.
The Republican Party was started to end slavery. So historically, the Republican Party is not a white supremacist party, the Democratic Party, I think
No,
more
they started off before
takes
they were
that label.
Dixiecrats. Everybody moved on, bro. That was how it was
There
when it
was
first
no shift
started.
and move
There
from the
was a
Democrat to
flip, bro.
the
Everybody,
Republican Party.
bro,
Stop
you
it.
crazy. I'm about to look at it right now, and I'll tell you what it was
Yeah,
called
look it
when
up
they
right
flipped the
now, because you know what?
party. The
Prior
Republicans,
to,
bro. So all black people been voting
I can
Democrat because
sum it
they
up
want.
real quick.
And then,
Prior to blacks shifted to the Democrat Party, they were Republican. The first black
yeah, we were Republicans.
American senator voted in office was a Republican in Mississippi. The first black Democrat voted as a senator in the United States was Carol Moseley Braun in 1993 in Illinois, Democrat.
Listen, brother, it started off like that. Yes, we started off as Republicans.
And
That
then,
there was a shift.
and when
There was
Kennedy
a
came into
huge shift,
office,
brother.
that's when it switched. Blacks got all on the
Dixiecrat.
doggone page with the Democrats because of Martin
Man.
Luther King
Oh my God, bro.
and
It's because
Jesse
of
Jackson
policies.
and the
All the
rest of
white
these
supremacists
doggone
went to
Negro
the
mouthpieces.
Republican Party, bro. All the
So
white supremacists, bro.
hold on,
Man,
No,
Leonard.
they
Hang on.
weren't. See,
Speaking of, hold on a
Leonard.
second. Hold on a
Hold on.
second. Hold on, real quick. Speaking of Martin Luther King, we only have 17 likes in the chat. My people's in the chat. Can y'all please hit that like button? Do it for Martin Luther King. He would appreciate it. Hit the like button, please. We got 50 people watching and only 17 likes. If y'all could please hit the like button, that would be great. Gotti, I think you wanted to say something.
I think Gotti dropped.
Gotti dropped. Somebody wanted to say something.
the first black American senator was voted into office in
you're not gonna get me with this. It's the Southern
1870.
strategy.
Hold on,
That's
Leonard.
what it's
You
called.
got to let somebody else.
I know,
You
I'm
drop
giving
the
y'all
truth. I
facts.
appreciate it.
1870.
But hold on. But
Republican.
the brother was saying that there was a switch. The
There
information that
wasn't a
you
switch.
provided, but
It
you
was a
just
switch.
said
He can't prove it.
Wait a minute. Hold
It's
on.
called a Southern strategy, bro. I just looked it up.
Black America. Hold on. Brother Leonard, you just said that the blacks originally were attached to the Republican Party and then now
Exactly.
with the Democrat now. So that is a switch.
No, that's a switch. Hold on, brother. That's a switch of the voting habits. That's not a switch of the parties and what they try to do. Now, check this out. Let me give you another piece of history. Now, you all know about the D.W. Griffiths movie, Birth of a Nation, right?
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Okay. That was the first movie ever shown in the White House, right?
Yep.
By Woodrow Wilson, right? Democrat president that tried to turn the North legally with the same rules as the Jim Crow South. Look it up. Look it up. I'm telling you. Don't trust what comes. Don't trust what I say because I said it. Look up the history and read it for yourself.
All right, so did anybody really get around to answering American Dream's question? Because I missed it, or there was just a lot of napalm.
What was the question?
The question where he asked for the Black Americans, when it comes to deporting all the immigrants and basically just leaving you in the United States population with the white descendants and things like that, who are the ones responsible for holding you as slaves. Why are you comfortable with that condition or that environment as opposed to dealing with an environment where there may be a mixture of other people? I mean, that's exactly how
I tried to give an answer to that, saying that all whites did not own slaves.
Oh my God.
See, there we go. All whites did not own slaves. Hence the Civil War. Hence the abolitionists.
That was a bad question anyway. Like he's saying, why would we want to be?
Now it's a bad question.
No,
oh
I'm saying it's a bad question. What he's saying, why would you want to be with whites only? Let me go. Let me finish.
What's with being on the victim Olympic team?
It's a bad question because he's saying, why would we want to be left with white people when that's not going to be the case? It's 60 million Mexicans, probably about.
It's not
60 million legal
it ain't 60
Mexicans.
million. It's only like 45 million immigrants total. So how it can't be 60 million
Okay,
Mexicans.
okay. So it's 40 million of black people, right?
Nah. I gotta agree with the brother with what you just said because the Mexicans have exceeded the black population in the
Exactly.
United
Listen,
States,
listen.
That's what
and
I was
it's
gonna get
what
to.
it is how many 42 million black
That's right.
Americans? 43
I thought it was 48 million black
or
Americans. Let's
48?
come.
Of
Let me see.
of that 48 million
It's
is
only
10%,
37. Only
10% for
37 million
immigrant,
Mexicans.
half of immigrant children, and then the other half of
30, it
immigrants
says
who
37
was born
million
in another
Mexicans,
country.
bro. 37 million Mexicans. It's 10 million more of us than it is of them.
It ain't no 10 million. How they the number one minority now? Then
What you say?
they the number one minority now. We're not the number one. We the third. We the number two minority.
Okay, so
Well,
FBA,
you're probably
I
thinking
think you're
Hispanics. You're
misconstruing
thinking Hispanics.
yeah, exactly, Hispanics as a whole, because that would be
Yeah,
Mexicans
Hispanics.
plus Puerto Ricans plus Dominicans plus
Exactly, and they're
Cubans
what? They're
plus
Hispanic.
But guess
Venezuelans.
what?
I
They
get
Guess
you
cross
say
what?
that
Hispanic.
spin.
He said
Of
Mexicans, so
That's
I know
called
what he said. He said
Of
Mexicans,
that
so I'm
48
going off
million
that.
that you're saying black, 10% of that is immigrants from the islands to the Africans.
See there?
Okay,
So when you
okay, go
got
ahead.
you classified Hispanics, which they're all Hispanic,
Technically, yeah.
okay? Now, if you look it up, what are they? 19, 20% of the population of the United States, and Black America has been holding steady at 12 to 13%.
13%.
So that
Correct.
means, yes, there are more Hispanics in the United States than Black Americans. And then you have to consider the Black Americans that, well, the blacks that are here, they look like the foundational Black Americans are counted into that doggone
Number,
ratio.
absolutely.
And
Yes.
then you also have to consider those Hispanics, they could legally classify themselves as white.
Right.
So all of them don't even classify themselves as
Just
Hispanics.
depending on what
Well, they
census
says
they taking
Hispanic
or
non-white.
how they want to
That's
use the
fine.
information. But
Yeah,
back to the
non-white or white. They can
Right.
set that.
Okay.
See what I'm
Uh-huh.
saying?
but
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So okay.
back to the question though.
Blacks don't have the doggone ability to classify themselves as
Anything
black,
but black.
white, of white descent. Come on now.
I know. What was the question? What question are
Back
you
back to the
asking?
question. Why I was saying that because I didn't think it was a good question because I was saying that the 40 million legal Mexicans or whatever they're not going anywhere.
I believe all the illegal should be gone.
I'm saying the 40 million that were anchor babies or whatever they were, they're not going anywhere.
Well, if
So,
they're
Right.
anchor
So
so
baby,
I
what's
then
the
think
they're
right?
legal citizens.
it's a bad faith question because 40 million people not getting deported. Then you got 20 million Asians. Then you got 4 to 5 million Indians, which fall up on the Asians too.
Well, it depends on if you're an anchor baby or not.
I mean,
Okay.
if they're not gonna go back that far for all the anchor baby, but the 14 million, they're not gonna go back 20 years and all that stuff. They're not gonna have
They
enough
can't.
Well,
time.
They're
that
not.
depend.
They're not.
That depends on what the government is tasked to do, because a lot of people say what the government won't do. I hope you all do understand that 9/11 was an inside job. So do not underestimate what the government is capable of.
I mean, one thing you don't have to worry about the FBA doing is underestimating the government. You got books, and then you got what we know. We got a little. We know the unsaid rules. We know you got to read between the lines. We know everything they put in the books ain't true because our history here. We
I
pretty
got
much
you.
hit to that.
Like I said, I just
So
don't see nobody
now
hyper focused on
this
those
goes
other
back.
white immigrants coming in.
This goes back to something that one of the brothers mentioned earlier, where they were talking about white nationalist or white supremacist talking points and things like that. When you're talking about how far back the United States government might go to potentially strip X amount of people of their citizenship, that's what happened in Nazi Germany. When they decided they wanted to get rid of those Jews and things like that, they went back and started checking out their history. They quote unquote delineated from those Jews that were over there and started stripping millions of people of their citizenship.
Yeah, way easy. It's way
Those that they
easier.
could not trace back
Too much
3
social media now.
generations.
Right.
Those that could not be traced back 3 generations. Yes, I'm
Right.
well versed in that too.
Right. Exactly. So what I'm saying is, in the conversation with like the FBA, and they're talking about, okay, I can trace my lineage back in this country X amount of generations and things like that. I just hope that a lot of people who are delving into that or going down that path are cognizant of parallels in history and what was the implication where people started doing that.
Because when people make themselves ignorant of history, history repeats itself, does it not?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, these dudes, half of them want to be Native American or an Indian or something. I mean, it's let's keep it a buck. I mean, I
I
done heard
mean,
it all, bro.
the black Greeks just sued the government saying that they forced them to not claim that the black Indian was already here. This stuff is coming out.
Nah,
Well,
It's
that's
the
not.
coming
thing,
out.
That's
the
not
thing
what it
about
said.
that,
That's not what it said, brother. They
okay,
got
yeah,
sued for
you
being
explain that
citizens
because I can't.
because the Choctaw and the Muskegee, they were being sued for not being allowed to be citizens of that nation because they didn't have ethnic or racial ties. Some of them have, the very few, but most of them because they were enslaved by that nation. That does not mean that they were here before the colonizers. That's not what that court case was all about. Black people do like to so-called tether themselves to these Native American people, to me, in my idea, because they are very disgraced of their African heritage. They'll rather be anything other than African. So they
We,
try to
we,
say,
we're
well,
not
we're a
disgraced
part of that
about
nation.
African. We
Yeah, as
just know we
enslaved
mix with a lot
people.
of stuff.
Some of them married into the tribe, and some of them have a Native American grandparent or two. But most of them will parade around as if all 18 of their sets of great grandparents were Native American, and they all intermarried with other Black Native Americans. It's insane. The
Now
few
check
that
this out.
are, go ahead.
Now you'll not have Indians
People love to
doing
tell us who you
DNA
are.
tests because these Indians are supposed to so-called natives of this country. Actually,
They're Asians.
they and Aboriginal Africans. They're Mongolians and Aboriginal Africans.
Whoever said we
Wait a
weren't
minute.
African,
Wait
that
a
what we
minute.
keep on.
Wait.
Why y'all
Wait a
keep on?
minute. They're
Y'all
not
acting like we
African,
saying
brother.
that
What's
we
that?
are not
Wait.
African.
Huh?
Yeah, we
Hold on,
not
hold on,
out
hold
here
on.
saying that. We saying we mixed with a lot of stuff.
No, hold
Wait a
on, hold
You
on.
minute.
just
Nah.
said
FBA.
that. We're
Hold on,
talking
Leonard.
about the
Hold on, Leonard.
actualities of it all.
Exactly.
You
Yo,
all people act
FBA.
like American Indians are an entity all their own that just cropped up out of this country, and they are individual nationality people like the Asians, like what do they call the Europeans? It starts with the A, them, and like the doggone Africans.
So FBA, listen to this,
I'm
right?
confused about this, brother.
Props to
What are
you
you
because
talking about?
you don't go down that route. I was in engaging with some people in the
Man,
conversation
they be
earlier today, and they were specifically saying they are not African.
I'm actually I'm
Nah, them
African.
gotta be some
I
shades.
claim my African
I'm not
ancestry.
talking about they not saying they're not mixed. They're saying they're not African, period. They're saying they were from North America from thousands of years
That's what
ago.
I'm
They
saying,
were
bro.
part of this tribe and that
Man,
tribe.
these people
Now
crazy.
listen to this. Remember, we all have access. Not all of us did it, but all of us have access to get our DNA tested. And it could
Yeah,
tell you exactly what
they
you
don't want
are.
to do it. What they want
Exactly. And everybody, including Black Americans, even though it'll be mixed with like, African, like 70%, and then maybe like 15-20% European, and then you'll have a
right.
little bit that might be something else that'll be Native American. That Native American part is negligible.
It's
We're
admixture, man.
primarily
It's
African, all
admixture.
of us.
It's mostly admixture. That Native American is admixture, less than 5%. That's why they always say, well, my
Exactly.
Thank
great
you.
grandmother was a
Exactly.
native. It's never their grandfather. It's always some great grandmother.
The
That one person that
the
they
mitochondrial
so
DNA.
so my
Yes.
whole thing is you're about as you're more white than you are Native American. Do you go around
See,
saying that you're white? You won't do that though, because you're 15%, usually larger with white DNA, 15%, but they walk around, I'm Native American, I got 5% Native American, or my great grandmother. If you mistake a Native American and call them African, they would be offended. If you call them anything other than if you call them a Native American, they will never get upset with you. You call
You
them
would call them a
African, they'll be
$5
upset with
immigrant
you,
if you
bro.
ask me.
And see the thing,
Neither one of
and the
them,
thing
and
is
most
this,
of them are 80 to 90% African. So I'm always
and
proud of my African
So,
roots,
and
and
the
so,
I'm
thing
Black
is this,
American.
so those
they
white
don't get
those white Indians are the real ones, huh?
brother man,
They
they
fake
don't get
too,
they
but
don't get DNA tests because they know if they get a DNA test, it's going to show how much African ancestry is in their
exactly.
bloodline.
And
I
I'm
don't know.
Hang
saying,
on a second.
Y'all were
Hang
talking
on.
to a small group of FBAs
that's
who didn't
sad.
want to have nothing to do with Africa.
Yeah, but
So
I
I
y'all
think
are
y'all
No,
saying,
were
so
taking it.
hold on,
I'm
I
not
think
worried
y'all
about
were
Leonard,
them.
hold
taking
I'm
on,
it
hold
talking
very
on,
about
Leonard.
wrong. I
the
think y'all were
Hold
Indians.
on,
taking it
Leonard.
very wrong. I think people might be arguing with people, and they be like, "Man, I ain't got to be no part of no African anyway." That y'all taking it in a literal sense. Yes, come
Hold
on,
on.
y'all,
So are y'all
y'all haven't
saying, are
seen
y'all,
us.
hold
Y'all
on.
haven't
Are y'all
seen us
saying,
on TV.
hang on
Y'all
a
haven't
second,
seen us.
please. Are
What's
y'all
that?
saying that regardless of where FBA goes back, traces their history back to, it's going to go back to Africa?
Of
Vast
course,
majority, absolutely, 100%.
of course.
Most definitely, probably
Yes,
more than
it
likely,
will.
Vast majority.
Everyone will.
No, not as, no, I ain't talking about
The
ancient
birth of the
Africa during
world,
Pangea. I'm talking about recent
everybody
history.
bloodline go back to Africa, right?
I'm talking about 400 years ago. I ain't talking about an ancient Pangea. I'm talking
I
about
mean, 400 years ago, pretty
400
ancient
years
too,
ago.
brother.
I ain't talking about some Paleolithic age. Stop with this
Yo,
everybody from Africa. No, we talking about your
F-
immediate ancestors. They
FBA
come
business.
right out of
Listen,
Well,
I'm
Africa.
gonna tell you this. I'm not telling you no lie. I was watching a live stream with Tariq Nasheed. He's the one who coined the phrase foundational Black American, and he said it. He was saying we are indigenous people over here. He said it on that one. I don't know if he's gonna write it and update
if,
it on his website and all that, but he said that.
if
Remember, a
people,
lot of these
if he,
people are following this, are following his lead.
if he
But
believe it, then it's really unknown because it's so much has been stripped from us, and you telling me that there was no possibility of it being dark people on this land already.
I didn't
We're
When,
not
say
talking
not
about
when have you?
possibilities. We're not
I'm
talking
saying
about
I'm saying
possibilities. That's the thing. We got the facts.
It's a word they call it, but they got something for that map. They say a long time ago, Africa and America used to be together, but it split for some little thing that happened. I don't know y'all. Most of y'all probably heard of it.
Pangea,
Okay?
you
Pangea,
talk
but
about
we got
continental
facts
So
though.
drift.
We
That's
talking about
like a million years ago, bro. We're not
right. We
I'm
talking
just
talking
that
about
far
right. We
back.
talking about 400 years
Yeah,
ago, and we
yeah.
got the facts now. We got science. We got DNA. We got historical documents. We have evidence at our fingertips. But these dudes rather fill in the blanks because they do not want to admit the truth. It's here. It's not that black
okay,
people were not here, but we were not here in
okay.
mass.
All this. At the time we just spent on this, what difference does that make? All we saying is we are a little bit different. This is our tribe. Just like if we were saying we were Jamaican, just like if we were saying we were Haitian. All we
I
saying we're a little
agree.
bit
This is
different. We
our
went through
tribe. I
something
agree with
different.
that.
We see this nation differently than the people that come over here. Most people
I
that come
agree
over
with
here, they
that.
got a great opportunity. Their life change. We've been getting beat the fuck up for them 400 years you described. We've
I
been
Yo,
agree.
getting beat the fuck up. Fight.
hold on. FBA Biz, hold on. Listen to me, dude. I'm Haitian, right? I ain't
Right.
your enemy, dude. I
No,
feel
ain't
your
no. We know
frustration.
that.
I
We
feel
know
your
that.
frustration, bro. I feel your frustration. I feel 1,000% what you're saying. But what I'm saying is that in this whole conversation, this whole conflict that's going on right now, there's stray shots that's being let off and people getting caught in the crossfire, and it's not necessary. Because before
I
you
think
got
it
on,
is.
I was saying, me personally as a Haitian, I was saying like, yo, you know what? I support your petition and you trying to go for your reparations. Maybe some people might not agree with me supporting that, but I think it's only right. That not only that, but
100%.
it affects all of us anyway, because you're the predominant black population in the United States of America anyway. So if it's going to improve you, it's going to affect all of us. You know what I'm saying?
But
So
listen,
I don't got nothing against none of
Who's
that.
the
hang on.
predominant?
He's right.
What did you say?
He said that black people, which he's right, out of all the black people, black Americans have the numbers here in America. We are the dominant population.
Oh, okay.
Numbers.
I just want to make sure because I thought I heard
But in
something else.
fairness, right? In fairness to FBA, they are if we're gonna say Native Americans, if we're gonna call those Indians Native Americans, knowing that they came from from Asia somewhere,
Yes, they
right?
did.
Like
Mongolia.
they are. Hang on, Leonard. FBA in calling themselves native, they're just as native as the native Indians, or they're just as indigenous. If it's true
Absolutely.
that they've, like, in fairness to them, if the native Indians can be called indigenous, given that they came from somewhere else, FBA can also be called indigenous, even if they came from Africa.
I don't see how those are congruent.
Okay, now riddle me this.
How does that work?
Now riddle me
No, I'm
this.
saying
When
we
you
all
get
don't have a problem. Hang on, Leonard. We all don't have a
okay,
problem. We don't have a problem calling Indians that were here Native Americans,
They,
even though we know that they came from somewhere else.
but
They
a
didn't just
long,
pop up
but
out of America.
but they were here
Or
for
you're
thousands.
saying it was
They
such
were
a
here for
okay.
thousands of years. Yes, that's
Okay, I get I get
now.
what you're saying.
Black people were here before. Black people were here before Columbus, but not in mass like they tried to pretend as if like there were millions of African people here
Okay.
before Columbus. It's
Okay,
just
that's
not.
fair
right,
It
enough.
right,
never
right. It
supports
was
that.
millions of people on this land. Now check this out. Did anybody ever wonder or think in their mind when they talk about all the Indians and the this and that? All of this was west of the Mississippi, right?
Right.
Initially, but slavery started on the East Coast.
And my whole thing is the East
But
Coast
the
weather is
one thing, but the Aboriginal Africans, they were here already. The Aboriginal Africans and the Mongolians, they were bumping and grinding, and that's what made the Eskimos, and that's what made these so-called Indians, as they call themselves. Why they look so much like Eskimos that come from that cold climate? Stop playing.
well, that's the argument against them. North America, if you go on the East Coast corridors, that weather is conducive to people who look like red skinned more Indians. The tropical regions down in South America and Central America, those people would have even more of a connection with that climate to be darker skinned. FBA is
Exactly,
claiming in
because
North
the
America and
Aboriginal
those cold ass
Africans
climates
inhabited
are
that
black
land
people.
and moved north.
Yeah, we would not look the way we look phenotypically with our hair texture in those cold ass climates that you guys are loving to attach yourselves to for thousands
Thank
of
you.
years. It's no way, bro. We will be in tropical environments. Why is our hair and our skin the way look just the way Africans look like in those tropical environments? Even in Papua New Guinea, even the Australian original Aboriginals, these people are in climates that produce these type of skin tones and hair textures. These
Oh, and
red,
throw
straight
this on top of there.
natives,
Throw
they don't
this
have
on
hair
top of
like
there.
that.
Hold on, Leonard.
Throw this on top of there.
Let him finish, Leonard. Let him finish his thought.
Okay,
I would just
this is
say with
important
these.
for me to add it into his point, though.
Oh
I
yeah, go
gotta
ahead,
Yeah,
add
bro.
this in. Go
let him
ahead,
Go
bro.
finish
ahead. Go
though.
ahead. Go ahead.
Oh no,
Go.
we are not hairy people like the Europeans
We're not.
because you don't need all that hair covering over your skin to protect your skin from what? The cold elements. Hello.
Yeah,
Yes.
and speaking of hairy Europeans, we got 53 people watching and only 23 likes. Can we get the likes up? Can y'all hit that like button? It only takes a second. Do it for the hairy Europeans, please. Um, go ahead,
Oh,
y'all.
You
and
ain't
once
shit. Do it for the hairy Europeans. You ain't
man,
Yo, fun fact. I got no hair on my lower legs at all. My sister was questioning me the other day, like, "Yo, you shave your legs? Hell no.
that's
I
what
don't
I'm
got no
saying.
hair.
We
I
not
don't got no
hairy
hair on my arms really like that
because
either."
we come out
Yeah,
of
I have
tropical
no hair on my
environments, bro. Me
arms, on my
neither.
legs, on my chest, on
Me
my
neither.
back.
None.
I
Absolutely.
got hair on my head, over my lip, around my face. That's pretty much it.
These dudes that get lost in Africa, man. These Black Americans that be claiming they Native American, they would get lost in Africa. Nobody would notice you was not an Indian, brother. And the thing is, on one end they'll be like, "Hey, I am Native. Look how red and look how straight my grandma hair was." But then they'll be like, "Well, no, I am. I'm Native because my skin. Look, we grow hair and nappy hair too. Like." Y'all will admit that these people
I
are
think
red skinned
I
with
think
long,
you
straight,
would
bone straight hair,
You had 3 people that
How
say that
phenotypic?
most black people do not deny them being African. Like I said, we thought Africa
Yo,
was something more than what it was when we was little. When
Yes,
we
they.
didn't find out Africa was a piece of shit till we got old.
Nah,
So,
brother. If you
yeah,
call
yeah.
somebody black or
That's the
African in the
propaganda.
60s, even black just got accepted, brother. You call somebody black or African in the 60s, that was like a fight. Before that black power
Oh
movement,
yeah.
that brother, that was a fringe group. A lot of black Americans today are trying to take credit for a fringe group of conscious people that had the black power movement, as if all
No, no,
black
no, no,
Americans
no,
were
no, no,
conscious. Hold on.
no,
Let me just
no,
finish this
no,
point.
bruh.
Let me just finish this
Okay.
point. A lot of us nowadays saying, like, oh, we were always Pan-African. Man, I've
Mm-mm.
been in Black America for the longest, brother. You know how long it took for even people to even say the word that they were African or black without fighting?
Mm-hmm.
Most of us wanted to be anything but black before African. They'd be like, I'm mixed, I'm mixed, I'm mixed.
Mm-hmm.
It took us until generations to even accept the term black before Kwame Nkrumah and SNCC and a lot of the Black Power movement came about as a backlash to the black exploitation films in the 60s. Now, James Brown, when he did I'm Black and I'm Proud, he had to do that though, and a lot of black people had perms at that time, straight presses. A lot of black people at that time, it was you would get into a fight for being called that you were black or something like that.
so
Gradually, this
not,
stuff
not,
became
you put
mainstream to where
so
black
much
people started to
energy
accept
into
their
this
blackness. It
of
wasn't a
people trying
universal
to
thing.
just
The Black
figure
Panthers
out,
were
trying to
disparaged.
pinpoint who they is. You putting this much energy in when there's so much other stuff to this FBA. The only thing you want to pinpoint is 5 people who online who came on set and said they might got some Indian in them.
Nah, I'm just
Like
talking about the. I ain't talking about just
we'll
the
hold
5 people,
people out.
brother.
Everything was script from us, so you won't even give people the right to wonder or try to figure out who really they are. And that's what you are. That's what you want to spend 3 hours on the phone talking about instead of the issues of FBA or what our purpose
What
is
you
or what we
mean?
Well,
believe.
that's
What
what
did you
they
say? I didn't
have
say that.
DNA analysis for. Go
I
do
just
that. Spend that
I just
money
said
and
our
find out.
DNA. I'm not saying that, brother. I
Everybody
support
make
some
a
of the things the
$100
FBA say. I'm just telling you some of the negative elements. It's some positive. You want to talk about the
So
positive? We can
what's
go
the
over it.
negative
We can go
element
some
of that? Because all
positives
you
with you.
saying is some people said they got some Indian in them. Most
No, I'm not
FBA
just saying
ever
that.
had, like you said, had grandmamas who said they was Indian,
No. I
Cherokee and
said, I
stuff.
said, I said
Of
one of
course
the
they gonna
talking
think they're a
points.
little Indian. And
I said one of the talking points was this notion that FBAs always say this talking point that we was
so all
always
these
Pan
grandmamas just
Africans
had a
and we
reason to
was
lie
always
while they saying they
accepting
were Indian.
everybody who came to the Caribbeans and we was always accepting other Africans like all Black Americans were like Pan Africanists, like it was some kind of dream like
Okay,
oh we was all Pan African. We wasn't.
get out for that. So you telling me, and none of these immigrants can come to America, and a black American then welcome them in? If you came to, you can go get food off of somebody. People feed you. You stay in the community. Come on now, man.
I
You being
said, man,
disingenuous,
it
man.
was it wasn't no
We known
kumbaya.
for getting
It
played
wasn't
because
no
we be
huge
too nice. I
kumbaya
probably you
like
might
that,
see
brother.
trying to judge
No.
us off the violence, but we known for getting played for being too damn nice.
Listen, I'm not gonna. I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say that we were just. I'm gonna say this. We are welcoming people. You are right about that, 100%. Did we have our isms too? We did. We have a roasting culture. From people who come from the outside, they probably was not used to that. FBA slandered people from the outside. We did. I believe as adults though, we're very welcoming. We're very
Man,
welcoming.
you had
Absolutely,
the same
100%.
people who was
So
calling for African booty scratcher. The few that
yep.
did, guess what? He was going back to the FBA and said, "Look at them dirty ass shoes you got on, nigga." Everybody had to go through it.
Yeah, that's
Now,
our culture. I get that.
Every
But they
African
don't
out here
know that,
online, the
brother.
only
They
thing
don't
they
know
say
that.
is
I'm
African
saying
booty scratcher.
it was tit for
It's
tat. I'm
it's
saying
starting to sound
it
like
was
a damn
tit for
rhyme
yes,
tat.
with them.
It
exactly.
wasn't
Tip
just
for
like
tat.
everybody. It was tit for
Because
tat. Everybody was just welcoming like that. Like we all pretending like they was just like we was like, come in here, my brother. Nah, it wasn't like that, brother. It
at
wasn't that.
all. Because let me tell
You
you
talking
something,
about the
bro.
bullies though, man? You trying to compare the few bullies to the whole
Let me tell you
population
It
something,
of
bro.
wasn't a
people?
few. It wasn't a few, man. Come
When
on,
when
You
man.
I was a
talking
Wasn't a
kid
few, bro.
growing up in the
Wasn't a
early
few.
'70s, we had this one swim pool that was at a fire station right in the neighborhood, right?
mm-hmm.
Okay. And it's hard growing up in the say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud era, and you light skinned like me. Kids used to run past me on the swim pool and slap me on my back just to see a red handprint on my body and laugh at me,
right?
calling me Oreo, zebra baby,
So
all
how many
kind of whatever. But I
how many
wasn't
kids?
black enough. Hold
How
on.
many how many kids?
I wasn't black enough to be black, but I wasn't white enough to be white.
Okay.
So, well, who am I? My own people wouldn't accept me, and I wasn't trying to get acceptance from the other man. So I just went solo dolo.
How many kids slapped you on the back throughout your whole life? How many when you as a childhood?
I can't count all of them.
Give me an estimated guess.
An estimated guess? Bro, look,
Mm-hmm.
I take it all the way to the present, damn near. When I was at Fort Stewart, Georgia, in 2004, after I came back on active duty, I was denied a promotion to sergeant by who? Blacks. My whole chain of command was what? Black. Why? Because I was the light-skinned one, the only one. And I didn't talk that daddy-o sound like a freaking sharecropper and can't articulate the English language. So he think he better than us. He think he better than us. And jealousy.
You hold on to that, brother.
Yeah, you hurt, buddy. You hurt.
What you mean holding on to that? I'm talking about something that happened 2004, 2005. But you know what though?
20 years.
That's just like me. I wouldn't consider myself.
Okay, hold on. Can I finish? But you know what I did?
Held on to it.
No, I went to doggone Fort Campbell, 101st Airborne. Oh, you going over there in Clantucky. You know, Fort Campbell's in Clantucky. And you going around the, all right. Then I returned from whence I came. I got promoted twice. I said, yeah, you know what? It's fucked up that I could doggone go to around a whole group of white people and I could get my just desserts while I get denied around you niggas because y'all some jealous fuckers.
That's crazy. Everybody I've interacted with, it's been FBA promotions. People that I give promotions been my own kind, brother. I love my own people.
And you know what?
But that's
and
good.
when I got in position as a sergeant, who did I recommend for promotion the most? Black people.
Like you're supposed to. Don't let one person ruin everything. You go do your part and put somebody on.
It ain't no supposed to. I was like this here. I don't want somebody to feel ostracized like I did. And there's some white boys that I got put out the army. And before I got out the army, I got a whole chain of command from the top down, relieved of their duties, forced into retirement. Because I was like, I'm not the one to play with. Because I'm a vindictive fucker. I will get even. I'm very, very hatred. And the pen is mightier than the sword. I will fuck you up.
Leonard,
I'm sorry about the language.
Yeah, man, you the elder on the panel. Hang on. And Leonard, you the elder on the panel. You got to set a better example.
That ain't a better example. That's being real. If everybody was real,
it's just as real without the cursing, Leonard. It's just as real without the cursing.
I'm not going to do any more cursing. But if we were real,
they hit you with the Ric Flair.
If we were real and each man helped the other man, like they say, pro-black, all this, it would be different. No, it's not, because you get too many blacks that rather laugh and joke and be a comedian and an entertainer than doggone being about their business.
You tried, it didn't work. That's cool. Let FBA pick up where you left off. We gonna try it again.
100%.
Well, y'all can try it again. Feel free. I'm over 60. If it work, I won't see it. And it don't matter.
You already know Jason Black say don't even worry about them old heads. That fight been going about it, y'all. Y'all got y'all Cadillac.
But you know what? Like I said, I did what I had to do for my. I had to do what I did what I had to do for my children because I'm like this.
That's what you supposed to do.
I could kick the bucket. I ain't got to worry about them because both of them, my daughter and my son, they over 6 figures a year. They good. They don't. All they need from daddy is, hey, pops. Hey, they just need to hear my voice say, hey, I'm still alive. This all
Sentinel, what's on your mind, Sentinel?
Yeah, FBA is the best thing here. My bad. Go ahead.
No, it's all right. So
I agree.
I just wanted to share something, if that's all right. I'll let it be known I'm not Black American. My parents migrated to the United States of America from Haiti like the 60s. They did it legit. Now, in my experience growing up in New York City, you know, I'm a late 70s baby. You know, I'm at the tail end of Generation X. I had the misfortune of growing up in New York City where basically my people were blamed for AIDS. And it was always something like,
and the witch doctor. I know they, man. I
yeah,
swear they know about that stuff.
I remember that.
Not only that, but it was always something. I had like these funny neighbors. You know what I'm saying? Like it was always something like, yo, you Haitian, like just being born was like some curse or something like that. You know,
have thick skin, bro.
I felt a certain way. For some reason, I ended up in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania in 1993. There's no Caribbean community over there like that. Not that I know of. And I didn't sound then the way I do now. I still had a little bit more of an accent. People thought I was like Jamaican or something like that. Whatever, right? I'm telling you right now, it was a culture shock to me to seeing black people being friendly to me. That was not my own people. That was Haitian. I was like, what? This is almost something surreal. Of course, there was a lot of white people there too. You know, a lot of the white kids, some of them were cool, some of them weren't. But this was the first experience in my life for that stretch that I was over there where it wasn't like a fight every day, where it wasn't like somebody trying to roast me for not having whatever type of clothes or you know, not having the you know, being hip to this type of lingo or whatever the case may be. It was so much to the point that I didn't even want to come back to New York. It was that bad. But eventually I did have to. And I had issues with some of the same people. I ran into them again. You know, but there comes a point in life where, you know, we have to think to ourselves. When we start to acquire knowledge and wisdom, and we have to ask ourselves, what do we want to pass on to the people who are observing us? You know, if I were being petty, I would be just like some of the people that are in the chat, because there are some people that are in this chat right now that are like FBA, forget the tethers and this, that, and the third. And on the other side, there's other people that are like, see, the FBAs can't stick together and things like that. What does that produce?
Right.
Because for me, like I said, I'm in favor of reparations for the Black Americans. Now, as a Haitian, I feel that we have a case against the United States, but I don't think that we should be lumped in together with y'all, because your experience is your own. Our experience is our own. What we share in common is that the United States of America and France, they work together against both our people.
Absolutely, 100%.
You know what I'm saying? Like what happened over here? Like think about it. Think about our cuisine, right? What is big? Like some of the things that are popular with Black Americans. Isn't there like pig feet, chitlins, and stuff like that? So meanwhile, cool, in the Caribbean, what did you see? You saw oxtail. Some of the Haitians in some cases got like chicken feet. All of these things are animal scraps. The prime cut of the animal went to the slave masters, and they gave us the stuff that they're supposed to throw away, and we made something out of it.
Correct.
It's a different part of the animal, but we share that in common. It's just a different experience based on like the specific region. So for me, I really see it as like, yo, there's a propaganda in place that try to paint certain people certain ways. They've been seeing like I remember in WWE when I was watching wrestling, there was this Haitian character called Papa Shango. He wasn't even a real Haitian, because later on he popped up as the Godfather. Remember, he was that pimp character. That was the same Papa Shango that was supposedly doing voodoo in the ring.
That was the same Papa Shango for real.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? And I'm like, yo, this is what they gotta show. It shows like Haitians. Always gotta be some voodoo stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like there's no such thing. Yo, in my church, okay, I got one of my sisters, she's a judge. I got one of my little brothers that I be teaching. He's in med school right now. He's gonna be a podiatrist. One of my other homies, he's a lawyer. Another one owns a contractor and things like that. We believe in the Bible. You know what I'm saying? We teach that. We ain't about this stuff. There's always this image being depicted about us in a certain way. And when outsiders encounter us, it's like, oh, those people, FBA business, sound familiar? You know what I'm saying? Like, how is it that you got all these people that come over here Or if you went somewhere else and it's like, oh, Black Americans are lazy. They always smoking crack and all that stuff. It's the same stuff. Meanwhile, look in the public. You don't see online. There's no riff right now. You ain't gonna find the Irish fighting the Italian.
No, in fact,
Or the Scottish, going at it with the Russians and things like that. They keep their stuff on the low if there's anything. It's like, yo, you stay out my way, I stay out your way. Let's build up our own and do this, that, and the third, and that's it. We're the only ones over here trying to be at each other's throats over scraps.
Exactly. Everybody want to be a doggone comedian or entertainer.
Right.
Yeah, let me just say, I am going. I am approaching the 5 hour mark. I don't want to
Oh
pass the
man,
5 hour
5 hours.
mark of streaming. But we were having such a good conversation, and we just hit the 30 like mark. That's a good mark. But in the chat, we still have 47 people watching. If you haven't hit the like button yet, please hit the like button. I am going to get ready to close down, but I'm going to give everyone a chance to say some final words, and then I'm going to shut this down if y'all don't mind. So I'm going to start I'm just going to start randomly with Black American. You mind just giving some final words?
So, brother Simno, man, you said it best, man. I totally agree with you. And FBA business, trust me, I'm about the business of FBA. FBA, in terms of like some of their talking points, I totally agree with. I totally agree with. There is a space where we do need to defend our ethnicity. We cannot act like there isn't a fringe group of people that come here and they do purposely undermine us. They do disparage us because, let's be honest, in these quiet circles, in Black American circles, we don't disparage Africans or Caribbeans. We don't, amongst our families, we don't tell each other not to date a Jamaican or a Haitian or a Bajan. We don't even have those conversations in our families. I don't even, not even to the Latinos, and I'm not a get along gang with the Latinos, but we don't disparage these people at all. Even Haitians, we might roast in high school or elementary. We don't have those conversations, but I have heard Haitians, I've heard Jamaicans, I've heard Africans have these don't date these Black Americans. But I always say this in response: the music industry, we don't boycott. The Hollywood, we don't boycott. These entities are responsible for spreading the negative smear campaign to the rest of
Yes,
the
sir.
Caribbean. They're principally responsible disparaging our image worldwide. So when immigrants do come here, I give them, Black immigrants anyways, grace, because I know what this Europeans have spread, the kind of propaganda. When I'm in Africa, the pictures and the video that I see of us, all the ratchet stuff. So I have to take accountability there. With the European, he is the main focus if I am able to boycott. But I'm also focused on us building as a response and not just getting online, because these points are valid, FBA business. I'm all about it. I just want to be more about just not just talking, getting this habit of just simply fighting and just infighting instead of building. But also we give grace to our brothers, that because a lot of these are not like that. Like this brother right here, like-minded individuals should connect. Those of us who are ready to build, we should connect with each other, because it's only going to be a few of us anyway. The masses, they're going to be here online and go home, and they're not going to be about the business of building for FBA. They just want to come online and talk shit. They're going to go back home, go to their job. They was not even pro-Black building anything for FBA on the streets. That's all I got to say. Link with like-minded people.
Yes, sir. And thanks for coming in. Respect to you. FBA business, final words.
I think FBA is probably one of the best things that happened in a long time. Just because it's bringing a lot of people together. Like I said, we got to have conversations at first. Guys got to talk. We separated right now. And that's why I support it so much, just because it's going to force us to deal with each other, even if other things transpire, whatever. But we all we got right now. A lot of the immigrants, when y'all come over here, y'all got y'all communities intact. Y'all building with each other. Y'all practicing group economics. We ain't doing none of that. So anything that can force us to come together, I can't do nothing but support it, because we need it bad, and that's it.
That's right.
Leonard, your final thought. Who said Tariq is? Somebody said Tariq is Cuban. What's that all about?
But Tyreek,
My-
that dude, yeah, he from Detroit somewhere.
Sorry, I digressed. Go ahead, Leonard. Your final thoughts.
Yeah, he
And
from
Leonard,
Detroit.
let me say this, Leonard. I think you're a wealth of information, bro. Like
Well,
you
I
just seem to
try.
have. Yeah, man. I've been listening to you. You have a lot of historical facts that's very useful, I think. So appreciate you, bro. Go ahead with your final thoughts.
I tell you, final thoughts. Now, with the brother that was talking about Haitians and they were stigmatized for AIDS, I remember that. Oh, I remember that well. And that wasn't just New York, that was nationwide. Man, don't have sex with one of them Haitian girls, you may get the. And they did, and that was done. Now, another point is if, you had Black Americans that wasn't so busy trying to signify, play the dozens, be a freaking comedian. See, a lot of people look for acceptance through laughter. They want people laughing with them instead of laughing at them. See, that's the reason they clown so much. And if it wasn't for that mentality, it would be more than 45% of Black America being middle class earners and getting their money on than what it is. There's only 45%. And then as soon as you one of them people, oh, you think you better than me because you got good credit or you make this much money or you, but it's always some type of jealousy amongst each other in the clowning. And then a lot of people look at all this black power, this and that. You're like Angela Davis with the pants. Yeah. Angela Davis family came over here on the Mayflower. She come from privilege. But as long as you preaching victim Olympic hood, yeah. They rather listen to that victim Olympic crap than try to actually get up, get out, and get something. And as to the togetherness thing, and that's where I land my plane. Anybody on here, they want to know about anything? Just doggone research the Blue Vein Society. And if anybody want to know the reason, well, I did not do anything heinous in the process of all of what happened to me growing up in the 70s, light skinned and the said loud, I'm black and I'm proud era, because my parents explained to me the Blue Vein Society concept, and they told me those people are only reacting because of the light skinned group that developed a whole doggone clique and completely separated themselves from dark skinned Americans after slavery was over with, due to, now check this out, due to the field Negroes being upset at the house Negroes that were mostly light skinned anyway because they were the masses' children. You dig? So a lot of this stuff here, it will never be repaired between the blacks in this country because there's too many doggone things that are divisive, right? Now, there's no traits of memory in DNA, but behavioral traits are passed down in DNA. So, y'all take that with you. Blue Vein Society, research that. I'm trying to give y'all some wisdom here so y'all can check it out and get a better understanding of why Black Americans act the way they do.
Yes, sir. And speaking of wisdom, if you haven't done so yet, hit that like button, please. We're about to shut down, but you still have time to hit that thumbs up. Sentinel, your final thoughts.
I first and foremost, I stumbled upon this by chance, and I have to say I'm very appreciative of having this pleasure of having this discussion with all of you. It got a little turbulent for a while, but You know, it was great, American Dream. Pleasure meeting you, Leonard, FBA Business, Black American. I believe in this climate with this, I guess, conversation or movement, what's going on right now. We need more stuff like this, not where we're doing just that nonsense where it's like get somebody to call in on a podcast or whatever, and then we take your shots at each other and roasting, and then checking each other. No, let's be constructive grown men and speak about positive things and actually put these things into fruition. Make it actually happen. Black America said it perfectly. Let's not just leave the conversation online. Let's do things constructive and productive for our communities. I want to say to the Black Americans that are on here, as a Haitian, look, I'm not here to step on your toes. If anything, I'm telling you, go get yours. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna hate on the next black man. That's for sure. You know what I'm saying? Do what you can for your community, because I'm sincere. I'm genuine with what I said. You're the dominant Black population in the United States of America, and your good fortune affects all of us. Hold them accountable for the atrocities that they've committed. It's a disgrace before the eyes of God. You know what I'm saying? So I want to say one love to all of you. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you to everybody in the chat. And please, let's leave the negative stuff behind. You know what I'm saying? Because there's nothing that's productive that's going to come from this Black group wants to flame, roast, antagonize, or anything like that other Black group. Historically speaking, that has never produced good fruit. And I don't see how that can right now. So with that, I say shalom, one love, peace.
Yeah, I would definitely echo that. Delineating doesn't necessarily mean that we have to go at each other. We can still be cordial and delineate. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, and I think that would be my final words. But I'm gonna play a tune, or somebody else like the video. That's what's up. I'm gonna go live again. I may go live again tomorrow. So if you haven't done so, hit that notification bell, and subscribe to the channel. Subscribe and hit the notification. I plan on going live a little more often. I made a deal with my wife. She's allowing me to go live a little more often. So, hit that like button, subscribe, and stay notified. Again, I may go live again tomorrow. And any one of y'all that came up tonight that, that feels like they want to come back on, you're absolutely more than welcome, because it definitely was a pleasure speaking with all of y'all. Y'all are all very, very intelligent men, and I really enjoy building with y'all. So on that note, man, I'm gonna be out of here. I'm gonna leave y'all with this Latin tune. You done know Latin, my brethren from Jamaica. So I'm a end y'all with this Latin tune. Thanks for stopping in. Y'all stay blessed. Blessings.
I want you to listen very, very carefully.
Tell the youth them to be strong. You can't tell the youth them to preach wrongs.
I want you to listen very, very carefully.
Tell the youth them to be strong. You can't tell the youth them to preach wrongs. While you try it on these lands, just remember every man is equal. Yeah. Each one teach one, and our Father God, him are the only done. So make we ease and reason, smoke trees, span the ends, all the deep meds. Take a look at life, and don't close your eyes. Sometimes things happen, and it's no surprise. And I just, so it go, so it go, so it go, so it go. It's the government no have no heart, them no care about poor people. Yeah, bigger heads no love people again. Them more than little of them. We see friends now reason again. Vex through whistle a blame. What time it hurt me to see how the face deal with the eagle at them. Regular me see it happen, regular me see it happen. Take a look at life and don't close your eyes. Sometimes things happen and it's no surprise. And I just so it go, so it go, so it go, so it go. It's a government no have no heart, them no care about poor people. Social commentary. Drop the one, your principle, you don't know. The global will come and do it. Some people life every day, it's stress. The high price from JPS, that topic is currently. Jah alone, him a go help you. We need food, and we no healthy. We are feel the pain, beg you protect we. In our life, we have no envy. Take a look at life, and don't close your eyes. Sometimes things happen, and it's no surprise. And I just, so it go, so it go, so it go, so it go. It's a government no have no heart, them no care about poor people.
I want you to listen very, very carefully.
It's all about life in the street. People are suffer, try survive in the heat. Bad mind them up to one, hygiene a do it. That's why enough of them, rifle a beat. Everybody want big ups and want to drive in a Jeep. Every day I'm at the ball when she buy in a read. Not even 5 bills, we can't find for the week. Me no see no changes, the same cycle repeat. Give thanks cause life it's a sweet. But keep an eye open every time you go slave. Cause mankind jealous and them idle go late. Them never yet plant and not try figure it. Bigger heads where you fight for the sake. Now care about the future nor the child where you creep. Them a pray the fat Kyle with some meat. The system will slide where you fit.
In the streets so we born and grow. Only Jah know and nobody know.
When we talk about ghetto life, talk about ghetto life, ghetto life.
Everybody a priest, say them want the dough. That's why them a speed and they pan the go.
Cause this a real ghetto life, ghetto life. This a real ghetto life, ghetto life. Yeah. Everybody just a pre-success. When me looking at the street, you me see enough stress. Them all a fight for who reach up next. Everybody want floss and a beat up chest. Juvenile in a them teen love sex. Them a breed the fast money, them no need subjects. And if you're unfortunate, please don't vex. I saw the things said cause the streets don't rest.
In the streets so we born and grow. Only Jah know and nobody know.
When we talk about ghetto life, talk about ghetto life, ghetto life.
Everybody a priest, say them want the dough. That's why them a speed and they pan the go.
Cause this a real ghetto life, ghetto life. This a real ghetto life, ghetto life. Yeah. It's all about life in the street. People are suffer, try survive in the heat. Bad mind them up to one, hygiene a do it. That's why enough of them, rifle a beat. Everybody want big ups and want to drive in a Jeep. Every day I'm at the ball when she buy in a read. Not even 5 bills, we can't find for the week. Me no see no changes, the same cycle repeat. Give thanks cause life it's a sweet. But keep an eye open every time you go slave. Cause mankind jealous and them idle go late. Them never yet plant and not try figure it. Bigger heads where you fight for the sake. Now care about the future nor the child where you creep. Them a pray the fat Kyle with some meat. The system will slide where you fit.
In the streets so we born and grow. Only Jah know and nobody know.
When we talk about ghetto life, talk about ghetto life.
Everybody a priest, say them want the dough. That's why them a speed and they pan the go.
Cause this a real ghetto life. This a real ghetto life. Yeah.
Very, very carefully.
Just because we're black, they say we are slaves. Speak of righteousness, they say we are praise. Just because righteousness, they say we are praying. Brought us from the motherland in bondage and chains. Bury our culture and change our names. They claim we're free, yet we are in pain. As long as there's life, there's a lot to gain. Just because we're black, they say we are slaves. Speak of righteousness, they say we are praise. Just because we're black, they say we are slaves. Speak of righteousness, they say we are praise. When God spoke his words, they said he was deranged. Marley sung his songs, they said the same. Malcolm X and Martin Luther fought relentlessly so we could be better. Just because we're black, they say we are slaves. Speak of righteousness, they say we are praise.
Very, very carefully.
Just because we're black, they say we are slaves. Speak of righteousness, they say we are praise. Just because we're black, they say we are slaves. Speak of righteousness, they say we are praise. Brought us from the motherland in bondage and chains. Bury our culture and change our names. They claim we're free, yet we are in pain. As long as there's life, there's a lot to gain. Just because we're black, they say we are slaves. Speak of righteousness, they say we are praise. Just because we're black, they say we are slaves. Righteousness, they say we are praise. When God spoke his words, they said he was deranged. Marley sung his songs, they said the same. Malcolm X and Martin Luther fought relentlessly so we could be better. Just because we're black, they say we are slaves. Speak of righteousness, they say we are praise. Just because we're black, they say we are slaves. Speak of righteousness, they say we are praise. Brought us from the motherland in bondage and chains. Bury our culture and change our names. They claim we're free, yet we are in pain. As long as there's life, there's a lot to gain. Just because we're black, they say we are slaves. Speak of righteousness, they say